make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worry, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね bitter and sweet 何をしてても daydreaming yeah 君のことば繰り返しなっても全てもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
Damn it. Hey Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win, but not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Hey Kia, let's see if you're a real fan.
I'm ready.
How many lanes are there in League of Legends?
There are 3 lanes in League
Are
of
you
Legends.
seriously quizzing the car about League of Legends?
Look, I just want to know how much it knows.
The EV3 has an AI assistant. It's supposed to know everything.
Okay then, hey Kia, how do I get better at League of Legends?
That will be challenging.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light.
the memes are banging. Did you miss us? Cause we sure missed you. The LEC is back for another round, and it comes with a twist this winter. For the very first time in the history of League, we will have 12 teams battling for the honor of defending the best region in the West. That's right, we can finally say it again. If you have been living under a crug for the whole last year, I'm gonna introduce you to the two new teams we have coming straight out of ERL. Sister teams are back for special appearance, and the Blue Wall is doubling up with KC Blue. And Rats, raise your XDDs as Los Ratones have finally joined the chat. LEC fans, are you ready for a new season? Then let's get to it.
Be one of the best LEC intros I've seen in years.
Oh, Jackies! For a bit, I know that. Crowd's all ready for a dread flying. They're rapid, crazy minds right in the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue. Welcome everybody, also from our side to the LEC Versus 2026. What an impeccable opening from Lore right there in the crowd, and I'll be happy to report that the desk is just here with everybody, with the crowd for LEC Versus. My name is Shox, and I am joined by Finn, by Odawamne, and by Dagda, who wants to kick us off because this feels really fresh.
It feels sick. I mean, look at all the different teams in the crowd. You've got two new teams added up to 12, and it's going to be banger after banger this split.
Exactly. We have the Los Ratones, they're here with KC Blue as well, but I don't really care about KC Blue because Los Ratones, my boys are here, finally graduated, and I'm looking to see how much damage they can do.
Are you sure you want to say that? You don't really care about KC Blue? I mean, they're right there.
Yeah, you're on their side now.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Don't
mind him. Don't mind him. I've had worse.
I do. Let's talk about the format a little bit, Finn. We got best of ones for 4 weeks, single round robin, and then the top 8 goes to playoffs. Do you think KC Blue or Los Ratones will make it to playoffs?
I mean, I would like to think that they have a chance. It's gonna be a tough road because we have a lot of strong teams, and keep in mind it's gonna be a 4-week regular season and then the playoffs. So you have 4 weeks to really ramp up and find your form. Obviously, coming from ERL to the LEC is a big step, and the competition here is vastly different than what you're used to.
And we also ramp up in the number of games as well. Best of ones for the first 4 weeks, into best of 3s, and then we finish with those best of 5s. So you've got a long road if you want to prove yourself here.
Exactly, and the tension is incredibly high because, again, you get to play all these games every single day, and it feels like, given the fact that there's only 8 teams to make it through, there's no room for error whatsoever.
There is not. We will be in the studio a lot, but we also won't be in the studio a lot, kind of, because we have more road trips. Let's take a look.
¿Estáis preparados?
Let's go! Thank you so much to Movistar Koi and KC in particular for teaming up with the LEC to bring us those road trips. We're going to 3 stops in Spain and also 2 in France, which is absolutely cool. And I think to a lot of people saying, well, why do we only go there? ask your orgs. Ask your orgs to organize something, right? Like Casey and MCoy, they're coming in so clutch for us.
I'm just saying, we can't be picky anymore because fans are complaining for the longest time that we're not having road trips anymore. Well, now we get 6. We haven't had 6 in such a long time. I was still like, a freshman in the LEC. Now I'm fully Unk level. But at the same time, it's good to return to the roots and have so many events throughout the year.
Yeah, and also if last year is anything to compare, those road trips were amazing. Both
sick.
the Madrid one and the Evry one was completely incredible. The crowd was crazy, and I think if there's anything gonna be like, anything like last year, it's gonna go crazy.
I like that you put the Evry.
Evry?
Yeah, you did well.
Okay, stop flexing.
That girl.
But the LEC is heading to Barcelona for, I'm pretty sure, the first time ever we had All-Star there once, and it's also very important for you that you'll be able to buy the tickets very soon. I have more information because I lost my script there for a second. Can you give it back to me, because I want to make sure I have the right information. So the first time ever we're heading to Barcelona, so Koi is going to head that first road trip of 2026. That will be for the LEC Versus final in the Olympic Arena in Badalona from February 27 to March 1st, and tickets are available right now at lec.gg/mkoi. And of course, there are so many road trips to go at, but we'll start with the Versus finals in Barcelona. That is really awesome. Then, something else we need to inform all of you of, and I need one of you to explain this, the right of first selection.
Yeah, it's not, so either you get the choice between what side of the map you want to play on, or whether you want to select your champion first or last in the draft. And after that, the other team will then get to choose whatever is left over from that.
So for the sake of example, let's say Los Ratones, I'm not sure what they are, but let's say they would choose blue side. They would get the choice of the side selection. They would choose blue. Then the opposing team, which is Fnatic in this case, they would get to choose if they're first or last pick. So pretty much you get to alternate like that.
I think we got the actual scenario for this first game between Los Ratones and Fnatic. What is the case? It was Los Ratones who were able to choose.
They wanted to choose the last pick.
They chose last pick, and Fnatic chose the blue side.
Yeah, so maybe some speculation on who they want to give that last pick to, maybe in that top side, maybe for the boss. Yeah.
I mean, it basically comes down to, do you prefer your draft pick or do you prefer the camera angle in game? Because some people are really adamant about the camera angle being better on blue side and say it's unfair.
I mean, it's fine. Also for the chat, it's going to be incredibly confusing to see blue side having last pick. First time forever. Ooh, that's going to be a little bit
a bit confusing for everybody. I also like the abbreviation is ROFS. Rough.
It's rough out here.
Okay, I like it. It is. All right, with that, we have our first game of the day. Will be Los Ratones versus Fnatic. And Lore is standing by with someone who has a lot of stake in that game, let's say.
Okay, Joel, thank you so much for joining me ahead of your first game with the Rats. It's so exciting to have you guys here. So I want to roll back a bit because you always say that this is a for fun project. We want to have fun, but then from the fun came success. So how do you reflect on the whole journey for you?
It's starting to sink in now a bit. We just kept going up a step and up a step and up a step and progressing further. And we were like, let's just see how far we can go. And then now we're in the LEC. It's surreal, I think a lot of people maybe not expecting us to do like the best in the league, right? I think some people might doubt us and stuff like that, but we've been working a lot harder. It's been 6 weeks of just scrimming off stream, which is very new for us. Normally we're like, let's stream everything, but now I think if we were to do that in the LEC, we would struggle.
Yeah, a lot of things are new for you because you've been used to boot camping from time to time, but now you've been in the same gaming house, in the same office for weeks. How has that been different for you and the boys?
Yeah, I mean, the cameras are off and we're just heads down and grinding and playing against LEC teams every day in scrims, Before it was cameras on and play against ERL teams, so now the practice levels improved a lot. Everyone's really trying their hardest. We only have one shot. We have 4 weeks to try our best, and that's exactly what we'll do, I know Baus likes to say his funny words and say we're going to stomp everyone, but I think the main thing is, I think the only reason we're here is because of the fans, and we appreciate everything that they do, so... Yeah, I'm a little nervous. I'm also excited. I'm really excited. We have 4 weeks, and we'll try our best to make it fun for everyone to watch, but also see how far we can go. I have no idea how far we can go.
Any last thoughts and message for the Rats watching you? They're on stream right now. Anything you want to tell them?
Yeah, I mean, without the support, without anything, we wouldn't be here. I think it's been like with them, we've gone from the beginning to here. We started out scrimming in our bedrooms in our pajamas and playing in the NLC to then EMEA Masters finals, NLC crowds with like 6,000 people, and now we're in the highest league in Europe, so let's see how we can do. We're really, really trying our hardest, and I appreciate everyone for rooting for us, yeah.
Banger journey. And it continues today in the LEC. Kajol, thank you so much. Best of luck today. And Shocks, back to you.
Thank you so much. It has been quite a journey for sure. When I got to talk to Reckless at League of Its Own, he said, well, last year around this time, none of us had any prospects. We didn't know what to do. And I think Odawamne, it's very commendable to have that journey. But now it is the hardest task they have ever faced as a team.
Exactly, because it's the return of so many, how to say, memorable players, especially with Reckless and Nemesis facing back. You know, it's such a fairy tale because they're back against their former team, the teams that they had the biggest achievements they had in their career so far against Fnatic. And I feel like for them, especially these two, they have so much to prove. Nemesis has always been, you know, touted by the fans as one of the best, you know, mid laners to play in Europe. Maybe Caps' biggest rival or biggest has been. They could have been, you know, his rival in that sense. And Reckless, after the stint in Korea, now being back here on the biggest stage in Europe, I feel like they have so much to prove.
Also, I think for guys like Velia, who have always wanted to play in the LEC, stuck with Lost Ratones, said, no, this is my team. These are my players. These are the people that I want to step on this stage with. And now he gets to prove it here today that not only he belongs in the LEC, but he will do it with Lost Ratones.
But do you really have faith? Because, you know, it went downhill a little bit at the end of last year in terms of EMEA Masters, and now they're coming in here with one last shot.
Okay, you know, it's not always pretty. You know, you end up hitting walls, but it matters how hard you come back because for
How hard you hit the wall?
Well, also, yeah, and how hard you ricochet, and then how hard you, or like how easy you get back up. But for me, Los Ratones, they are the favorites to win the LEC Versus.
What?
Wow.
What? That's a crazy
That's a bit much.
Oh, I know they used to pay you, but they fired you. Like, they don't pay you anymore.
I didn't get
do they?
fired. I resonated myself right before I got fired. But
Okay,
that's
Yeah. Hey, talk about redemption for Fnatic. It's also the case. Let's talk about the lineup that they have fielded here. I know a lot of voices were calling for a change in the top lane, particularly. We've got Empiros there now, and Vladi is in the mix as well, and Lospa on support.
I mean, there's a lot of new faces here, especially Lospa and Emperos. We're kind of surprised or curious to see how they're going to do. I think Emperos is a very cool prospect. He has been grinding for a long time. I've been playing against him for a long time as well. I think it's really exciting, and I really hope he can kind of fill those shoes that Oscar had.
Right. For everybody watching at home, and if you're not a Fnatic fan, we have something for you to play along. We have a bingo board, basically, Fnatic Bingo. And we'll make sure we have this on social so you can go as well. So my favorite is Fnatic gets an injury-free tournament, so an injury-free LEC Versus. That'd be sick.
What about Fnatic narrowly clutches defeat from the jaws of victory?
Also a good
But for
one.
me, the absolute classic has to be the Grabs dramatic coach camp. That's an easy day one pick.
Also in the bottom right there, the Grabs talking smack about the team.
Yeah.
That man is a little bit too honest sometimes. You
Yeah,
know?
also Fnatic fans blame Dardo. That's probably gonna happen. Emperor's Q MVP, they're not all like negative. Like, a lot of them are very positive for Fnatic.
It's going to be lovely to track
Fnatic
anyway.
beats you too. I hear the people already looking, so we'll be tracking that throughout the day. So then about this first matchup, we set it up a little bit already, right? But going up for Reckless and Nemesis Odawamne against this team that they have so much history with, and maybe a little bit of history or love lost.
Exactly. They again, as I said earlier, they have so much to prove because they weren't here for so long.
Nemesis, Reckless, Baus is having his debut today. Are you crazy? Of course we're gonna talk about Baus. Bring up my stats right now. Let me sell you on the Baus debut, my Swedish top laner brother that's coming in straight from Stockholm, and we have some insane stats. I think no one can match this. We have the most tower damage, very relevant, highest CS after 50 minutes, only 200 more good deaths, and one whole control ward.
Is that the whole here?
You've never seen stats like that in your life.
And he also sold that control ward. He didn't even put it down.
He
So.
sold it?
Yeah, because I told him buy that control ward, and then he bought it, but I didn't tell him to put it down, so he sold it.
That's great. Oh my god.
Well, he made a little bit of gold
absolutely
back there. That's good.
That's sick.
Return on investment.
Now, with that, they do say, you know, Los Ratones is Baus, and I think standing by with lore.
He is indeed. Come and join me. He's standing here right at the end of the tunnel. Baus, our favorite Inta on the Rift, ready to step on stage against Fnatic. That's right, you can hype him up. How do you feel?
I feel great.
Yeah, do you have any message for Fnatic ahead of the game?
Well, I don't know if they've done any prep, but they should probably ban Sion, Shogath, Gragas, Volibear, maybe ban Kled. Otherwise, they don't stand a chance.
All your good champions. Any good death you want to bring on stage today?
Not many deaths, many kills.
Many kills. That's what we accept. The first game for Los Ratones versus Fnatic starts right now.
Ratones and Fnatic taking the stage. A lot of support here for both the teams, I assume.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say that we've got a lot of fan favorites playing up today.
It's true.
And this matchup in particular, I mean, roster changes on the side of Fnatic. A lot of returning Fnatic players to the LEC stage.
Yeah,
I'm excited to see how they face off against one another.
Well, for Fnatic, the last time they won an LEC title was with Reckless. Back in 2018.
That is a fun fact.
It was a long, long time ago. Maybe him coming back to the LEC stage will be what they need to rocket themselves.
What they need, I see.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe it's just a good luck charm thing, you know, a little rabbit's foot. Lost Returns obviously coming up through the EMEA Masters system, winning twice last year, losing in the semifinals in the Summer EMEA Masters. But here on the LEC stage, the competition is bigger and better than ever.
Absolutely. Of course, for some of these players, as we mentioned earlier, Crowny, Nemesis, Reckless, veterans of the LEC and the competitive scene. I imagine that coming back onto the stage, a degree of nerves will naturally be playing, but an environment that they should feel very comfortable in. It's a lot of these new players that we set our eyes on, Baus, Velia, Lospa, and Emperos in the top lane. A lot of these young guns who are going to be debuting on this stage and showcasing what they can do here at the highest level that Europe has to offer.
We did have the right of first selection happen. Lost Ratones won the right of first selection, and they decided to get second pick and were given red side. So it's a normal draft, guys. Blue side has first pick. We have Lost Ratones on the red side. We're going to get into the picks and bans very quickly on your screens. I can already see a Nico having been banned out by Fnatic to kick us off.
I wonder if that Sion will hit the ban table. We know that Jace, Malphite have been incredibly high priority bans throughout the other regions across the world.
There we are.
And there's the Jace going to be taken off the board. The Sion coming through from Fnatic, naturally targeted towards Baus.
You can hear the crowd be like, oh, come on, just give it to him once, guys. Just let's see what you can do on the Sion. Azir taken away as well from Vladdy, a new player for Fnatic coming across from Karmine Corp last year. And we'll see where Fnatic go with their final buy. As you say, like Malphite, Yunara is really strong at the moment. We're seeing Rise in priority across the world as well with the Actualizer build that has been making the rounds. Malphite, the final ban here from Fnatic. See where Lost Ratones go for their last ban as well.
Yunara, one of the champions that has been left open. I wonder if Upset's going to quickly grab that for himself. Whether Varus is something that the European teams still hold a lot of value over. Given that it feels objectives is still kind of the name of the game right now, having that additional range is incredibly valuable. But Yunara seems to be the premier AD carry as of the current meta. A couple hovers coming through from Fnatic as they take their time to think about what they want to lock in, but I expect Upset going to be piloting one of the best AD carries on the current patch.
Yeah, Yunara just does so much stuff, especially since you can get the Fiend Hunter bolts on her second. Just gives you so much damage in team fights. And you have okay lane control as well. With that activated Q, you get that mini Runans, you can clear the waves relatively effectively. Lost Ratones though, going to look into that Yunara. Could go for like something like jungle AD here if you want. You could even pick your support early.
I wonder if something like the Wukong for Velia, something that he's shown a lot of comfort on throughout 2025. Of course, the Corki, something that we've been seeing a lot as well. The amount of lane power that it provides, and on the current patch, it just spikes incredibly well. I think it's a nice answer into the Yunara that should give LR's bot lane a comfortable 2 versus 2 matchup, depending on what we see come through for the support. For Velia to go towards the Jarvan, they want that easy engage tool, they want that backline access. Now remember that throughout the LEC, those melee engaged supports have kind of been the name of the game, but Reckless, very well known for things like his Janna, his range supports, and we know for carrier fans, range supports are all the craze over in the LCK with how successful they've been.
Yeah, bringing out his Bard as well, that Carrier is just so good at those sorts of picks. Reckless had a little bit of time with Carrier at
That's true.
Worlds, not last year, but the year before. had some time to train under him. Vi and Talia locked in for Fnatic, a tried and true combination.
Especially for Fnatic as an organization since Razok has been on there. As much as Vi as a champion has been criticized for his performance in the LEC, it's one of Razok's go-to best champions. So he's going to be starting off the split strong with the champion he's very comfortable on as Nemesis responds with the Rise, a long-term pick for him back in his Fnatic days.
I really think roaming mids are so important with the speed they can roam at the moment, because you can, if you can get down to bot lane, reset, get the home guards back into your lane quickly, you're not actually going to be losing too much because of those enhanced home guards that you get running up towards your minion wave.
If you're not getting something off the roams, it can be punishing, but as you rightly said, it is not as punishing in the sense that the home guards do help and the TPs, assuming they choose to run TPs, which I expect to see come through from these two mid laners. In any case, the Jack's going to be taken away from the top side. To Nami actually going to be removed. So we talked about those range support options.
Nami Corki is just devastating. If they get in with a Valkyrie Gatling gun, and then you have the Tidecaller's Blessing behind it, it's so much damage in the early game. Rumble taken away by Los Ratones. They want to try and keep Emperos into a little bit smaller of a bubble. Bard taken away by Fnatic, because those range supports you were talking about for Reckless. Here, likely to see the support pick, but it could be Baus on his Kled. Okay, with the Jax band away, the Sion band away.
We were just
seems to be what he wants.
talking with Finn prior to coming, and he kept saying, Kled, Kled, Kled.
Finn, if you're here, just come up to the caster desk, man. We'll have you on for 10 minutes. You can talk about Kled top. You can talk about what he's going to do into Baus. Alistair, the current hover for Fnatic, but it looks like they're going to pick a top lane answer for Emperos. It is the Ambessa. And alongside that, Alistair. Alistair actually really good with some of the new support items. The Protoplasm Harness suits him incredibly well.
Absolutely. I do think it's a little bit risky to blind pick an Alistair, given that we know Reckless does prefer those range supports. The question is, what champion would he look to pair up? Maybe a Karma as a possibility. Maybe he just goes for something like a Braum if they want that disengage opportunity. If they want a little bit more follow-up possibility of a Leona, a Nautilus as well.
If this was solo queue, I'd be looking at Poppy, and I'd be looking at her very intently right now. Into Ambessa, into Alistair, into Vi, does a huge amount of work. Braum can serve a similar function. You've got the Unbreakable for when the Talia is trying to get in. If the Alistair ever jumps in, you've got Concussive Blows on him, but doesn't quite have the same show-stopping potential that Poppy would.
But the thing about Braum is that passive against all these champions that are threatening your AD carry, trying to dive onto that backline, going to be very effective. But look at this composition from Fnatic. Even though the players have changed, the style definitely has not. Ambessa plus the Vi, I mean, you throw a Kai'Sa in there and it's the same Fnatic that we saw last year. Changing it up for a Yunara, Fnatic's composition is very much about skirmishing, about that backline access, about looking for that dive. And a lot have a bit more side lane options. Nemesis, keep an eye on his Rise and how he utilizes it to play through those side lanes, make those quick collapses, create those numbers of advantages, alongside the Kled, who can also collapse quickly from those side lanes thanks to his ultimate. So I think LR have a few 1-3-1 options, but they've got to be very cautious of Fnatic's positioning on the map, because Razok as a player is the type to punish those mispositioning if you overextend on a side lane.
Oh, they're Vi so good at punishing them as well. I had a quick look at some of the numbers. Baus on his Kled in the ERLs last year, 4-2 across the course of his career. Upset on Yunara, undefeated. 3-0 on it last year. Played it against SK, BDS, and KC in the summer playoffs. We look like we are ready to get on to Summoner's Rift for the first game of LEC Versus. The first time we see Los Ratones on this grand stage, and a new look Fnatic trying to take them down. Minions spawning so much quicker, obviously, means that level 1s aren't quite as impactful as they used to be. Pretty easy for players just to set up these lines of scrimmage. You're not really looking for any hard invades. If you do go for one, you have to go all in on it. And if it fails, obviously, that's a little coin flippy, Vetty.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a viewer that doesn't really play the game as much anymore, but you do still love to watch the pro scene, there are a couple of pretty significant changes that have come to the game, role quests being one of them. You can see at the top of your screen those role quests kind of slowly ticking up for each players, but now the players and the laners are very much locked into their lanes a little bit more than what we saw in the past.
Yeah, you get more experience towards completing your quest if you are in your lane. You can leave and still get some points towards it, but it's much more effective for you to be in lane. We'll talk about them kind of as they become important in these games, because otherwise it would be a bit of a word vomit. Bear trap on a rope from Baus onto Emperos, who can just dodge away.
Velia has done his red, immediately looked to try and invades.
He forces Razork back.
I think he was able to steal it. Yeah, he was able to steal away that Gromp.
Nice little steal.
I mean, he kind of had to make something worthwhile. He committed a lot of time, but now he's turning his attention into mid lane.
Vladdy pushed up here. Nemesis is going to try and chase. Good dodge from Vladdy. Has the Ghost. He's going to start running away. Rune Prism from Nemesis not available. Has the Spell Flux and the Overload only being level 2.
So we did mention that mid laners don't need to run TP in the same way that they used to before. You were talking a little bit about it earlier. Those home cards, they feel so good as a mid laner. I know so many people hate them, but for mid lane, it's fantastic. You have a little bit more luxury in when you actually choose to base. And for a lot of mid laners, it means that they can choose to be a little bit more defensive. In solo queue, people are usually a little bit more aggressive with their summoner spell choices. But Valia, with his pathing, he's done red into blue, level 3 after stealing away the Gromp, and he wants to keep this aggression going. Bear in mind, he doesn't have prio in mid, he doesn't really have prio in bot, but he doesn't care. He's looking to steal away what he can, and he's going to get these Raptors.
That's 2 camps of the first 6 in the game. Losper going in, looking for that knockup on the Crown. He can just Valkyrie away. Upset trying to chase in. There's the Unbreakable, can cut to close. Down onto Losper, and you can see the damage with the Phosphorus Bomb. Reckless stands beside his teammate. Losper down to half HP. Velia coming around here. Razork's had to put a ward in the bush. Neither of them have the smite. Razork looking for it, will manage to secure his own red buff.
Nice secure there from Razork. The bot lane getting very aggressive, and you saw the value of Braum into the Alistar in that bot lane 2v2. Sure, the engage from Alistar is very good, but what do you do when you try to retreat? The Braum passive doing a lot of work to help Crownie and Reckless come out ahead in that small skirmish. Meanwhile, Baus getting a small push in the top side of the map, likely looking to reset soon, as he's got to be careful of the positioning of Razork, who is now securing that top Scuttle Crab. Velia now finally getting back to those camps that he's ignored, as he's put so much pressure onto Razork in the early game.
One thing this does do for Los Ratones, though, is keep their jungler off the map for the next little while. Assuming he wants to clear all of his camps, assuming he wants to get the next set of camps coming up sooner, Razork can path through mid, go down to the bot Scuttle. Maybe Velia will try and contest, and it looks like he's going to. TP from Emperos up towards the top lane, but Velia here on the losing side of that trade. Nemesis trying to move across, is seismically shoved back into the lane, and Velia here being forced away. Losper was moving up from bot side as well. Velia at half HP will be very hard for him to actually contest this anymore. Might just look down towards the bottom lane.
He just doesn't have the prio. He doesn't have the teammates to help him right now, because Vladdy's doing a good job of keeping that push in the middle lane. And the bot side of the map, even though Losper did lose that earlier trade, they've been able to hold on the bounce back of the push to make sure that Crownie and Reckless cannot get involved. So as much as Velia would like to get that Scuttle Crab, he will be denied.
Now he's going to go around and clear out all of his camps that he left up earlier, and you can see Razork doing the same, pathing out towards that Gromp. Small change that you can do as the jungler, just run through the lane all the way up towards your Gromp. You might as well, you get the extra home guards, it's a little bit of extra movement speed for you. So we see both the mid laners just trading blows. Across the early game, relatively even between these two teams. Couple of good invades from Velia, but isn't going to get him too substantial a lead because of the timing of the camps coming back up for Razork. He can actually just do a whole nother full clear here and be about level 5, 5.5 anyway.
Turn our attention towards that first dragon of the game. We know that dragon stacking really kind of is, it feels like the go-to play right now.
Yeah.
Especially, they are a little bit more durable, so you've got to be very aware as Emperos.
Bowser has to flash away from that. He was looking for the remount. You see that little yellow bar underneath the Kled? When that fills up, Skull comes back. It comes back a little bit quicker than he used to, which means you can play around with that extra health bar. But Baus having to burn his flash there to escape Emperos's clutches.
Flash burn means that Razork could turn his attention towards that top side of the rift. Big stacking wave on the bot side of the map means that Upset has to be cautious of a potential dive himself. Pings are coming down onto that bot river to potentially clear out some vision, as it looks like Razork is going to go for an early base. So yeah, a very quiet, timid first game for both these teams. I guess you could put it a little bit down to nerves. I like the way that, as you mentioned earlier, Velia, by going for those invades, kind of very much speaks to his style, wanting to be active on the map, wanting to look for those skirmishes, wanting to play without any fear. right now, there's not really much to play for. There's only an easy lane for either side to gank. Once those level 6s come through, Vladdy and Nemesis need to be the players that you keep your eye on, because those ultimates, the ability to collapse is very quick from that mid lane.
Control ward here will spot Razork and Vladdy as they try and get into Velia's jungle, but they won't be able to manage it. Baus comes across, puts down a ward of his own, and it really feels like LR have a game plan. It is track Razork, keep Razork behind, don't allow Razork the ability to have early game impact, and it makes sense. Fnatic's catalyst so often through the early game across the years has been Razork, and if you can keep him on a little bit of a leash, it becomes a lot harder for Fnatic to actually have proactive plays.
And let's not forget that LR, they were a team that didn't have the best early games in the ERLs. They were a team that often fell behind, and they found ways to come back into games through smart macro, through clever team fighting. And so the fact that they find themselves in a pretty good spot 7 minutes into the game, keeping Razork in control is definitely a very solid game plan for your first game of this world.
Yeah, and Baus yet to die as well, which is kind of a departure from what he usually does in solo queue. We did run some of the numbers. We had a look at it, and in solo queue, Baus on average dies 9 times a game this year. Whereas when he was in the ERLs, 5.2, solid, you can see, but it comes at a big cost to his damage.
That it does.
Like Baus has many good deaths, and a lot of the time it's getting that extra damage down here. Obviously, maybe doesn't want to go for those all in place.
But I mean, that's kind of one of the fun stories about LR. Right? The fact that Baus has been able to make this evolution from solo queue tyrant to ERL champion to now competing on the LEC stage and showing what he can do against some of the best top laners that Europe has to offer. And so far, he is holding his own. He did, of course, lose his flash. Velia using the power that he has in bot lane to secure the first objective of the game.
Really nice. You talked about how important that first dragon was, and you can see they got the vision in the Tribush, they got the vision near the Razor Beaks. Fnatic had to step back a little bit to make sure they weren't overstepping, and with Crownie and Reckless pushing through bot, it became very easy for Velia to get that Hex Drake. Drake's a little bit harder to take this year than they were in years previously, especially if you get a lot of them, because the Dragon's Vengeance, the debuff that they get that reduces the damage they take from enemies, increased across the patch changes. So
Grub's now available, and Pross will be the first to drop a ward on that side of the rift. Keeping an eye on where the junglers are. Velia continuing his jungle clear, going to be hovering around the top side of the map. Baus, cautious of his HP, realizing that some of these trades now become a little bit harder against the Ambessa. Her ability to take those short trades and just chunk out your HP is a very scary thing to go up against. I wonder if we will see the Endless Hunger come through from Empross, one of the newest items added to the newest patch. Now, what is Razork fishing for here? Phaelites, your favorite addition on the new patch, Medic. Provides a lot more vision.
It does, yes. So if you put a ward in a Phaelite spot, you get vision for 45 seconds over the area highlighted.
Yummy. That's some yummy vision.
It's a lot of vision, and it lasts for a long time.
That it does. Look at the little sparkles. You can just see so much.
If you walk through enemy vision on a Phaelite, you will get 2 eyes above your head, so you know you are on vision. But I will say, perhaps could be slightly more obvious. You can see that sort of red glow in the river. That implies that Lost Ratones have a bit of vision in here. And they will be forced out. That ward will be cleared away.
Upson actually popped his ult for that small skirmish on the bot side. Looks like it's not really going to result in a huge amount as both AD carries just walk away, go back to farming. Razork, I will say I was expecting a little bit more aggression from him with you have this Ambessa plus the Talia.
I think you just have to give credit to Lost Ratones there, though.
I mean, yeah, Nemesis is a very aware player of what is going on in the game plan that Fnatic has. Razork, you can see him kind of hovering around mid every now and then, but there's not really been good opportunities for him to find that early play. You have to imagine nerves do play a part in the very first game of the season as well. Reckless maybe overstepped his bounds.
Upset and Losper really want to push this wave out, and Reckless is going forward with Glacial Pitcher. Velia on his way across. Losper, flag and drag for the knock-up, and with a flash away, the cow will survive for now. Meanwhile, on the top side, Baus is locked up with a seasoned assist, and there's the damage coming in from the Vi. Emperor's going in with that public execution, but the remount is the charge away as Baus survives and lives to fight another day. Velia's still looking for a little bit more bots. Upset does have his flash and his cleanse. Losper going to get the knock-up, looking for the pulverize back. The Cataclysm still not under tower range. Velia, though, stunned up with a trample. Losper still surviving around more pin. Oh, the Unbreakable not in time. Upset caught out by Nemesis. Now one more order will be enough for Concussive Flows stun, but they can't quite find it.
Wow, action suddenly breaks out across the rift as Velia forces a dive on the bot side of the map because he knows that Razork is top. Baus is able to escape the 2 versus 1 situation. The same cannot be said for Losper, but the good news for Fnatic is that Upset walks away with a kill. Vladdy securing 2 plates in the mid lane as well will ultimately equalize the gold across the rift. Action finally making its way here into the LEC.
Yeah, small gold lead for Velia there in the jungle. Now has this Sundered Sky completed, which although it was slightly nerfed, is still an incredibly powerful item on this patch. We'll have another look down towards the bottom side. You can kind of see what Losper's thinking here.
Well, the whole logic is, I think I can fish as Velia because I've just spotted the Vi top side. I wouldn't usually go for this play, but Losper plays it about as well as he could in this situation, right? He knows that he's likely going to die. Reckless didn't quite get in range in time to protect from that last auto from Upset, and it means it ends up being a 1-for-1.
Yeah, for Losper, he's hoping, oh, I'll pulverize him, then headbutt him back underneath my tower. But a good flash from Velia keeps him alive for a little bit longer. Next Drake up in about a minute's time. It is a Chem Drake, which means we won't have that soul, and we're starting to see some of those quests completed. The top lane quest for Empress has been finished. That means now he can go to level 20, and his his teleport becomes empowered, allowing him a massive percentage max HP shield when he completes it.
That's a little low here.
Public execution, Baus looking for the remount, can't find it. Skull nowhere to be found.
Baus has been playing at the very edge of life and death in this laning phase, and Empress is finally able to push him over that edge, securing the 2nd kill for Fnatic. Now we see Razork hovering around the bot side, that control ward, going to deny vision, give him an angle into that bot side. Undetected. Oh, I stand corrected. He's now
detected.
Yeah, he is fully detected.
Losper's still going in here. They're looking for the damage on Reckless, but the Unbreakable so strong. Losper having to use an ult. His Unbreakable will. That's not great for the Fnatic support with a Dragon coming up soon. He does have teleport from the Unsealed Spellbook, so maybe he can get back here soon, but Reckless trying to stop him from getting that recall off.
Velia now also going to complete his quest along with Reckless. So quest being completed across the rift. For jungle, they get that movement speed as they traverse through the jungle. Get a little bit more when they're not in combat. I apologize. The mid lane one is the one that I want to keep the eyes on the most because you get those empowered boots, you get that empowered recall every 5 minutes, and just getting those two boots as quickly as you can is so valuable because once you complete the quest, they immediately go to tier 3, and it's such a nice fight.
You can see how close getting a quest is for most of these players. Like, there's a minute between them at most. Obviously, you want to be in your lane. You want to be getting that quest stacking up. And if you do leave, much less likely to have it stacked at an appropriate time. But assuming you're in lane, assuming you're not getting absolutely stopped, you'll complete it around the same time as your opponent. Losper a little bit short on completing his right now, but he has got my favorite item in the game, Betty. It's the Bandle Pipes picked up on that Alistar.
Yeah, it's a nice item, specifically because it's well-rounded, gives you HP, armor, and magic resist along with haste, which is just great stats for an Alistar in general. But then the slowing or the immobilizing in enemy champions gives that fanfare buff, gives you the additional movement speed, and it gives attack speed to your allies as well. And that attack speed, especially in a champion like Yunara, incredibly valuable.
It's just so good. I've seen it on a few Sejuani tops as well, because the extra movement speed and the attack speed to yourself allows you to get that permafrost passive off a little bit quicker. As soon as the quests are completed, we go to AD carries in the mid lane, or bot laners in the mid lane technically, and mid's going down towards that bottom lane. Neither of them running that TP does mean it will be slightly harder for them to influence plays, but we do have those global ults.
And that's one of the big things. You mentioned in draft how roaming mid laners are so valuable, and this is why. Because if you choose not to run the TP and you send your mid laner down bot, well, Rift Herald spawns in 5 seconds. But now you've got a Ryze and a Taliyah with no TP stuck on the bot side of the map. But because they have those ultis that can help get them into the middle lane as quickly as possible, then it means that it's not as bad when you don't have the TP.
Also have the empowered recall, so you can empowered recall
as well,
and then home guards out, then use your ultimate. So you're there very, very fast if you do need to be, and if your team desires you in the location. So overall, a pretty timid early game from both these teams. Both been very willing to scale up, and who can blame them? Like, both teams scale really well into this game. Razork looking for Reckless, goes in. There's the Weaver's Wall as well from Vladdy to try and cut it off, and break out from Reckless. Good Glacial Fissure will stop the advance of Fnatic, but they get the Scuttle Crab.
That they do.
And as a jungler, you're very happy
that
with that sort of moment. I was going to say I'm very happy and then realize I'm not a jungler. I can't speak for them.
No, I mean, it's definitely a massive W, especially given how slow the game is right now. You've got to take every W you can get.
Massive W.
Massive W.
Not just a minor one. Ooh, Losper going in, looking for the knock of Rune Prison comes out onto him. Razor going back onto Nemesis, forces him away. TP is coming out from Fnatic. They look for the seismic shot back onto Nemesis, and he's been abandoned by his team. He flashes the wall, but the public execution finds him. Emperos gets one. Reckless needs to stand beside his teammates, but Upset's on the chase. Shouldn't be able to get too much more out of this. Razor goes in for another punch, and that's all it will be.
A swift collapse from Fnatic as they find themselves another pick should result in a Rift Herald secured. Bounce, meanwhile, left isolated on the top side of the map, can secure a couple plates for him, but it was still a worthwhile TP investment from Emperos as he's able to find that play on the bot side of the map. Bounce now has to be very careful that he doesn't overstay his welcome.
He's still got the charge to get out if so required. Might even use it to try and get towards the Herald.
Contesting this, they're a man down.
Bounce the first to move from top. Emperor's trying to catch that wave. Fnatic stepping back in. Razzle gets the hit on the eye, but looks like Fnatic may have just given this one up. Razzle looking for the smite fight, and Vault breaks his way to safety.
I mean, LR basically told Fnatic, we have ults up. How many ults do you have up, Fnatic? And Fnatic said, well, we don't have any. We don't have any. So, and we're going to look back at how they use those ultimates. They turn their attention onto Nemesis, and I think that's smart because Reckless is right next to Valia. Isolating the bomb away from the mid laner means that, hey, this should be an easy pickup. Good flash from Nemesis, but there's not much he can do against that ultimate coming through from Emperos to secure a kill. And as we mentioned, during that, Bounce was securing plates on the top side of the map, so it's not a massive gold advantage for Fnatic just yet. I mean, the gold is practically dead even, and the fact that LR still got that Rift Herald means that they're not in a bad position at all.
Yeah, can use it to crack through one of these towers. You can see that little crystalline overgrowth on the turret in the bottom lane. If the tower is exposed, so if minions can go up to it and it doesn't have another tower in front of it, it will slowly build up these crystalline stacks. Kind of works like Demolish, if you think about it like that. Demolish has changed slightly itself, but old Demolish. So when you hit it, the more crystalline overgrowth on it, the more damage you do to the tower. Gives you this nice little burst, and then you can get through some of those turret plates, which are now on every tower in the game.
Yes.
Apart from Nexus Towers, it seems. We're not sure about that one. In the patch notes, it says Nexus Towers have plates. But when we look at the games, it doesn't seem to be the case.
Bloody throwing at his ultimate to try and catch Reckless out, but he's able to sidestep that one. A lot of pings as the dragon spawns in 30 seconds. It's LR that have control initially. Nemesis wants to get a quick base off. I believe he should have... Yeah, he's going to be the Archangel Staff completed. And look at how close he is to getting the upgrade into the Seraphs as well. So in terms of itemization, he's in a very good spot with those 2 completed items and the upgraded boots. I have to imagine that Vladdy must be very close to his second item as well.
Yeah, I'd assume Rylai's on this back.
But drop the Rift Herald.
And the blasting, yeah.
Yeah, just great setup from LR overall. Fnatic is too slow on the play. They're not in a position ready to contest this. You've got the Vi on the top side of the Rift, but I guess Fnatic are arguing, well, we don't really care that much. It is only the 3rd dragon of the game. Small advantage gain for LR. And maybe they can trade it for a tower in the top lane, which looks like they're going to secure
it
right
that
now.
tower's going to die. Watch the crystalline overgrowth. 1 auto on it takes half its remaining health. A couple more autos are enough, but they lose first tower to the Rift Herald charge coming out from Reckless.
And they should be able to charge this Rift Herald into the tower, tier 2 tower as well, securing a couple more plates. So I do not think LR is unhappy with that at all. Bounce doing what he can to clear out those waves on the top side of the map.
Does need to be a little bit cautious in the 1v1. Emperos is at 2 items already. Spear and Eclipse complete for him. 2 items as well on Upset, who has gone for the Fiend Hunter Bolts ready.
One of the newest items that we've had introduced to the game. When you ulti, you get those either 3 guaranteed crits or the 3
if you were going to crit,
damage.
you get extra true damage.
Yeah, exactly. If you're going to crit, that's the way that it works. I'm hoping we also get to see the Actualizer come through from Nemesis, one of the new AP items. It basically just gives you this massive steroid where you get a lot more cooldown, a lot more damage. We saw Faker playing it earlier in the day.
Ooh, nice collapse from Nemesis. Looking for that Realm Warp forward. Emperos going to get charged down. The Rune Prison out with the root. And the rest of Lost Ratones are collapsing in. Bounce with his first LEC kill. Gets himself a shutdown.
A nice collapse from Nemesis, and it all comes back to what we were talking about in draft, that use of those ultimates from the mid laners. It's Nemesis that's able to find a collapse this time round, secures a kill for Baus, eradicates that top lane goal difference, and the game remains in a very even state. We're yet to see any really big team fights come through from either side. The Baron is now an objective available on the Rift as these outer towers continue to fall.
Yeah, Baron now coming up at 20 minutes. Artakan has been relegated, not even to the bench. Off the roster entirely. Contract was not renewed, unfortunately. So we won't see any more Articon throws, but we're in Europe. We'll definitely see some Baron throws.
Absolutely. But credit to LR. I know that I was definitely one of the skeptics of them coming into the LEC around their performance. While Fnatic hasn't been super aggressive in this early game, LR has played it steady, played it controlled. We'll see if Fnatic can find anything as now. Razzle.
Looking for Velia. There's the Weaver's Wall as well to try and separate the team. Reckless with a Glacial Fisher, but can he get back to his teammates? Flashes in. Velia goes in as Reckless flashes out, and Velia will pay the price for it. Baus trying to get onto the backline. Emperor's already died on Crownie, and the concussive blows do not come out in time. Baus now in the middle of 4 members of Fnatic have to flash the wall, but Lost was there for the chase. The slightly shove does not connect. The knockback over the wall. Baus still dies. Upset takes it, and that's got to be Baron for Fnatic.
And just like that, the game blows wide open. Velia with the re-engage, I think, was a huge mistake from the side of LR. Reckless was able to flash out to safety. LR needed to disengage from this just because the collapse from Fnatic was so quick. And really the turning point was Emperor's finding that target onto Crownie, eliminating him from the fight before he could really have any impact. Nemesis was too far away. Fnatic find 3 kills, they find themselves a Baron, and now they're in firm control of their first game of the split.
It's moments like that that really cost you at the LEC level. We'll see what Fnatic can do with this Baron. Have to remember, 3 new players on this roster. Only Razzle can upset remaining from the roster from last year. And something you often find with new players is you have to rebuild the mid game. You have to rebuild that muscle. We'll have another look at this fight.
So the engage comes down. I think Fnatic mainly just testing, trying to force a flash, find a pick. The flash away, and then the engage. And Velia's going in completely isolated. Baus hasn't TP'd in yet. Nemesis isn't in range. But then the ulti from Emperor's onto Crownie just perfectly placed to eliminate the AD carry from the fight. And just a mistake from Velia, going for that re-engage when his team just wasn't in a position to follow up.
Over the Unraveled Earth as well, so he was stunned as soon as he went in with that EQ combo. Now Fnatic playing on 2 waves. Emperos dealing with Baus up towards this top side. Baus is going to struggle in this. Level 16 for Emperos already. 4 levels away from that max cap. The rest of Fnatic in this mid lane, pushing in, trying to get more of those plates. Reckless with the Baron, we try and fight it 4 minutes in, but they've taken 2 dragons. Fnatic only have 1, so you're waiting 15 minutes for a soul for Fnatic if we have to get there. We'll see what Lost Ratones decide to do. They have 2 items complete on Crownie and Nemesis.
Yeah, because it's upset, really, that you have to be afraid of. The Infinity Gauge already being finished for him is that is one terrifying Dunara. And of all the players, upset still playing incredibly well. His positioning is one of those things that makes it very difficult to lock him down.
He's never died on Yunara in professional play. He has played it 4 times now, yet to die. Baus caught out as Fnatic collapse on the Kled. He tries to escape, but his upset picks up the kill. And with Nemesis on a side lane, Fnatic should be able to get at least the tier 2 here. Public execution just wide for Emperos as Nemesis does sidestep it well. Fnatic still pushing forward, looking for more. They go towards the inhibitor tower, and Lost Ratones not really able to defend.
Yeah, I was saying that I didn't expect Fnatic to get much more off the back of this Baron, but they found a quick pick. They get 2 towers. Now that gold gap has ballooned to 5.2k. The Dragon secured as well. Soul not really on the cards in the near future. LR have to do everything they can to try and slow this game down as much as possible, but Fnatic, the game plan is clear. You keep these waves pushed up, you deny vision in the enemy jungle as much as you can, you make it as hard as possible for LR to really leave their base, you secure the Baron, and then you look to end the game.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they'll be trying to do. Lost Ratones do have a couple of options defensively. A few Phallites through their own jungle, one just outside the base will give them some vision, but not enough to get towards the Razor Beaks. Reckless trying to control some area here, but Fnatic step in.
Yeah, they've got this small pocket of vision that you were talking about, roughly around this area, on the left side of the rift in the river. And they do have some wards to the entrances our observers are highlighting for us. So, as you rightly said, they have some options, but that vision is slowly starting to dissipate.
Yeah, there's a Phalite over here and a Phalite just at the top of the screen underneath the scoreboard that do give you a little bit of vision of the entrances to the jungle, but it's only the entrances. They managed to use that to get a ward in the back of the pit, but there's still 2 minutes on the Baron, so that ward will be expiring a minute after it spawns, and I'd be very surprised if Fnatic don't clear it out before they decide to go for another Baron play. A 5,000 gold lead now for Fnatic, and Lost Ratones, I mean, they found themselves in this sort of position many times in the ERLs. They were not a good early game team. Now this, they've fallen apart a little bit in the mid game, so they are equally behind. It just came from a different point. The question is now, can they find that way to get back into this game? Maybe it's the actualizer being completed. Maybe it's when Crownie gets his Lord Doms or Executioners if he decides to go that way. We'll have to wait and see.
The challenge is going to be keeping Crownie alive.
Yeah.
We talked about it in draft, but look at this Fnatic composition. It's Vi, it's Ambessa. This combo is ruthless at locking down a target and removing them from the rift.
Yeah.
Whether that be Nemesis or Crownie, those are going to be the two key targets for Razork and Emperos. And credit to Emperos, because his impact really has been felt in this game.
It really
has.
has.
A solo kill onto Baus on the top side of the map. He had a nice TP onto the bot river where he was able to pick off Nemesis. And in the team fight, his target selection was great. Locking down Crowdy, removing him from the fight. So every single one of the picks he's found has converted something into a favorable situation for Fnatic. And here's that jungle control we were talking about earlier. Fnatic just denying as much vision, denying what camps they can. Smite comes through for Razork. Oh, actually, the red buff went over to Wasper. Not Upset's favorite thing to happen.
I mean, he'll be fine with the extra health he gets from it. Emperor's chasing Baus down here, who's trying to smack his way back onto Skull and manages to do it. Gets that health bar back, but you can see just how negatively those trades are going. He's basically a whole item behind Emperor now.
Yeah, I mean, the goal difference is no joke. Pretty much all the Fnatic members have at the very least half an item advantage. There is that actualizer completed onto Nemesis. Keep your eyes on that, because when he procs that active, he's going to be doing, well, a decent amount of damage, one could say.
Increased by the amount of, it's scaled to the amount of mana you have. So right now it's 34.2% increased damage from his spells, which for the 8 seconds the actualizer is activated do cost 100% more mana.
Yeah, which is why having that mana is really important, especially on a champion like Ryze. But Nemesis has the potential to do a lot of damage. The question is, in these front-to-back team fights, I do give Fnatic's comp that bit of an edge, largely thanks to this Talia and Janara. Like, their ability to just melt whoever is hitting them is so effective, along with their self-peel tools. Whereas for LR, I think, again, ideally they want to be looking for picks, playing through side lanes, looking for collapses, which haven't really been able to do this game. Wasper a little caught out.
That he is. Should just be able to walk his way away. But Lost Ratones using that pressure to get a little bit of vision around the Baron themselves. They've been able to extricate themselves from their own jungle and walk a little bit further up on the rift. It seems like Fnatic are willing just to keep the game slow. It's like Drake is up in 10 seconds. We can play around that. We can look for collapses in mid as well as Upset. Stepping forward here, the Weaver's Wolf and Vladdy, they'll go for Crownie, who flashes away, but you can't dodge that. Vladdy and Razork team up perfectly. Velia now on the wrong side of the rift, needs to get himself out of here, but where's he gonna go? Everywhere here is behind enemy lines. Vladdy on the chase will get the slow with the Rylai's, a seismic shove, and a very dead Jarvan.
It was a really nice sequence from Fnatic because they pushed both side lanes while LR grouped up to contest vision in the river. And then once LR had moved back to answer these sideway pushes, Crownie was a target in the mid lane, and Fnatic collapsed swiftly and effectively to get the flash out from Crownie, to get the pick onto Crownie, and then convert that into a kill as well. So again, you kind of look at the minimap. Ryze is going top, the Kled is going back to bot, Reckless is already reset on the rift, and Crownie's like, okay, I'll catch this wave if I can. Doesn't respect the possibility of the Vi coming through, Vladdy's ultimate as well. And it's just a really nice collapse from Fnatic.
Really solid. You can see lots of toes like, okay, we've set forward, now we need to retreat. Didn't realize just how quickly Fnatic could pull the trigger on the plate. Vladdy gets the slow with the threaded volley, and that's enough. And it's Baron for Fnatic. GA for Razork is his third item. 4 completed for Vladdy, 4.5 for Upset. Fnatic are in such a strong position. Almost 2k leads on their mid jungle and AD carry right now.
I mean, a very clean performance overall from Fnatic. Question marks were surrounding these roster changes and what this team was going to look like. The draft looked very similar to the Fnatic that we're used to, but the execution, very controlled, very clean, very well executed so far in this game.
John Constantine coming in the YouTube chat saying it's Fnatic's year. Let's not be hasty, okay? We've seen this before. We've seen them top the regular season. and then struggle to make an impact in playoffs. But here in this game, it is definitely theirs to lose, as Empress is jumped on by Velia, but isn't taking any damage. Razork on the bounce as Losper dives onto the backline. Glacier Fisher coming out as well. Bounce has to flash away. Losper able to survive the cease and desist coming out as they dive onto Nemesis. He's caught up, forced away by Upset, and forced back to the fountain by Fnatic. A 10k lead almost now for Fnatic as Upset. He just doesn't need to stop. There's the 10. And with an inhibitor down in the bot lane, Fnatic are looking to dot the I's and cross the T's and close this one out.
A one-sided affair as Fnatic open the LEC with a strong performance. Baus is quick to follow. Upset remains deathless on his Yunara as they look to close this one out in 32 minutes.
Yeah, not really much Velia and Reckless can do, but watch as Fnatic take the Nexus. Almost, hey, they do take their lives on the fountain. 1-0 Fnatic as they close out the first game of LEC Versus.
A rough start for LR. But you can see how those small mistakes can catapult into massive advantages for your opposition, and Fnatic punished so effectively.
They really did. After getting that first play, they got the Baron. You can vote for one of them in your player of the game vote. Empress, Razork, and Upset are your options, and they all had really good performances. I think I would be looking at Empress first game on the LEC stage. Had a really strong showing up against Baus.
Absolutely, like great debut. You imagine nerves are quite big first time on stage, but he played with confidence, he played very well, got himself a solo kill, and Fnatic start off the split, an intense split as well. You've got 4 weeks, best of ones, you need those wins. Top 8 is the goal to get into play.
And we have 12 teams, so top 8 is not what it used to be. You know, it used to be you didn't have to be bottom 2. Now, bottom 4 go home. And we go into playoffs in a few weeks' time. For Fnatic, a very strong start. We'll see if they can continue it. For Lost Ratones, some things to work on, some things to look at. I think people who came into this series with a level head would have expected this result, would have expected Lost Ratones to struggle against Fnatic. The question is, can they level up to be one of those top 8 teams come playoffs?
I mean, the good news is it felt like that there were just a few specific decisions that kind of resulted in the outcome of the game. It was a very solid early game overall.
Agreed.
They traded well. I like the idea behind the invades from Velia. Their objective control was solid. We'll see how much they can improve with the honestly short amount of time that they have, because this schedule does not leave a lot of room to grow. You just kind of got to hit the ground running.
That you do, and we're going to hit the ground running with Law, who's standing by with Razork. Law, take it away.
Indeed, pretty convincing victory on the side of Fnatic here for the first game of 2026. Razork, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
How would you rate this game?
I would say a solid 4. I think it was pretty boring, not gonna lie.
Okay, could you elaborate on that?
I don't know. I think there was not much happening, and I think we just won. I don't know.
Okay.
I just didn't enjoy too much this game. It was a bit boring for me.
It was a bit boring, but a W is a W, especially given the way you guys ended the year last year. Tell me about this new roster, because what I kept on reading during interviews is that unlike last year, you have a lot of strong voices, which is always great. So how has it been working with this new team?
Yeah, I mean, I think so far I'm pretty happy. I think Bloody is talking a lot, and Lospa and Empiros are also very motivated, and I think they have a lot of talent, so I'm very excited to keep working with them. I think right now we are not like insanely good or anything, but I can see that the boys are putting a lot of effort, and we are slowly trying to get better as a team.
Following up on Vladi, I think it's Grabs in an interview with Hotspun who was saying, if Vladi says 6-7 one more time, I'm going to hurt myself. In-game, of course. But tell me about Vladi as a teammate and as a mid laner.
Yeah, I don't know. He's like sometimes very annoying to have. Like he's like making jokes all the time, and he's like punching you and doing some annoying things all the time. But at the same time, he's also very alive and a very happy guy to be around. So it's very similar to me, but sometimes he does it too much.
Must be hard for your coach, but happy to hear that the synergy is on point between the two of you. Talking a bit more about you, what's your goal personally for the year?
I mean, right now, I still have the goal to win LEC, right?
Of course.
But as a team, I just want to like progress with this roster and honestly just enjoy what I'm doing on a day-to-day, because I feel like last year at some point it was like very tough for me. So I just want to feel happy what I'm doing and improve with my voice.
About the team right now, is it about finding a style, an identity, or working on fundamentals, you would say?
I think both.
Yeah.
I feel like the style, you kind of need to follow the meta, and there's like a lot of different champions, and I mean, I think we're playing best of one, so there's gonna be a pretty defined meta, I think. But I don't know, I think like we're making a lot of silly mistakes.
Yeah.
So we just need to fix that and be on the same page as a team. I think this game was not a very good game from us. I don't think it was a very good game from enemies, but we won some fights and we won the game, but I don't think we played any macro-wise good or anything, so I think we just need to keep improving.
Let's see how the next one goes then. Before I let you go, I just want to show something. Elias, if you can bring the Fnatic bingo on stage, would be great. We did this with the broadcast. There's a lot of things likely to happen. What do you think about all this? Which one, if you can help me hold it, thank you. Which one do you think is the most likely to happen? We have Empiros as Kia MVP. He had a pretty good game. What do you think?
Okay, I think the Razer coin flip is gonna be there 100%.
Yeah, we know these ones.
I don't know.
Yeah?
Honestly, there are a lot of them.
There's a lot of Fnatic inting here.
Yeah, that's going to be there for sure.
That's going to be there for sure. All right. Well, Fnatic fans, you know what to expect here. I think we'll see if this one becomes true after the break.
I think he should be the MVP, yeah.
Yeah, he's in contention for MVP alongside you and Upset. So let's hear about this after the break. Thank you so much, Azork, for the interview. That's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be right back.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some ARAMs or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Well, I guess that's a wrap for today.
Seriously, Medic? I thought we were going out for a ride.
Okay, but I'm driving.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everyone. I think we've got already a couple of things we can cross out for Fnatic Bingo, but let's see. We've got Empiros here. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
So how was your first game, man?
It was a bit slow, but also kind of fun. Played versus LR. It was nice.
So talk to us about that. Versus Baus, you know, there was a lot of pressure on them.
It didn't happen much like during the game. Like we didn't fight that much, like in team fights, etc. But in the laning phase, it was fun. At least, like we were perma trading, kinda. So yeah.
You destroyed the Kled, man. I'm so sad. I was so excited when I saw the Kled blind pick, but then I saw Ambessa and I'm like, okay, Baus has to do something because when Ambessa gets Eclipse, it's no bueno anymore. How did you feel like? Because he was really trying to push the early game hard, and here we have the solo kill as well. I was like, if you hit R, he's dead here.
To be honest, I didn't really like the Kled blind because I thought they would ban Ambessa if they want to blind Kled, but in the end I was very happy with my matchup. And also, I think Baus was kind of gridding for waves. And,
Shocker.
Yeah, such a ninja.
I was seeing him so many times trying to go for the proxy, you know. But on the topic of the game being extremely slow, as a new player in the LEC, how does it feel for you, the difference between scrims and stage games? Because for me, it always felt like it's so much slower, but I wanted to see from your perspective.
In scrims, we are kind of perma-fighting. Yeah, so in stage, it's way different. But also, like, tempo really matters on stage, so you should never grid for waves. And also, yeah, Baus kinda did it.
You are our Kia player of the game, Empiros.
Oh,
congratulations. I think that's
Thank
pretty
you.
sick. It also means we get one of our Fnatic Bingo ones because you're on there, so you can cross out.
You get to cross on the Fnatic
Empiros
Bingo.
gets Kia MVP. You can cross that out.
So I just do...
Yeah, just
do an X over it.
Yeah. Here we go. That's one. I want to check, do we have more? Because I think Upset went deathless, I'm pretty sure.
That's true, we have this one as well to cross.
Okay.
But yeah, this is our little Fnatic love watch, you know?
We have one that says Vladi Flames KC, so did he do that already backstage? Or?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay, yeah.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned. When it comes to this year, right, how is it stepping into like this Tier 1 team that is in the LEC with everything that comes with it? How do you feel like you're doing, not only with the on-stage stuff, but also with the interviews, with the content? How's it all going?
I really like the team so far. It goes really nice, and the practice is also very nice. Like, we're spending a lot of time together. But with the stage, I was a bit nervous at the start, but I really love playing on stage with a big crowd.
Is that why you have the plushies, like your emotional support plushie?
Yeah, plus is my child. Here it's Krakow.
Your child?
Yeah, it's my child.
Congratulations, man.
What's the backstory with it?
My girlfriend gifted to me. So
okay.
I have it for 1 year right now with me, playing always with it. So.
And that's why I got the MVP today.
Yes, of course.
Exactly.
There we go.
Shout out to the girlfriends. Let's
Girlfriends
go.
rule. Let's go.
Finn, did you want to ask anything about the season?
I'm a little bit excited to crack your brain a little. Okay, that came out the wrong way. But I want to know. I want to know what you think about the new season, because as a top laner, I feel like we're finally kind of not the main character, but almost. How do you like your new agency, and how does it feel being able to have a little bit more freedom with your summoner spells and impacts?
I really like the new season so far for top. I feel like you can get a big lead right now. If you solo kill once, you are 2 levels ahead for the whole game, kinda. So it's very nice for top. And also the ward, if you can ward, you are kinda safe all the time.
You can never get ganked anymore.
So that's very nice for top.
What about the Ignite? Do you think there's ever a good time to take Ignite, or do you think it's mostly going to be TP like we saw today?
I think in competitive TP will be better, but in some matchups where you have kill pressure, I think Ignite will be decent. Yeah.
Exciting.
Yeah, it is. I hear that we're very, very close to our next match. So we have Shifters.
Let's go.
Let's go. Up
Let's
versus
go.
Giant X. Who's going to win? Very quick.
I think Shifters. I'm kind of excited to see
You're a
Trimby
fan,
back.
actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like Trimby,
Trim
and
is
I
my
really
boy.
like
Trim is our boy.
Padak. Because this guy, when I played with Jonghoon, he said Padak is the only AD carry that could match his aggression. And that's big praise coming from Jong Dahoon.
For me, Trimby is the guy to watch because he had his little stint in Brazil. He made Worlds, and he brought a lot of the stuff that he was bringing in on our success run over there. And now I'm looking to see him bring it back to Shifters, because I also feel like that was the big thing that they're missing last year when they were covered as BDS.
Yeah, how did you call him in our meetings, Finn? Childish Trimbino?
Childish Trimbino, yeah?
Did you
He's
do
back in Europe.
Yeah, he came from, of course, he came from Brazil. I think he learned a lot, and I think he wants to probably show that he's still very much worthy of LEC level. How do you think an experience like that is going to have changed him, maybe?
Yeah, and I think especially that experience, but also relating that to Nuke last year, spoke up a lot that he was trying to take more responsibility as a vocal lead in that team, and he was kind of struggling with being the one that's speaking that much. Now with Trimby slotting in there, I think this will allow Nuke to more focus on his laning phase, focus on what he wants to do, because Trimby is very vocal and he drives the game forward.
Exactly, because when I was playing with him, he was the engine behind the team, because he was one of those guys that yaps a lot. You know, he was kind of like the guy who's casting your own game, but also having that voice that says those things all the time, non-stop, keeps you in check, keeps you from anything, and keeps you all on the same page.
We're gonna see it right now. It's time for GX versus Shifters.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Castle S4 Game 2. I'm Medic, this is Vedi, and we are joined by Vladdy.
So these are your volumes.
Okay.
Can you hear him? Is he
I
loud
can.
enough? Yeah,
It's
all
fine,
good?
it's fine.
Okay, nice.
I
Well,
can't
welcome.
hear him, so
You
I'm
can't-
gonna,
you might
I'm gonna
want
I'll
to-
fix it on my
you want
side.
to
It's
turn
fine.
that up. Yeah, so we're super excited to have you here to join us for the draft in the first 10 minutes of the game. You've never cast with us before. Are there any questions that you have about talking about the game or anything like that?
No.
No? Great, excellent, awesome. Then
Easy.
I'm super excited because we don't want you to accidentally leak anything, but what can you tell us about these teams? Do you have any kind of behind-the-scenes impressions of them? Do you think they're really strong? Do you have a favorite?
Which teams, though?
It's
Giant X and Shifters.
GX and Shifters.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we didn't really play much Shifters. We played Giant X a lot. I think they are similar to last year. I don't think they became stronger, I would say. I think they are in the same level as last year, but they have very good individual players, such as June and Noah. Also, Shifters have very strong solo laners. Nuke is a very strong solo laner. Rooster is, I think, in my opinion, the top two after Kana in lane. And yeah, I think it's going to be a very exciting game, in my opinion.
It should be. It should be as the teams make their way onto the stage for their first game of LEC Versus. We've got Vladdy saying, we haven't played much Shifters, but they're kind of good. Giant X, would you say they're kind of good too, or?
I think they are fine. I will probably give it to Shifters, even though we played them like once or twice.
Yeah.
Because as I said, I think the top laner is very, very strong, as I said, in my opinion.
Fair. So when we think about draft, we've been seeing pretty much Malphite, permaband, Jace, permaband, mainly because they're flex picks. Do you think Yunara also needs to go on that permaband list? Because you guys got your hands on it today.
I don't think it's that OP. It's for sure one of the strongest AD carries, in my opinion, right now. But there are some answers into her, and I think, yeah, some champs are playable against her. Meanwhile, I think champs like Malphite or Jace, for example, I think they are insanely overpowered right now. So yeah, I think these two should be permaband.
Is it mainly because of the flexibility of them? The fact that
no, I think it's not the flexibility. When a team picks Jace or Malphite, it's 100% jungle, like it has to be, because their clear is very fast. And for example, Malphite has, as I said, a fast clear, and his ult cooldown is very, very low later on.
Yeah, it's pretty broken where you can just ult the entirety of your backline. It's like, do you have flash? No? Okay, cool, you guys are dead. Just very easy for the follow-up from the rest of the team. We are going to get into draft for this game, though, and I do want to talk a little bit about some of those draft priorities. We already talked about the Malphite, the Jace, and the Yunara. We've seen a lot of Ryze. We're seeing a lot of these roaming mids. Do you think that's kind of where mid lane sits at the moment as a role?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are stronger champs than Ryze currently. For example, Azir Taliyah, as last year, they were pretty OP, and I think it's the same right now. And then if these two champs are out, there is Ryze and Taliyah, which it's mostly preference of the player which champ he should play. Yeah, I mean, I prefer Taliyah, so I picked Taliyah, for example, today.
Can you now help us understand the Sylas and the Kiana bans from GX? Because these seem like very specific bans for Shifters.
Yeah, the Sylas is for the Malphite, 100%. When a team wants to pick Malphite or force a Malphite ban, which most of the times you are going to force a Malphite ban, you just ban the Sylas, because obviously enemies will just pick Sylas and have the Malphite ult. I mean, the Kiana, she was a pretty strong jungler in... at least in the scrims during our bootcamp, at least a month ago. But yeah, it's not that OP, I would say.
Not that OP. Well, the Malphite's going to be banned away. The Jace was actually the open, and the Orianna was first picked instead. maybe this means that GX is thinking about an Orianna Nocturne as
I think they want to trap the enemy team to pick Jace. They want to trap the enemy team to pick Jace and lock something like Jarvan or Vi, which are quite decent answers, I would say.
Fair. I am a little bit surprised to see the Jace make it this far through. I guess this to me suggests that neither team feels super confident playing it, or they kind of came into today with a different game plan in mind.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should have been picked right now, but yeah, it looks like both junglers are not very confident, I would say, on Jace, so that's the main reason, I suppose, it's not picked.
I mean, at the very least, Nuke gets himself a Xia. You've played a ton against Nuke. I know that this is probably one of his more preferred champions, and the Orianna-Azir matchup, it's kind of one of the oldest mid lane matchups that we have. Orianna usually gets stronger trading against Azir, but he usually scales better, right?
Yeah, this matchup is, again, I would say, preference of the player. Orianna is obviously stronger in lane, but Azir can still win. And in my opinion, Azir is stronger in this lane because once Azir gets 6, the Orianna needs to play very, very well. And the team around Orianna needs to play very well with the vision because once Orianna loses her flash, she can't walk up anymore when Azir has ult. Like, yeah, she needs the entire team around here.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a ton of sense, especially when you pair it alongside the Wukong, rather. With Rumble being locked in, Giant seem like they're going for a very traditional kind of teamfight composition with a lot of backline threat. When you look at this, AD carries that kind of rise to the top of your mind, are you thinking, well, Yunara is open, Corki is open, is there anything else that you're thinking about, or I'd love to have in my comp, or I think should be taken off the board?
I think the way I see it now, I think Shifters needs a winning bot, in my opinion, which most likely they will have because they have last pick. I mean, they could go for the Caitlyn, for example. They could go for Corki.
Yeah, I think Corki's just really strong at the moment. If you go in with like level 3 Valkyrie, Gatling Gun, Phosphorus Bomb, you can at least half health anyone you want to. So wouldn't be surprised if we see the Corki. It looks like support bans right now though. Nico and Nautilus taken away. Nico very good at the moment in terms of just, she's been good for a while, but her ability to get into fights and the Pop Blossom combination being a minion, it's so hard to deal with.
I'm surprised Yunara is still open. I suppose one of the teams is going to pick it. Probably is going to be Shifters if GX don't ban here right now.
Yeah, I have to imagine the same thing. I feel like that when we look at how the current meta works, she feels like just one of the best AD carries. The Caitlyn that you were talking about, going to be removed.
It is a bit weird because usually you can just pick Caitlyn into Yunara and bully her in lane, but yeah, they banned her. So I think Shifters can easily pick Yunara right now.
Maybe GX is saying that they have a good answer. We know over in the LCK they've used things like Varus, but that's already banned away on the side of Shifters. I mean, the Corki is of course still open as well.
Looks like they're going to leave the Yunara available. Ezreal is the pick for Paddock.
I mean, this is a super common Ezreal plus Azir. You have lots of range, you kind of poke them down, play around these neutral objectives. You also have a decent amount of disengage against, I guess, GX, who has a decent amount of backline threat with both the Rumble and the Xin. Kind of, I guess Shifters could round out with a little bit of engage or disengage. Do you think maybe a Braum, Alistair, something like that for Shifters, or are you thinking something?
I think it's going to depend on what June picks right now. I suppose they need an engage for GX right now. Something like, okay, Rakan makes sense. I'm not sure what can Shifters really...
Alistair, maybe?
Yeah, they could. I mean, they could just pick for the composition, right? But I don't think there is something very strong in lane against Rakan, I would say.
You could maybe do Nami Ezreal if you really wanted to try and win the 2 versus 2.
Yeah, wait, Zilean is actually okay into the Rakan, assuming you dodge the knockup, because you just slow him as soon as he jumps in. And something Trimby has always been willing to bring out, these more eclectic picks. Bard is his lock.
In my opinion, I think Bard is insanely OP right now. I completely forgot about the champ. and you're playing... you have 2 immobile champs as solo laners, Rumble and Orianna, so I think Bard is having a great time, and I think the lane is also quite easy, I would say.
So you prefer Shifters comp?
Yeah, I think I prefer Shifters comp because first I like Azir more into Orianna, which obviously it's fine. They have Cassandra as frontline, they have Engage, they have the Peel, and they have the Bard, which obviously it's very good here against Orianna and Rumble.
So when let's say you're now playing GX's composition, you're the one playing mid lane and you're Jackie.
Shouting at grabs, being like, how did you get outdrafted like this again?
What is your game plan coming in? What do you ideally want your jungler to do early on?
I'm not really sure because I'm not really playing jungle, but I suppose they have to win the mid matchup. I think they have a stronger 2v2 on mid with the Orianna Xin, so I would say they will have to snowball the early game.
Snowball the early game. Okay, so the general game plan for GX is to try and get an advantage through that early game if they can, but the scaling advantage very much seems in favor of Shifters. You've played against both mid laners before, both Nuke and Jackie's. Do you think Jackie's is good enough to punish Nuke in this matchup?
I would say that I prefer Nuke as a mid laner in laning phase. I think he's for sure stronger, and I think Orianna is not a very comfortable pick for Jackie's, so I think I would give it to Nuke in this matchup.
Okay, advantages across the board for Shifters from Vladdy's perspective.
Nuke, a player that Shifters have put a lot of weight on over the years as well, like rebuilding around him, BDS originally, even when he was on Schalke, the team was very much based around him. And last year, I think he talked a lot about the weight of expectation, the ability to lead. And they said on the analyst test, like Trimby is kind of, hopefully, for Shifters, fulfilling some of that role, allowing Nuke a little bit more freedom, meaning that he doesn't have to focus purely on commanding his troops as the Emperor of Shurima, but rather on playing the best he can individually.
Now, I don't want you to leak anything, but...
You've said that twice now.
Yeah, I gotta be careful
though.
No. But are level 1 strats possible?
They are, but not as much as before. I don't really see many. But usually it's just the jungler invading level 1 camp. Like there is not really the bot lane following the jungler and then there is a late invade. It can happen in a very rare scenario, but usually it will just be the jungler invading level 1, the enemy Raptors or something like this.
I don't want you to leak anything, but can you explain the exact scenario in which you would go
Okay. Maybe Zace? I would invade the enemy Raptors as Zace.
Nice.
That's fair. Okay, so both junglers starting on top side. They're going to be pathing more towards bot. I mean, I'm curious. We heard from Razok earlier. He was saying that you're super communicative when you're playing in lane. And so when you're in a matchup like this, are there certain things that you're asking for or trying to communicate with him? Especially, like this matchup feels like we've seen it so many times. I'm always curious if there's something unique about it that you as a mid laner need from your jungler.
I mean, I think it's a very chill early game, I would say, for Orianna, because she can't really get ganked before 6. They have a Wukong who really needs to full clear, and the champ is quite slow, I would say. You can't really do a cheesy gank, especially on mid lane.
Fair.
So I will just tell him that I have a mid prior, which I should have in this matchup, and then obviously when Azir gets 6, it depends. Like you will need vision, and of course you might need the jungler eventually if your wave is freezing for the enemy.
So do you feel like the early game right now is just quite slow in general because junglers are just kind of forced to do those full clears? And
no, it's just that it's these champions, right? Xin, I think they both have to full clear, and it's not like there is a very volatile matchup in this game. So I would say, yeah, it's a quite slow game, I think.
It's fair.
Have you had that experience? Oh, good knock up there from Jen. Good damage onto Paddock. On this Ezreal, his most played across the course of his career, 34 games on it, but I was going to talk about some of the general changes, like home guards coming in, Fey Lights. Is there anything with the season that you think really shines as a mid laner? Anything you really enjoy, and perhaps anything that you think is perhaps not the best change in the world?
I mean, I like changes. I think they bring something fresh to the game. I think the home guard idea is interesting because now, as you saw last game, some mid laners can run a Ghost, for example, and you don't really need the DP because you are very fast in the lane. So I think I like the idea, because obviously it can bring new ideas for the mid laners, for example the Ghost. Maybe they can run some other Sams as well, like I think we will see some Ignite on top lane, for example.
Yeah.
So yeah.
EMEA getting the Q3 knock up here. Lot did push in the wave and they would come across. It's just a fight for the Crux. And it looks like the little rocks are going to go over to Giant X. Bukata forced out of his jungle early. EMEA can wrap his way around towards the Razorbeaks as well.
EMEA just using the prior that he has in top lane. Nuke going for a bit of a trade against Jackie's, but he kind of has to be careful here. He should be aware that EMEA's on the top side.
Easy enough dodge for Nuke. Spams the little emote. EMEA responds with one of his own, and Nuke surviving. That means the Razorbeaks are still up for Bukata.
But this is what you were talking about, right? It's not impossible for Azir to actually out-trade the Orianna, especially if she oversteps like that.
Yeah, I think I would say it's a skill matchup, but it's favored for the Orianna in early game, but obviously the Azir can win. I think we saw it in a lot of examples. I think, for example, in the last Worlds, if I'm correct, Faker with Jojopyun played this matchup, and I think Faker won against him in lane with Azir.
Wait a second, Vladdy. Faker beat Jojo in lane?
I mean, I would say, in my opinion, I would say I think Jojopyun is very, very
he's a very good laner.
I think
I
think he's the best in lane in, my opinion, in this league. I think he...
Apart from yourself.
Sure.
Yeah, I think it's, as you say, just very matchup dependent. It's now level 6 for Nuke, slightly ahead of Jackie's, which does give them a little bit of kill threat, but Bukada yet to get to level 6, actually still only level 4 as he goes through his bot side jungle. We saw Trimby on a roam up towards the mid lane, but much ado about nothing. Both the supports were around there. They both gone on sealed spellbook this game. Not really going to have too much impact. For the Bard, you're looking at that level 6, aren't you?
You can also see how the mid matchup goes right now. The Orianna is literally playing so scared because Azir is level 6, right? And eventually, if they manage to get her flash, which I assume they will look pretty soon, then Orianna will just be under the tower until the support jungle helps her with the vision.
Needs so many wards. Do you mind? I'm going to ask you, can we look at the mid lane for a second, observers, if you can hear me? Can you draw where you'd want the wards? You just have to press the button. So this makes a little circle, right? So just press where you'd want your wards if you were playing this mid lane.
Orianna? I mean,
as you're the Orianna, yeah.
Yeah, I would probably want it here. Obviously, there is the
Feylight, yeah.
And most likely around here. And
yep.
Usually, you are pretty safe.
Well, you're not safe at all. As they managed. Oh, shockwave flash from Jackie's flash away from Nuke. Isma going in for the flash. Look at that knockup with the Q3. Trimby across with the heal. And now Isma needs to get out, but he can't get anywhere. First blood to Shifters.
That was a very nice roam from Trimby. The fact that he was able to arrive first, I think creating that numbers advantage really completely shifted the fight.
Good one, Betty. Because they're shifters.
Yes, yeah. That's very clever. See what I have to work with?
Yeah. Also, I think this is... First, he died, so of course it's bad, but it's also very bad on mid lane, because even if the trade happened and Xin didn't die, then right now you have an Orianna without flash and an Azir without flash, and I think Azir is obviously way happier to play without flash when Orianna has flash, because I think when Azir has ult back, they will just look mid lane, right?
I mean, Bukada also didn't have 6 to this fight, so when he gets level 6, it becomes even easier to kill mid, right? And you mentioned it as well, Bard is one of the best champions for really punishing these flashless mid laners.
Yeah, for sure. And now Bard is gonna get 6 as well. And as an Orianna, I think if I'm no flash and I'm playing against an Azir with ult and a Bard with level 6, fogging, because they also have bot push, I'm very scared, right?
I would not blame you. Gives up prio over the mid lane, means that, you know, the Dragon is easier. It's Mountain Drake first if Shifters want to take that. The Grubs will be easier for them as well. You've got push from Rooster on the top side, and slight gold leads across the board for Shifters. About 300 for Bukada after he got that first blood. A small lead as well for Trimby down in that bottom lane.
So game state overall very good for Shifters. One of the things you mentioned too is, as well, Vladdy, was that you put Rooster in very high regards, my words today, and he is playing Cassante. So usually when players like this are put on champions like this, they just become these immovable walls that are very difficult to get rid of. Do you find that this is a good thing if you're playing against a player like Rooster, that he's taken off something with a huge amount of agency, or do you still think he can be just as annoying?
I mean, I think it's fine that he's playing Cassante, because in my opinion, I think the champ is very OP. Even though it's a tank, you can still pretty much 1v9 the fight, and he's also doing very well in this matchup, which I think it's slightly Rumble favored, I would say.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously I think when you have this player, you would prefer if he has something to strong side for, but I think Cassante is a good pick.
Yeah, I mean, right now, as you rightly said, he's in a great spot. Objectives are being traded, so nothing too crazy. What do you value more, Dragons or Grubs right now?
For sure, Dragons. Like I think Grubs are... I mean, it depends, right? But if you have Azir, for example, Grubs are not bad, but I think Drake is just superior in every case.
Yeah. Oh, Shift is coming out on the right side of that trade. And I will say we've got one last minute with you, Vladdy. If you were to predict the outcome of this game from here, very difficult ask. Who do you think is going to win? Why do you think they're going to win?
Yeah, I mean, I will just say Shifters, because right now the mid situation is tough for Orianna. I think also Azir is winning the lane right now. Cassante is even in this matchup, and I think they have a pretty good scaling, I would say. They also have the Drake, so in my opinion, I think they are in a better spot right now.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Thank you so much for joining us, Vladdy. It's been a lot of fun. We had a lot of insight from you, and you didn't leak anything. Congratulations on that. Vedi, we'll mute your microphone before you take your headset off so we don't break the ears of everyone watching.
You're all good.
Thank you so much, Vladdy. Round of applause for Vladdy in the arena, guys. Yeah, we'll take that. We don't get round of applause, though.
No, of course.
Yeah, why would we do that? Thank you, Vladdy.
mate.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
A lot of great insight. And also, like, in these slower games, getting that extra bit of detail as well, kind of what the players are thinking is always extremely valuable, because you have to imagine that Jackies is feeling that pressure. His flash is now coming back off cooldown, but the kind of damage has been done with the amount of control that Shifters have been able to build up as Bukata has continued to just focus on clearing through his jungle. He's now hovering around that mid lane, but I don't expect anything too dramatic to happen.
Yeah, for Giant X, a little bit of a slow start to 2026. One of the 3 rosters in our league that kept all of the same players from last year, and I think a lot of people saw how they were leveling up through the course of the year and thought maybe they'd come out to a strong start. I know I had them in my top 4, I want to say, going into this split, but Shifters obviously performing well in this first game.
Well, this is one of the things that kind of surprised me was when we asked Vladdy about it, and he said that he kind of felt the GX was at a similar level to their performance last year. I was a little bit surprised. I expected their synergy to kind of carry over and give them an advantage over many of the opposition, especially with so many roster changes coming into this year. But we'll see how things translate on the Rift in these matches on stage. For now, they find themselves just short of a 500 gold difference behind. The Dragon and, of course, Herald are ways away for now. And we wanted to see Shifters try and punish that mid lane a little bit more, given that the Orianna had no flash, but they didn't really convert it into much more outside of the pressure that they were able to garner.
Have now got the first completed items on 3 of their players, though. Bandol, Pipes, Nash's Tooth. Oh, 4, in fact, with the Trinity Force for Bukata and the Kanik Rukun in the top lane. So maybe Shifters will use the fact they've hit that spike slightly earlier than some of their opposing players to try and make plays. Still 2.5 minutes on the next Drake. Shifters setting up towards this mid lane, trying to look for Jackies again. But Giant X, wise to the danger, will clear out some of these wards. Now that's a 75 gold control ward there, Betty. That's not one of your cheapo 40 gold ones.
That's true.
After you complete your support quest. It's a little bit of gold lost for Trimby. He literally just based, has placed his wards, and most of them have been cleaned out immediately.
Perfect. Usual support life.
Yep.
They do have some very nice deep vision, though. There are 2 wards in GX's bot side jungle that should give some very valuable insights. As Paddock continues to get that push on the bot side of the map. The Bard level 6, something that we're continuing to keep our eyes on. Quests are being completed across the Rift. Jungle, top, and bot all finished for GX. Top and bot completed for the side of Shifters. But Trimby is that player that we're keeping our eyes on, right? That player that's returned back to EU, spent a year over in Brazil. And he had a lot of success over on BKS, representing them at the World Championship. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map.
Yeah, a lot being forced to flash away here, but Nuke with a flash, Emperor's Divide. Bukata on the board again with his 2nd of the game. That Wukong picking up all the kills so far for Shifters. Great little gank. The combination of Nuke and Bukata coming in to help out Rooster.
Trade of flashes. As Nuke has to invest that in order to secure that pick onto the Rumble. But now they move Nuke up to top because he's just completed his quest.
Yep.
They can actually send Rooster down towards the bottom lane, and the AD carries can move towards mid because those primary roles have finished off those quests. Jackie's going to TP to match.
Yeah, Nuke able to dodge his way away. Trimby's here. It's a 3v2 for now. And because of that, Giant X will back away from any further play.
Yeah, Trimby really is front and center when it comes to moving around these round the map, sorry. They're now moving into the enemy jungle. Jun is here to match, though.
Jump forward. Maybe looking for the sun against the wall. Doesn't go for that cosmic binding. Bukata still chipping away at Jun's HP, or force him away.
Just posturing at one another's front doors. I find that what I think quests have done is that they've kind of stymied the aggression somewhat.
Sure.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Mainly because I feel like players are now incentivized to stay in their lane as much as possible.
Okay, so you're saying lane swaps being gone is a bad thing.
Well,
that's kind of what you're saying there, Betty.
I feel like
the logical conclusion.
I feel like that I feel like you're lawyering me right now, and you're a doctor.
I don't know. I didn't. I like lane swaps. You know, I was on your side.
Oh, you liked lane swaps?
I like lane swaps. They were fun
Really?
at times.
At times.
At other times, they were very boring.
I feel like all you're implying is that you really don't like top laners, and that you do have an issue
Top
with
laners
top
are broken, man. Play solo queue, have a level 20 Fiora running you down when you're level 10 Rakan or something.
I will be
Not
honest,
fun.
I've very rarely ever seen top laners get to level 20. I feel like the games don't go long enough for that to happen.
That's because you're an Akali player. You finish the game quicker, Betty. You're killing everyone on the map.
I see. I wish I could have a level 20.
Yeah. Maybe you should
And they
start
play
playing
top
top lane.
lane.
Yeah. I think widely regarded as the greatest beneficiary of the...
You really thought about that then?
Yeah, because I was going to say benefactor. I was like, that's wrong. The greatest beneficiary of the season changes is top lane. They seem to have a lot more impact on games generally. Rooster here at level 12 on that Cassante, slowly scaling his way up. We've had the shift of the shifters to the mid lane.
Okay.
Trimby and Paduk across here now as Jun will get the knock-up onto Trimby, but it's not going to do too much at all.
How many puns will you make?
Shift of the shifters is not a pun, Betty. I'm
Okay.
just saying they have shifted into the mid lane.
That's true.
Now, if they were Irish, it would be a pun. I'm sure there's some Irish people out there being like, why do they keep saying they're shifting people?
There's also, you could shift into first gear.
You could, yes,
say
Betty.
that. You could.
Shift
Just giving you some ideas.
is a verb.
Yeah.
And we could...
We could overdo it, is what I'm saying.
100%.
But we're not going to, because we're professional.
Yeah, 100%.
Right?
Yeah.
And as a
Just saying.
pundit,
Yeah, you
would
take
never do
the
that.
top off that F and it changes the word entirely. That's all I'm saying, Betty.
Yeah, we've got to be really careful. There's a very easy slip-up that could happen.
I'm hoping
that
it
we're
happens
desperately trying to avoid.
at an international event and it's Flowers that does it. Because that would be so funny. His
I think
voice
he would
calling
do it deliberately.
Oh, and it would be hilarious, and that's why I wanted to happen. It'd probably be Atlas, actually, as Rooster and Lot. Oh, flash forward into the all-out. Look for the trade here onto Lot, who tries to dodge his way away. He has the scrap shield. Will it be enough health? I do not think so, as Rooster brings back down the Untopos to get the kill. Because of that, Giant X will start up this Rift Herald. Nuke looking for flank position here on the Azir, trying to join up with his team. Held down to 3,000 HP. Noah takes a chunk. There's the TP in by Cassante. Tempered Fate doesn't connect, and the smite from Isma is enough. They won't be able to secure the eye. Trimby still chasing forward. Flashes. Cosmic Binding doesn't find it, but there's the Cyclone for the follow-up. Bukada now forced away. Shockwave into the charm as Jun goes in. Bukada healthy enough to survive. Giant X get themselves out of a bit of a sticky spot.
Rooster arrives to force GX away. This tower is now up for grabs on the top side. Trimmy needs to be careful, though.
It goes forward. Cosmic Binding doesn't connect. Gets knocked up with the Q3. Doesn't have the binding. Gonna kill him. Instinct from Noah will secure the first kill of 2026 for Giant X.
Trimby overstays his welcome in the enemy jungle. Gets aptly punished for it. The good news for Shifters is that they do deny the Herald Eye from being secured by GX. Plates also picked up by Paddock in the mid lane as well. So ultimately, like, it's a relatively even trade, but Shifters not being able to convert it into much kills will just walk away with a couple plates instead.
Paddock going for the Essence Reaver build here. Now that it's a Sheen item, we're seeing this a little bit more on Ezreal's. Used to be that Triforce is just where you had to go as an Ezreal, but you can go for this Essence Reaver for that little bit of extra damage from the Sheen procs as opposed to where it used to be. Jun and Isma teaming up to get a little bit of vision towards this blue side. Drake's still 90 seconds away though, so likely to be cleared out by Shifters. Nuke could look for the slide and glide here. Goes towards Jackies, gets him back into his team. The Shockwave buys him a second, but not enough time to survive. Tempered Fate for the follow-up. Isma goes golden, but he's taken out by Nuke. A double for the Azir now, who is well and truly rolling, as Trimby and Bukada are rolling for a little bit more. Good Cosmic Binding finds the stun. Jun's going to try and dodge his way away. A grand exit from him with that grand entrance, the heal from the movement speed and the flash invested. Trimby having a bit of a magical journey there to chase his enemy support out of the lane. And meanwhile, Nuke takes the tower, and just as we said things were okay for Giant X, the gold lead balloons by 2k. Shifters now almost 3k in the lead.
In the previous Rift Herald fight, Jackie's had to burn his flash. Same for Xin. This just made it easy that when Shifters found a good fight, the punishment was severe. Very few ways for Jackies to be able to get out of that situation. The target focus was good. Isma quick to follow in falling as well. And that means that Shifters secured themselves now just short of a 3k gold lead.
We see second item here for Nuke after the Nash's Tooth, a Dusk and Dawn Betty. Very powerful item, seeing it a lot on AP junglers, Diana and Echo, but on Azir is a really strong, gives you health, ability, power, some ability haste as well, and attack speed, and gives you extra on hits. So you proc your Sheen, you get some on hit bonus, and then your next on hit applies twice after you've used an ability. With the Nash's Tooth, it's just extra on hit damage.
Yeah, and I mean, it synergizes really nicely with that Nash's, specifically as you were highlighting. The Dragon now being started off, the third one of the game. Could put Shifters on Soul Point.
How does Giant X walk in here? It's
They
so
have to go
tricky.
for Rooster.
They're going to look to force Trimby out with that magical journey. Tempered Fate available. There's the equalizer from Lot. The knockup from Jun. Trimby low. Tempered Fate coming out. Tries to heal himself through the Ignite, but can't do it. Gets the Cosmic Binding off in time, though, and that forces Jackie's low. Rooster takes one as Isma, as Paddock actually gets the kill onto Isma. Bukada forced low down towards the bottom side. Killer Instinct in by Noah. He'll find his enemy AD carry. The dive in from Nuke and Emperor's Divide back. The Dragon secured by Shifters. But Noah is on a rampage. He's looking for more. Dives in with that supercharger. Finds another. Finds another. Noah cleans it up with a triple and 2 shutdowns out of it.
It's an ace for Giant X as the fight was simply sloppy for Shifters. They were taking so much damage before the fight even started. I liked the positioning from Shifters initially. Trimmy does take a chip of damage, but you can see Paddock is isolated from the fight. The Rumble ultimate comes down. Giant X turn their attention onto Trimmy and find that initial pick. But look at Bukada on the bot side. He gets chunked out, and then he just face tanked all this damage from Lot. Meanwhile, Isma's engaging on the top side. Kind of sporadic plays from both sides, but then Noah comes in clutch. He finds an initial pick, creates space between him and Nuke. Nuke commits his ultimate onto the support. This then allows for Noah to flash over the wall, get another pick onto Rooster, and then he's able to take out Nuke with the help of Jackie's, securing an ace.
It's just my Kai'Sa, guys, so don't worry.
It's just my Kai'Sa, guys, says Noah. And he's stopped the floodgates from opening up.
He's completely swung the game.
And he has. He's now got a Terminus, a Ginsu's, a Kraken Slayer, 1,000 gold lead for Giant X. Azir, OP, GG mid lane. Okay, sure. Perhaps we need to be thinking more about the Kai'Sa for Noah. He does have boots. You can see them in that little slot below the lethal tempo item. That's where the AD carry boots will go after they complete their quests. They have that extra item slot, meaning we finally in League of Legends have a true 6-item build, Veddy.
That's true. That is very true.
It used to be if you sold boots, you could get there. Noah diving in onto Trimby. Doesn't have the damage that he's expecting. Cosmic Binding going down into a double Temper Fate. Bukada looking for something, but he walks straight into the quickness and is immediately charmed up and taken out. Jun now needs to dash back to Noah. Nuke looking for the slide and glide in, but the supercharger away. They'll go forward. Rooster flashing forward. The knockup of the Nuke is enough to take him out. Noah will fall, though. Rooster the one to pick up that kill. As Giant X collapse 4v2 now. Paddock's trying to make his way across to make it a 4v3, but Rooster's already gone. And again, the numbers are not in Shifter's favor. Trimby forced away, forced down, forced back to the fountain. Giant X clean up the fight.
What are Shifters doing?
Dying, Betty.
Bukada's literally... So you saw 2 members Tempered Fate, you see a Rakan right next to them, and you think you're just going to walk straight into them? You're going to walk into melee range? Like, look at the state of the map right now. The Ezreal is stuck in mid lane, Azir is stuck in top lane. This is not a fight that you can take. And Bukada just walks into melee range of them, makes the easiest engage of their lives. Now they think with the arrival of Rooster, they can go for a play. But GX wisely spread apart. Noah gets isolated, but he does his very best to still get a kill onto Nuke. And then with the numbers advantage, GX just chased down the rest of Shifters. Shifters are making it easy for GX to come back into this game, because off the back of that, they should be able to get a Baron, no?
And we'll see if they did. As we go back into the game, they didn't take it. Instead, deciding to use their time.
I guess losing Noah, it probably would have been too slow.
It's a Zhonya's Bellfire Grasp, Orianna. I mean, you do have Lot, who's got Leandri's Bloodletters, which is, you know, good percentage max HP damage, but don't blame Giant X for being a little bit cautious around the Baron.
I think it's fine. The problem they now have to be cautious of is this Dragon Soul. 1.5 minutes away. GX have to be aware of Shifter's pick potential. Nuke is still very strong, regardless of how the last 2 minutes have played out. Very disrespectful from Jackie's to pick up a Magi-Eyes. I mean, that's...
Knight does it, Betty.
I mean,
you call him disrespectful?
I mean, admittedly, Jackie's does only have 1 death this game. I was expecting him to get targeted a lot more based on the conversation we were having with Vladdy.
Yeah.
But to be fair, one death is still a really good position. But I still think like Measure is just the ultimate. It's like the easiest way to say, I don't think I'm going to die for the rest of this game.
Yeah,
And I don't think you can
you're
kill
caster
me.
cursing yourself. You're Boris cursing, I guess. That's how that works. Drake up in 45 seconds. Noah almost at that 4th item completed. In the Scuttle Crab being funneled as much gold as possible. It's 4,000 gold ahead of Paduk on this Ezreal, who's got the Manamune and the Essence Reaver. Shifters will use the Crystalline Overgrowth there to crack through this tier 1 in the mid lane. Jackie's on the chase. Jun looking for a little bit as well, but it's just a Gleaming Quill to heal himself up a tad. Tempered Fate there onto Jackie, who does have Flash and has the Zhonya's, but isn't going to get a chance to use either of them in time. Taken out, and that's the risk that comes from these low mobility mids. Medjay stacks down to 0 as Shifters try and gain control of this bot side river.
They have used 3 ultimates for that single pick, though. Noah is the target they have to be most afraid of. Lot very close. The slow from the Bard connects.
Let's start pulling this Drake up towards the top side of this river. Lot trying to get a flank position. Trimby misses the Cosmic Binding. Equalizer on the backline. Paddock can just dodge away from it. Nuke down to 2/3 HP. Noah stepping forward. Bacada looking for the smite here. 1.4k, and he went to 1 HP. And the quickness dives onto the backline. The Crescent Guard as well from Isma. Emperor's Divide from Nuke, but a killer instinct out by Noah. Still finds the kill. Giant X have lost a couple. Shifters are going to look for more. Noah needs to get out of here. Has the flash. No ghost for him. Will flash the wall, but not. He dashes forward himself and gets the double and ace. In the end, delayed as Jackie's comes back. The shockwave from Jackie's not enough. Paduk! Paduk in the face of Ori. That was quackers to make that play, but in the end, Jackie's will take the kill, I guess.
Now this is the LEC we know and love. Look at the smite. Now remember that the smite is empowered. I wonder if that affected it at all. 1 HP comes through. 1 HP Dragon. A huge ultimate comes through from Isma. Oh, we're back to live.
Jackie still has flash, has a Zhonya. It's going to get all outed across the wall. Can't really escape the clutches of the Rooster, but manages to do it somehow anyway. Okay, sure. The reason he didn't die, he sold his Medjay. It's double news. He would have died because he would have had 4 more Medjay stacks and he has to immediately lose them.
I see.
That's how it works.
Yeah. I mean, selling the Medjay is funny. Right, okay, where are we at? So the soul was denied by GX.
Good smite.
Shifters got a good fight. This time, they showcased a lot more coordination in their target focus. Noah is still the carry for GX, and now we've devolved into chaos, which is ultimately what we've been looking for. The Baron is the key objective that we have to keep our eyes on.
Yes.
GX will struggle to really claim control, mainly because that mid tower is still up. You've got to remember there's a lot of standing gold still available, given that mid and bot tower haven't been taken yet. Jun really struggling to really clear any of this vision out the Shifters is setting up, as Shifters maintain control over top and midway.
Yeah, Jun really needs a teammate to walk forward with him. There's so many good pick tools from Shifters. Cosmic Binding, you've got Emperor's Divide, you've got Cyclone. Like, Jun can escape, but often it will be at the cost of half of his HP if he ever gets caught with the Cosmic Binding. Tempered Fate going wide there from Trimby. Isma just able to walk away from it. The Gromp will not be taken by Shifters, and in the end, Isma will be able to secure his own Toad friend.
It started off as a slow game.
Yeah.
But it's become quite the banger.
It is kind of nice because we had Vladdy with us, and it was nice to be able to pick his brain about stuff without having to shout, you know?
That's true. But now we're back to shouting.
Okay.
Because it all ultimately... Well, I mean, Shifters could just be like...
We'll wait.
We'll wait till Dragon.
Yeah.
Right? We'll put all the pressure on you because we're, you know, sole point. But the problem is, while that's happening, Death Cap now finished for Jackie. It's a big item purchase for him. GA also on Isma. Hang on a minute, we're going in.
Third item. Isma looking for this. The Cyclone coming out from Bukada. He should be able to walk his way away. Exhaust used and TPs from either side. And Shifters just happily dash
Looks
away
like
from the fight.
we are not waiting for the next Dragon Medic.
I mean, I think we might be.
No, we are not.
I don't. Rooster's going to go in. They look for a lot as Trimby dives forward as well. Isma diving up the backline. Bukada unable to get in there. Paddock gets one. Isma and Noah's going to answer with the kill onto Trimby. Rooster needs to get the hell out of dodge because Isma's still so healthy, and Rooster down to a 3rd HP, able to escape for now.
The Shockwave was used onto Rooster, wasn't enough to finish him off. Nuke still has his ulti available. Trimby wasn't able to get his off in the fight. Noah
There's
ready
not a
and
single
waiting.
flash in the game, Betty.
There is no... Oh, but Jun's about to have his up. What did that fight result in? Absolutely nothing. And that's what we love to see. Dragon, 1 minute away. The tension continues to mount. So Lot is the target that gets locked up. Stays a little too close to Rooster, and he ends up getting punished for it. Meanwhile, Isma is just unkillable on the front. He's not taking any damage thanks to his ultimate. Has the GA as well, even if he does drop. Rooster acting as a similar role, though, for the side of Shifters. And I really see what Vladdy was talking about. Rooster's impact in this game has been absolutely massive. Finding a solo kill. In these team fights, he is just absolutely monstrous to deal with. But the question is, can he deal with Noah? Because it feels like that this Kai'Sa becomes untouchable as long as he has that ultimate available to him.
Has the Seeker's Arm Guard now as well, so can be more aggressive. Dive in with the Killer Instinct, hope the rest of your team follows up on it. That tier 1, though, still stymieing Giant X's advances. You can see they're trying to step forward, trying to gain control towards this river. Shifters know they always have that minion wave primed and ready. No vision at the moment for Shifters. They might just do a Baron for Drake trade here. They're going to walk their way across towards it. Now, Trimby has started up, puts the control ward down. As you say, it's fast. Noah all the way down on the Chem Drake, but we'll be able to join with the Killer Instinct. That Baron is already down to 9,000, 6,000, 5,000. Isma, he's in a 10-foot fate. Needs to temper expectations about trying to steal this Baron away from Shifters. They secure it, and they could even look to try and contest around the Drake if they wanted. They'll decide against it. Nuke's just going to clear out top.
Yeah, I mean, GX kind of chose the middle option where they tried to go back and contest. I think the good news for them is that Shifters aren't really in a position to move down and contest this dragon. It would take too much time. So I think Shifters doing the smart thing, still sticking around on the top side of the map, trying to utilize this Baron where they can, knowing that GX is going to be on the bot side of the map, trying to secure this dragon, but they haven't been able to push that much. Rooster's pushed out mid lane, Nuke has pushed out top. They want to keep this going though. Oh, actually, Noah's been spotted on the bot side of the map. They have plenty of time now.
It's 2 tier 2s. Easy push for Shifters. Good call to not try and contest the Drake instead. Get this extra gold into your pockets. Again, the pendulum swings into their favor. About 1,000 gold the lead now for Shifters. Still a 3K lead for Noah. Everyone hangs their hats on this Kai'Sa. Shifters, they do have to find a way to lock him down because he's got a Fool's Onions now, Betty.
It's going to be difficult to kill, but if Shifters keep playing like this where they kind of just play around the map and avoid a fight, then it's difficult for Noah to have that same impact. With the Baron buff still available for 1.5 minutes, there's a lot that they can still do with this. Nuke is going to commit his TP to the bot side, so it looks like the game plan from Shifters is simple. Stack as 4 in mid, get the push, then start moving into the bot side jungle, working with Nuke to start chipping away at this final outer tower. Then with this, they can set their sights on controlling that bot side jungle and either playing for the dragon or looking to break into the base. I think breaking to the base against an Orianna is a little risky, but you do have a huge amount of poke at your discretion, given that you've got both the Azir and the Ezreal as well.
Wave in the mid, they're not quite synced up with this one on the bottom side. It's a cannon wave and there's some crystalline overgrowth there. So they will be able to chip away at it. But you can see Rooster trying to get that wave towards the tier 3 in mid as quickly as possible.
I think they're doing all the right things though, because they have that full control now over the bot side of the jungle. These cannon waves are doing a lot of work. You just need to kind of let them get a couple hits. Like, look at that. You're just kind of chipping away at that mid tower.
Noah
GX
going
is too
in.
focused on the bot side. That tower is going to drop.
You see the TP coming out from Rooster. That's Noah who's supercharged towards them. And Rooster decides to call the play. Jackie's again holds the flash. The Temper Fate coming out. He's going to use that stopwatch and Emperor's Divide, trying to get everyone off the back of the team. Giant X have already lost 2. As we see Shifters continue the advance. They've lost Bukada, but it doesn't really matter because Giant X cannot keep them at bay. No ultimates available to them anymore. And Shifters will crack open the base of Giant X. They might just look for the win here. 40 seconds on Jackie's, 20 on Jun. They've got double cannons, but now they have no minions to stand in front of them, which means they cannot stand in that tower range. Otherwise, they'll take a couple of shots. The next wave arrives now.
Baron just wore off, though.
It's all on Noah to try and defend this. Isma trying to come in from the side as well, but look at how much damage Noah does to Rooster. The answer is not much at all. Noah dodging to the side with the supercharge, but Shifters just focus their attention on the Nexus. Nuke falling low. Trimby and Pado trying to take it. Trimby needs to get the orders off, but they can't! Giant X defend!
Wait, they can just run mid!
No,
can they end?
They can't end
Look
from
at the
this.
death timers!
Bukata's up.
But that's
There's
it!
no way they can
45
end.
seconds, Medic!
Oh my god,
45
shifters!
seconds! They've...
Oh my god!
Have they really just won the game?
Like, I don't care who wins, but what a demoralizing way to lose, man!
This is what peak
Bukata
LEC
goes
looks
in,
like,
Cyclone
Medic!
to clear the wave. Will manage to do so. He dies. Jackie tanks a tower shot. What we got in mid? What we got in mid?
No,
But
death
we've still
timers,
got
death
a tier
timers.
2.
20 seconds. It's
20
not enough.
seconds.
It's not enough.
No, it's not. Okay. Okay, take a breath, Shifters fans. It is not BDSM. You're not
Wait,
getting
am I
punched
wrong?
down. No,
Am I
Trippy is
wrong?
up. No, maybe they can lose. 1 second on Trippy, he's up. Nukin 7.
You've got off the towers,
has
you've got off the
temper fake.
towers.
He has to off the towers, as you say, Benny. There we go. Nuke is up
1
in
second.
1. Here's the Azir. The Emperor trying to hold the game. True shot barrage onto Jackie's, and Jackie's is dead. Crescent guard out as they dive on the paddock. Long falling low. Isma! Giant X! Never in doubt.
Shifters clutch defeat from the jaws of victory as GX run down mid to take the game back. Absolute cinema here in the LEC.
Oh, well.
What do we even say? That
Giant X won. You can vote one of them in your player of the game votes. Isma, Noah, and Jun are the options. Good things for both teams. Bad things for both teams at times. Giant X will take a bow on the stage. And yeah, as Vladdy predicted, Shifters almost won.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot to take away from that. I don't know what they are, but there's a lot. There's a lot there to
a lot of
unpack.
points you can unpack. Yeah.
Whew. Okay.
Just rewind a month. It's Christmas. You've got all of these things to unpack.
GX get themselves a win on the board. And I mean, these type of wins are so important because if you assume, like, they're pretty evenly matched based on what we saw in the single game,
seems like
right?
it, Betty, yeah.
And so it's these type of games that could separate you when fighting for those spots. We know that now with 12 teams.
I'm sorry, Noah, but like, yes, you played really well that game. I'm not.
I mean, he definitely carried.
He carried.
He kind of kept the team alive.
He did. He kept them in the game. The end was pure chaos.
I mean, absolute cinema.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what I watched the LEC for. This. Okay.
Yeah, I'll give you that, man. I'll give you that. After game 1 was pretty one-sided, game 2 definitely didn't disappoint.
And it was such a slow start. The way that Vladdy described it, it felt like that it was a done deal, you know? So I'm glad that that wasn't the case at all.
I want to watch Shifters Nexus attack once more time, because there's always something. When you have a Nexus attack like that, where there's one thing, oh, this guy, if he'd flashed, he would have done it. Laura, we're going to hand it over to you as you interview Isma. Take it away. Do some interviewing.
I'm going to do some interviewing indeed, Medic. Thank you so much. I have a lot of questions, Isma. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for joining me. What the hell was this?
I don't know. I don't know what was this. I have no idea. I mean, Noah carried the game really hard, thanks to him. I think, I mean, except Noah and June today, I don't think there was much from our side. But I guess we won, so it's fine.
How would you define this game with one word if you had to choose one?
Awkward.
Awkward?
Awkward, yeah. Really awkward, actually.
We'll keep it awkward, but a dub is a dub in the end. I want to review that last play, actually, that last defense that got you the win. I think it's hard from your perspective because it just happened, but talk me through communication and what was going on for you to pull this one.
Okay, we were calling heavily on Azir and Ezreal because it was the only damage dealer, and I didn't think they could end. I didn't think they could end at all if you kill Azir and Ezreal, but I don't know why. We took a lot of time to kill them, but I guess it worked. And here, the communication was just hit Nexus and see what happens, you know? Like,
and then the Bard ult comes, and then you're the last one standing.
I'm seeing the Bardul, and I'm like, well, go for it, guys. We need to, you know? And in the end, we won, so I guess nice, but still really awkward.
Is it a nice way to start the season? Even if it's not the win you wanted, the fact that you got it in the end.
I mean, at the end it feels good.
Yeah.
But it's really not what we want.
All right.
I mean, especially like staying with the same team, we should have an advantage, especially versus Shifters, which I think they're like low team, you know, like bottom team. So I think if tomorrow we play versus G2, if we play like that tomorrow, we will get 15 minutes. So yeah, that's it.
You gotta get it together, but also stage jitters coming back to the LEC. You're one of the few teams who stayed together, but how hard is it to pick things up right where you left them with the synergy that you have?
I mean, we get along very well. Like, I mean, I really like my team, and I think we really like each other. Like, we are having a good time. I think that's why they made the decision for us to stay together. So, I mean, I like it because we were improving last year, and we are kind of keeping on this. Even though I think last year we improved pretty slow according to the goals we want. But I mean, for me, it's really nice to stay with the same team, honestly.
All right, Isma, take a deep breath. You got it. You got this one. Get ready for tomorrow. Thank you so much for the interview. Welcome back to the LEC, everyone. That's the games we want. We'll be right back after the break for the next game.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win, but not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
All right, headsets on, guys.
Give up.
That is the changing lanes guy.
Is he switching lanes?
He might have said it.
He should change his in-game name to Changing Lanes.
I mean, sure, but his teammates will have a field day.
How come?
Well, think about it. Hey, changing lanes, what lane are you playing? Or changing lanes, you don't seem that good. Have you considered changing lanes?
Okay, I have a good one. Hey, Changing Lanes, have we considered changing games?
That's kind of rude.
But it's League of Legends, isn't it?
help you. Look on the. Oh, sorry.
No, it's good.
I have turn one.
Maybe Azir.
The Dragon secured by Shifters, but Noah is on a rampage. He's looking for more, dives in with that supercharger, finds another.
It's just my Kai'Sa, guys. So don't worry.
Hit it. No! He's fine. You. My God.
There you go. Yeah, Noah said just trust in my Kai'Sa. That's it. Did you trust in his Kai'Sa, Giotto?
Yeah, we always do. It's very dangerous for teams to blind pick Ezreal against us. I mean, it's a different look. On scrims, usually our bot lane is inting, our top side is carrying. Then we go on stage, our top side is inting, our bot lane is carrying. So just need to find the day where both can kind of be carrying.
Yeah, how is this for your heart, this game?
To be fair, if it was last year, I think I would be more stressed. I'm kind of taking this tournament a bit lighter, more worried about how we play and what lessons can we take for spring and summer. So the lessons, I take them regardless of who destroys the Nexus. So they will hear similar things, even if they destroyed an enemy Nexus.
Okay, I'm kind of like reading into it like, so then I don't have to feel as bad as we lose because I'm still getting...
No, no, they will feel bad.
Okay,
even if,
okay.
I mean, there were no real winners, but I feel like for the coaching staff, especially for you, because I was watching you when everyone was like celebrating, and I feel like looking at you, it was one of those games where even if you win or lose, your face would be exactly the same because it was just, to be honest, it was nasty, you know? At least from like, you know, from your perspective as a coach.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we are no longer the team that throws games.
I mean, mid-game was great.
Yeah, there were some moments.
We came back, I guess. No, but it was really bad. I mean, even the early kill when Isma goes on Azir and then he notices that he doesn't even have Q up, so then he flashes without Q up. Like stuff like this is just they cannot happen.
But for me, mid-game, I felt like it was a huge glow up because when we think of the GX of old, last year, most of the times you guys were, you know, the scrim gods, blah, blah, blah. You rock up on stage, get 5k gold lead, and then you throw. But this actually felt a lot better. Like, you could see the cohesion a lot more in the squad.
I mean, I think, to be fair, I don't want to... I think they are kind of clueless on how to play mid-game, and that gave us openings more than us doing a lot of things good. I think that... I mean, we should know how to do it. We do it in practice, but I think that this game we were still like very stressed out. I think the only thing that we did almost good was actually on the timer that we gave Soul, and we were the timer that we denied Soul, and we were able to kite back, but then we got again excited and we all died. So I think small things like this we are trying to improve on, but I would say that more than us doing good, to be fair, I mean, I think that BDS probably like with...
Shifters.
Oh, Shifters, yeah, my bad. That Shifters with a new bot lane, maybe, like, I felt like it was mostly on them than on us, even though, yeah.
They lost it? They lost it, you didn't win it? Is that what you think?
I think so.
Yeah. Rob?
And I think, like, because it's kind of funny to see, because the early game was where you were very confident last year, and I thought that was something that would continue into this year. Do you think this is just nerves for the first day? Because you were kind of saying, hey, you know, scrims has been a little bit, hey, one person's doing well, another person isn't. So what do you expect from for the rest of the
I mean, I think it's probably nerves. I think it was the same when this roster's first split, so spring split last year, where we started very bad with a lot of nerves as well. And my hope is that throughout the split, we will go through those jitters again, and then by spring and summer, it's when we'll hit our peak. So yeah, I think it's a bit of that.
That's great.
We'll see.
That's great, but I don't care about any of it.
Yeah.
Last year, last year, famous last words, first words, whatever. You said some things last year to remind people G2 won't make worlds, blah 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 blah. You have the floor, Giotto.
For what?
Say something. Say
to put your foot in it again.
Put your foot in your mouth.
Let's curse it again.
Whatever.
I think,
quote.
I think it's hard to put hot takes on this LEC Versus. I think that I mean there is no big surprise like to me there was, where I think that G2 last year at the start of winter were playing really, really bad.
Yeah.
I think that for now there's no big surprise. So I don't want to send a hot take just to send a hot take.
That's makes sense.
I genuinely like
based.
Do you think LR or KC
believe
Blue
that-
is going to make it to playoffs?
Who?
Who?
No, I didn't understand.
Lost
Second name.
Ratones or Casey Blue?
No chance.
not at all?
No, no chance, no chance.
Okay.
I think their goal should be to win a game
Yeah?
or two. I think that's kind of like, I mean, and to be fair, it would be worrying for the other teams if they make it to playoffs. I mean, not for the ecosystem, but
My man is disrespecting my boys Los Ratones so much. But they're my favorite to win the split or like the LEC Versus. Yeah, for sure.
Sure. I mean, no, I think that there is no chance.
There's no
I
chance
mean,
in
there's
hell.
just no.
He's such a hater.
Absolutely not. But it's true, I never looked at it that way because like we keep looking at it from, oh, KC Blue and LR, what can they do? But on the other hand, it would be extremely embarrassing for the other team.
MCOY came up from an EMEA Masters and did some magic, all right? So I'm just saying there is a precedent there, you know?
Yeah. Who do you think the favorite is for Versus then, out of the established teams?
Us.
See, there's your hot take.
Oh.
Since you're gonna give me
Yeah,
one.
I mean, I will always see us as favorites for the next game, and if we can beat the next game, then we can win everything. But I mean, I think losing a best of one to Los Ratones or KC Blue can happen to any team on LEC. The problem would be if one of them makes it to playoffs before minimum three other teams of LEC. That's when I think it would be a bit
Worrying trend.
worrying or
It
embarrassing.
might
yeah.
be. But Giant X is winning LEC Versus. You heard it
Yeah.
here next. Next up is Team Heretics.
Well, not playing like this, that's for sure.
That's true. Team Heretics versus Navi. So let's get into it.
I kind of hope Giant X win the league playing like that. Because that, like, if every game is like that, that would be
Yes.
amazing.
That would be spectacular to watch.
Or everyone else levels up, but still the same sort of ends.
Yeah,
of
no,
games.
I would love base races that end like that. But we have to move forward with our day. We have 6 games today, and we're jumping into our third one of today's best of ones. It is Navi versus Heretics, and we've got quite a few new faces making their way onto the Rift. We've got Mainta coming in from KCB from last year. Very hyped prospect to see what he is capable of, and he's going to be going up against another new top laner in Trayson, joining alongside Heretics. So the introduction of these two new top laners is going to be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, it's not just the top laners as well. We've got Seren coming in the mid lane, previously played for Dark Passage at Worlds and MSI, I think 21-22.
Yeah, a lot of experience under his belt.
Yeah, a huge amount of experience. We've got Samdi coming in, who no longer is Hans Samdi, instead now is just Samdi. Obviously some experience over in the LPL there. And then this name I struggled to pronounce, Vedi. Relach. Okay.
Hopefully we're getting that pronunciation correctly.
We did have a little pronunciation guide that we listened to a few times, but honestly, my English mouth struggles to make some of those.
See, that's where the advantage of being Welsh comes in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, see?
You can have no vowels in any of these names and you'd still pronounce them.
Along with having all of the vowels at the same time.
Very true, very true.
So, best of one. I think a lot of players, sorry, I should say a lot of fans coming into this are excited to see Poby still in the LEC, joining alongside Fnatic. He became a bit of a fan favorite. He was definitely contesting, I would say like around that 4-5 position for performing mid laners, which I think surprised many people considering where he was at in terms of his LCK competition down in the Challenger Series. We'll see how much he's been able to level up in that time. Alongside now a new roster of relatively young faces. Paris joining the roster from BDS. Wasn't able to have the sort of impact that I think many expected from him, because remember that Paris came in as another hyped prospect. He was a player that many teams last year kind of set their sights on alongside Skumond because of their impressive performance at the end of 2024. But Paris now looking to make a name for himself alongside this new Na'Vi roster, along with the changes from Heretics. Sheo, of course, that player that I think many people will be keeping their eyes on. This time, though, partnered alongside Ice, one of the superstars of BDS, as the bot lane will now go up against each other as they were former teammates.
I do have the reports for the right of first selection, Vedi. Na'Vi picked to go second in picking champions, so they get counter pick for their last pick. And Heretics picked blue side. So once again, it is a normal draw. We've kind of prepped you guys on this because there's a possibility that we have red side doing first pick at some point, which is why we all want you to be aware that you no longer just pick
so far it
blue
has
side
not
or
happened.
red side. You pick first or second pick or blue side or red side.
Yes, we've had standard pick a man, and so far we're going to be jumping straight into it. Don't know why I said it like that, but my English has not been the best today. As Poppy, Pantheon, going to be banded away. Will we see a third P join that platoon of... I couldn't think of another P word.
Pseudonyms? See, that's a good one because it starts with a P, but you think it's an S.
Oh, that is very clever, Medic.
Thank you.
You've actually impressed me.
Pop me in Pantheon back away. And Bessa and Jace on the other side. Just means things like the Malphite are making their way through, but without a Silas ban, it's a little bit risky to pick. Yanara as well, one of those AD carries that we're keeping
Yeah, I mean,
our
Heretics
eyes on.
could just ban that Silas now, threaten the Malphite first.
Yeah, and then Na'Vi have to ban Malphite. I was going to say in the last game when Vladdy was talking about, oh, you ban Silas so you can get Malphite or force a ban out of the other team, but then Giant X decided to ban both Silas and Malphite. I was
Yes,
like,
they
okay.
did.
There is the Varus, who is a... he must be a polyglot, so that's kind of a P, because there's 3 bodies in one, so they probably speak different languages, right? We'll go with that. That's definitely the reasoning behind their bans. Varus, obviously, we're seeing it a lot right now. Vi, the final ban from Na'Vi, so Heretics have the option for that Malphite, but instead Rumble is the way they'll go.
Okay. So, I mean, a fair blind pick, top side, with Ambessa gone. I wonder what they want to answer. Galio top lane is one of those champions that's always been very good. I think Cassante is also a perfectly fine answer. I'm kind of surprised that they would even want to pick the answer now. They could instead just get themselves Yunara along with the Malphite if they wanted to. But instead, they're just going to match for now. They kind of want to see what Heretics is up to before they commit to anything. Jungle would be the usual follow-up here, but it depends on what they want to prioritize, whether it be AD carry or whether it be jungle. We have seen those AD carry champions move to the second half of the draft. We saw it in the previous draft. Now, that's surely just a...
It's a hover, Veddy. It's a hover. Yanara much more likely to be picked, as much as we would all like to see Karthus, and we are seeing more mages bot lane. Yanara is the lock here. So already, great front to back from Na'Vi. You've got Cassante there to be your mid shield. You've got Yanara who will rip through people as she transcends herself with that ultimate.
But where is the Malphite? I kind of want to see it in the LEC.
I agree. I think if you get a couple of like low mobility picks from Heretics, maybe it's an R3 Malphite for Na'Vi. They're going to go for the Wukong.
Okay. Now, do they just pair this up with the mage? Yep.
Yeah, Orianna makes a lot of sense.
Azir is also open. How did we not talk about Azir? I will say the LEC draft priorities
very different to LPL,
very different to what
FCK,
we've
yeah.
been seeing around the world, yeah. Now, these are cautious hovers. The expected would be, oh, I would love an Akali Poby. Go on.
Freddy, you literally just said these are just hovers.
Yeah, but Gunblade is
don't
so
get excited.
OP.
It's going to be Ori Azir. It is mid lane. So Ori and Azir
I mean, it's
are
Poby
always
too.
in the meta.
Yeah, Poby,
it's Poby.
I know.
You know?
It's Azir. It's fine.
It's the track record of T1 substitute mid laners being really good at Azir.
Akali would have been so
Easy
good. Yeah, I'm
Hoon,
just
you
saying.
have Poby. Akali would suck.
Oh, wouldn't it so good into both Rumble and Orianna? Especially
And how
with
does
the,
it do into Wukong?
You don't care. You don't play against Wukong.
There we are. There's the solo.
That's the AD carries problem. I just want to be clear.
So now we're going to see some AD carry bans coming out from Na'Vi. Aphelios, really good. Actually got hotfixed slightly. They took away some of his lethality.
I also think that's a great into Ice specifically, because he was kind of the Aphelios
He was the
Jinx
200
guy.
years guy.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that makes a lot of sense directed towards him. Paris naturally has a lot of experience playing alongside him. Now, what will Heretics look to remove themselves? Because, I mean, you would think jungle would be the pull that they look to pinch, but they are a little bit worried about some of those more defensive supports mitigating their engage. Bard might be something worth considering. We saw how impactful it can be in the last game against Orianna specifically.
I'm not sure how much Stend and Paris I've seen play Bard, though. How much
I mean,
Bard
I feel
I've seen
given
from
how
him.
OP it is, you kind of have to...
You have to learn it as a support, but there's learning it and then there's being a Bard player.
Sure.
And I think those are two very different
Absolutely.
things. With a lot of
Absolutely.
supports, like with a Rel, like you can be a great Rel player, but a good Rel player is relatively close to that mark, whereas I
feel
think
like
great Bard
everyone's a
players...
good Rel player.
Yeah, because Rel's really strong. But I think with Bard, there's a bit more of a gap between someone that's mastered Bard
absolutely.
and someone
Absolutely.
that doesn't really understand it as well as they could do. Nico, the ban. Alistair taken away by Heretics. So now we're going to see probably a jungle lock leave support pick for last, with that Wukong already being locked in. Where do you go jungle-wise?
Rakan
Malphite is available.
With
Vinny.
Alistair gone, Rakan, I think, raises in value.
Oh, they have to pick Malphite. Their new coach is The Rock. How can they not pick Malphite? Came over from KCB. now coaching Na'Vi. Instead, they are looking at Kiana, and they will lock it in. Okay.
For LEC, it's going to be the Kiana jungle.
She does some things with rocks. I like it.
Okay, a bit of a stretch. Bit of a stretch.
Yeah, okay.
But we'll run with it for now. Corky going to be the answer on the side of Heretics. Stend goes for his tried and true Rel. Mine froze for a second there. So, as you can see from Heretics' composition, very teamfight focused, very wombo combo-esque, has great synergy with the Orianna and the Wukong ultimate, the Rel ultimate. It's all about diving in and just doing a lot of damage. Ideally, you get a highlight clip by connecting onto all 5 people. On the side of Na'Vi, they do have a very similar sort of front-to-back style of comp, a little bit less of a wombo combo style. There's a lot more individual agency thanks to the Azir ultimate coming through, your ability to both disengage or potentially find a pick or maybe even split up the fight. Relech is going to be setting his sights on trying to catch someone out of position, maybe the Orianna, especially if you've got no flash, you become a prime target. The Rakan works very nicely with the Kiana as well. With that, Cassante acting just as a wall to make it difficult for Heretics to find those engages, I should say, that they are looking for. On paper, I kind of do prefer Heretics' composition, but similarly to what we saw in the last game, when you have Azir, Kiana, Rakan, that Orianna as a champion, you need to be very careful once you hit those level 6s, just because of how easy it is to lock down this champion. And remember that Na'Vi has a ton of mobility with this composition. Like, every single champion has a dash, every single one of them. So that gives you a lot more independent words. It gives you a lot more agency. Sure. It gives you a lot of playmaking.
It does. It does. I think the disengage from the initial wombo combo is where we will see Na'Vi having to really earn their keep today. There's so many tools for Heretics to go in, to find an engage, to find a fight. If Na'Vi are able to disengage it well, they should be in a strong position to then turn the fight in their favor. So going to jump onto the ring for the 3rd time this year, Betty, as Heretics and Na'Vi go for a relatively normal line of scrimmage. Nothing too strange going on here. We see this battle over the Razorbeak wards. You know, it's kind of where people want to try and play. And Sheo will step in. Let's see if 7, yeah, there he goes. Puts in the ward, 5 gold goes across to Na'Vi. Nothing too consequential at all. Having a quick look down the runes. It's Unsealed Spellbook for the supports once again. We've seen a move away from Unsealed Spellbook in solo queue specifically, because it did get nerfed slightly, but in competitive play, the ability to teleport to a player as a support, the ability to have a heal, an exhaust, an ignite, whatever you need at the right time is just so powerful that I expect to see Unsealed Spellbook still one of the priority keystones for supports.
So, we find ourselves once again in the early laning phase.
Is it 10 minutes of silence again?
Somewhat, I believe so.
Okay. We could join.
Do you know what Swaps did?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I guess I won't explain that.
It was more of a yes.
Oh, I see. Yeah, right. Okay. Swaps led to dives.
True. They weren't interesting dives.
I'm not saying that they were, but the reason why I bring that up is because I think that that's why early games feel slower. Simply because your ability to basically, like, you know what we'd see a lot of is, I don't know, you swap your bot lane to top on a pushed wave, then with your jungler you threaten the stack,
3 versus
you dive
1.
into top laner, and then the other team cross maps and the towers potentially drop,
1,
and then everything opens up a little bit more. Now everyone's moving around, and then things just get a little bit more action-packed, which is funny because obviously that can't happen until like 5, 6, 7 minutes.
Sure.
But the game starts earlier, because normally we'd be talking about, oh, the preamble.
Yeah, we'd be on first wave right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so it's interesting how the game starting earlier somehow makes the early game feel longer.
I don't think it is purely the first wave coming earlier that does that.
No, I mean, obviously. You're 100% right.
I mean, you know, I think also our teams are just scaredy cats. Don't want to fight. Come on, guys. You're playing Kiana.
We need junglers to not full clear. Dahlia was invading already, stealing away camps everywhere he could.
Okay, maybe everyone learned from Berlius in game 1. Didn't end up too well for Lost Ratones. I do think the invades were a good idea. Like, pushing Razork back is always smart when you're playing against Fnatic. But for now, neither of the junglers have been invaded. We see Sheo down towards that bottom side, just going to take his red. We'll look for the bot side. Scuttle, it's going to be an exchange of Scuttles over already.
And the two new top laners making their way up to the LEC. Mainta, what kind of surprises me about him as a player is just kind of how young his pro career is.
Sure.
Right? But you can see that he's already found a huge amount of success, and a lot of it's happened very recently. Since joining the LFL, he found himself finding a ton of success there, winning the EMEA Masters. Even before winning, he was finding good placements near the top of the EMEA Masters tournaments. And the fact that he's now made it to the LEC, he was a hyped prospect, and I think that he saw Na'Vi as a place that he could build his home in, he could build a legacy with, and he wanted to invest in the long term. Because often when teams come through the KC ecosystem, they usually kind of want to commit to the KC, so he made a big commitment moving to a different organization and looking for a new home elsewhere.
Part of that being, when you see a team win EMEA Masters like KCB did, you're going to want some of those players, right? You're going to get good offers as those players, and although KCB are in the league, I think it's only 1/5 of that roster remains from the roster that won Summer last year. Maitner here, he's taking some damage from Trayson, can't really do too much. He's almost losing that first plate. Trayson should be able to push this wave in. Both of them going for teleport, no ignites in the top lane yet, but this is kind of how you expect the Rumble into Cassante matchup to go in the early game. We talked about it in last game and didn't see it to the same effect as we're seeing it here. I like this TP because it means Trayson can't push forward for that plate without the risk of Maitner just path making him back underneath the tower, putting a little bit of threat of damage, if not a kill.
Level 6 almost secured by Trayson. Level 6 being worked towards by the mid laners as well. Looks like Poby kind of falling behind Saren in that matchup, very much as we expected as well. First invade of the game going to come through from Relech. He's kind of setting his sights on stealing away what camps he can. Wisely, he's gone for the Krugs rather than contesting the Raptors, knowing that the Raptors is likely where the Wukong is going to go. Steals that one away, gets out undetected.
Enjoys
little steal there.
Little Terra Shape over the wall, go get it, Terra Shape back. Sheo now spotted on vision, means that the Na'Vi bot lane can just back away. Sheo realizes his Krug friends are gone. This wave slowly pushing towards Na'Vi. They can just take a slight back step if they want, as they see Sheo appear around the corner. You can see Samdi parts back, so Paris can always just dodge to him if so required.
Looking for a bit of an invade himself. Maybe he just wants to get a bit of information down as Sheo hovering around mid lane right now. Poby looking to chip away at Saren's HP bar. Level 6 now secured. These are those spikes that we talked about in draft that we've been talking about in the previous game as well. Poby just took a tower shot.
Very unintentional. Step forward to see where Saren was and then just takes a tower shot. And Saren's like, oh, okay, you're going to do that. I'll just stay around, I guess, you know. Maybe you'll just walk under it. As Paris and Samdi able to catch.
This goes to show that it doesn't matter how long you've been playing the game, how good you are. You can still step one too close to a tower.
There is a thing with like towers' true sight range has been increased slightly by like 10 units or something. And sometimes it feels like the range is actually longer.
I agree. That does explain why I keep getting hit by the tower. It has nothing to do with my skill whatsoever.
Oh, not at all, Benny, not at all. You're just annoyed Twilight Shroud doesn't hide you under towers anymore.
I am actively annoyed. I thought it was a great thing for
it. Yeah, really balanced patch, that one.
Relech going to secure an uncontested dragon.
Nicely done by him, has that level 6. We'll get the Scuttle Crab alongside it. The supreme display of talent in his arsenal now, but still a relatively even early game between these two teams. We've got a minute on the Grubs. Yet to see really the support move to Grubs that we used to see, like that overloading of the side. We'll see where Paris decides to open here. It looks like he's running down mid lane, so there's a possibility that he'll, no, never mind, he's going to go back towards the bot lane, which makes sense. You want to be in your lane, you want to be getting that quest completion as quickly as possible, and obviously Poby doesn't need the help holding this lane for now.
Maybe we need mini objectives.
No, we had them.
No, mini. Think about it. So you have
how many?
Baby Dragon,
sure.
Baby Red,
and you wouldn't feel bad.
Baby Blue. No.
We used to have Baby Red and Blue.
Did we?
They used to stand next to the blue buff and the red buff. Do you not remember?
Yeah,
there used to be a little family.
Yes, I remember that.
Golden XP.
I do remember those. Yes.
I'm sorry. You want more for killing a family?
No, all I'm saying is like imagine.
No, but
these mini quests could accelerate your quest.
Okay, so we both played a sizable amount of solo queue.
Listen,
Do you feel like it needs to be more
gank mid, let's go!
Emperor's Divide goes out, 7 locks against the wall, but it still has the flash and get knocked up. Shockwave coming out as Relech will flash it. The gank did come out mid, but Poby unable to land the Emperor's Divide meant that 7 survived.
Now that was a cool combo.
Yes.
Because the Azir wall, while it did not connect, it still resulted. Oh, hang on a minute.
with a Cyclone. Relech went in for this play. Tries to go invisible again. Shale with a great flash into another Cyclone. Needs to bring down the star. Can't quite get it. Relech though in the grubs will be taken out by Trace and Maitner. Answers with one of his own. In the end, both the junglers do go down.
Both top laners end up securing a kill. And I'm surprised that Relech chose to contest that. I guess in his mind, Maitner was already making the roam down from top, so he would have the numbers advantage. And given that Orianna was just forced back, Poby would be able to assist him quicker. In the end, though, it ends up just being a 1-for-1 with First Blood going the way of Heretics.
Yeah, Trayson picking that one up will be happy enough. Quickness coming out from Paris as Stend remounts, gets Charm, gets the knockback, but there's the grand entrance for the knock up. And Stend is exhausted and taken out. Can't flash out of that one. Samdi looking for a little bit more, will force Ice back underneath his tower.
Big overstep and a nice punish comes through from the Na'Vi bot lane as they secure the Org an early lead here in their first game of the split. Sheo, though, on the top side of the Rift, going to be securing these Rift. These void grubs
of the Rift.
These void grubs.
It's like if you saw it on a menu in a Michelin star restaurant. You can't just call them void grubs, guys. It's got to be the Rift grubbies of delicate...
Is that what we call them?
Of deliciousness.
Yeah, it's delicious. Do you eat the grubs?
I think about eating them from time to time, I'll be honest. Relech looking up towards the top side. Maitner flashes for the slow. Grayson does have a flash of his own, will use it to dodge the stun, but Relech goes back in with a supreme display of talent, gets a knock-up. Trayson with the fancy feet, still dodging to the side, but can't survive. Na'Vi get their third.
Yeah, a couple of minor misplays there from Relech. Either way, though, they secure the kill that they were looking for. No flash now on Tracer means that a repeat gank could be something that they look for moving forward. Both supports hovering around the mid lane as well, but this Cassante getting stronger. Maitner, the man that we were keeping our eyes on coming into the LEC Versus tournament alongside Na'Vi, off to a great start. Kainic Rookun as the ulti's dropped.
7 not tanking the tower yet, though. We'll walk away with the command. Dissonance. Obi's still on the chase. Does have flash. 7 doesn't, but 7 able to get himself to safety.
I'm surprised that he committed to that without really much support behind him. I guess the angle just felt good, and so he thought that he would make the play. He will force the Orianna back, but the Home Guards, you're about to see the advantage of them. Once the Orianna gets back to base, heals up quick, going to be making a beeline back towards that mid lane, and given that it is a cannon wave, he's probably only going to lose one CS, I think.
He might lose the cannon, we'll see.
I don't think he will.
Oh,
fast boy.
Oh, so it's half HP, how?
Yeah, he's fine.
Oh.
And he still does hit.
Still managed to get it. Yeah, Poby did get a plate. So
yeah, he did.
A little bit of a gold infusion there for him, about 150 gold ahead. As game once again slows down a little bit with none of those neutral objectives up. We've got 30 seconds on an Infernal. Profane Hydra finished for Relech. Kraken Slate, like first items across the board apart from Paris for Na'Vi. Whereas they're still waiting for that Trinity Force for Ice, which does take a little bit longer, is a little bit more expensive. And waiting on Seren to complete his first item as well. Maitner. I keep calling him Maitner.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Maitner.
I mean, it probably feels more natural.
It's like maintenance.
Yes.
Yeah. Maitner will be very happy with the fact he's got that Kainic Rookun. It makes it so hard for the Rumble to get through him. That level, that 2-kill lead to him is putting him in a good spot overall. 1,000 gold lead for Samdi as well. Coming off that kill and a couple of plates now means that Na'Vi will set up around the Drake. Maitner on his way down.
That roam already. He has the TP available, but he wants to just walk down. Yeah. He could TP back to top if he wants to, but there's nothing for him to lose. Yeah, it's good map awareness from him. And yeah, I mean, already you can just see that that's a scary Cassante to have to go up against. Tracer not going to have the same amount of push that he had earlier in the laning phase, but across the board, Na'Vi with advantages.
This is great actually for Na'Vi because Relech is here. Supreme display of talent will knock Ice down and he is melted where he stands. Good play from Na'Vi. Sten thought they could make the play, but went in at a numbers disadvantage.
And another pick is secured. Relech, well, a couple of fumbles here and there, ultimately he is making impact on the map. Been involved in the team's 3 out of the 4 kills so far. And another gank happens on the bot side now. Sam D not securing that kill, but it doesn't matter. The advantage that you're going to gain off the back of it is huge. Those role quests now being completed means that the map should open up a lot more. Start to see players start moving around the rift.
He says, hopefully.
Hopefully.
I mean, we've had 5 kills in 13 minutes. It's one of the quicker earlier games.
That's true.
And we've had today. Sam D now moves out towards that mid lane. Only the supports yet to complete their quests. Usually you get it, you know, when you complete your world apps. You get the full upgrade. You can see Paris acquiring his right now. Goes for that cosmic celestial opposition.
Yeah, the trend I'm noticing is that supports definitely seem to complete theirs last.
I mean, what's
just
new?
Because they're roaming more than any other role.
Riot hates supports and never gives us anything fun.
But you've got Bandle pipes.
They are fun, I'll admit. But here's the thing: if you're going to play support, as we find Paris getting caught out a little bit here, can jump away. If you're going to play support, you have to find joy in other people doing so.
I see.
And that's the joy. And we all know Battle Pipe is going to get nerfed because people are playing it on Sejuani top and abusing it. And that's what happens when supports get anything good. Someone in another lane picks it up, say, "Oh, I can use this." Look
I mean,
at me,
I
cool.
even saw it on an up-and-coming jungler, even playing it on Cho'Gath.
Oh, who was that? Kantian? Scanion's brother, I'm pretty sure. It's yeah, very strong item when used appropriately. We have the Boundor Pipes already complete on Paris. It's so good. You're going in with the quickness. You have this big AoE attack speed buff for your team. You can also pop a Zeke's on the Rakan, and you can be very happy.
Oh yeah.
With that ultimate ability haste coming out. Sheo looking here as Relech goes back in. So good display of talent onto Sheo. They know he doesn't have the clone, but the shockwave will come out from Seren, and Relech has to get out. The quickness, Cyclone from Sheo to stop Paris getting the charm. Relech can jump out of the back of the pit, and Paris can follow him if he stays close enough. Okay, there we are. Paris will just use the grand entrance to escape, but that should be returned over to Heretics. Sheo is low. Na'Vi are TPing in. Double TP is coming out from either team as Heretics look to take a fight around this. Relech solo, Paris diving away, Poby in the back of the pit, Mainka on that front line, going in onto Sheo. Smite comes out, it's Relech that gets it. Mainka is going to do a lot of work here on the front line. Sten pulled back with the all-out, Tracing going in with the equalizer, but he doesn't have the follow-up damage, has to flash away from Mainka. As they look for them. I can't get his name in my mouth properly. I'm struggling, buddy.
It's
Mainter. I keep saying Maintner.
Yeah,
it's so bad. I'm sorry, guys. It's day one. Mainter.
I've never seen you struggle.
I know. It really.
It's not even one of the hard ones, are they?
For some reason, in my head, it is. Mainter. Mainter. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I've got it now. I'm sorry, everyone, I have it now.
He's got it.
Fine.
Right. Well, we were just buying time for the replay anyway, which we're going to get now.
Mainter.
Perfect timing. Now, let's look back at this play. Mainter was just acting as the front line so effectively. Sandy was forced to flash back. Good exhaust dropped onto him, but the reality is that he was just this front line that was forcing the rest of Heretics back. Good peel comes through from Paris as well to help escort him to safety. And Na'Vi, they kind of get everything off the back of that. They secure the Herald, they secure a pick, and they extend the gold lead even more.
That they do. 4.5k now for Na'Vi. Next Drake up in 30 seconds. It's a Chem Soul. Not the soul you really want. And Na'Vi actually might just sack the Drake to get the pressure in the lanes. Poby be able to take this tier 1 on the top side with the Ripto charging in. Does have teleport, as you say, but do you have to take the fight? The answer is decidedly no for now. You don't have control of that bot side river. You can see Paris on the top side of mid. Relech still looking here with Mainter. We won't get anything. We have a little pause.
They're going to come up and have a chat with us about this.
Mainter. For some reason in my head, it just goes Mainter.
Never thought that you would have a kryptonite.
Apparently, I have the letter R. I have Mainter. No, I've got it now. It's locked, guys.
Surely.
It's fine. I did practice it a ton before the cast as well.
Maybe that's made it worse.
Probably is.
Because
I'm
honestly,
really
coming
in my
into
head.
this cast, the one we were worried about was Relech. And we haven't actually struggled that much with that one.
We did also think he was Rylek when we first said
that is
Relech is much better.
Relech is much easier.
Yeah, but we do have a short pause. As you can see, League officials investigating. We'll work out exactly what's going on for it as soon as possible.
But credit to Minter. He's had a great debut so far. 3-0-0 on the Cassante. He's not afraid to flash in and try and make those plays. 2 items completed now on the Cassante, and he's going to be a very difficult wall to break through.
Nice.
With the Trini Force finished on ice.
Fear not, fret not. The game is resuming shortly. Someone had a slightly wrong keybind.
Oh.
Which happens, especially with the quest thing where it now binds to V.
Yep.
Maybe that was it. Maybe that was it. We're getting into the game in a moment as we see Tracing getting caught out by Relech and by Main.
Yes, you got it. You got it.
I don't know why in my head.
It's okay. Don't make it a
hold
bigger
for
thing.
a second as I take a breath.
Yeah, you're good. Now, Dragon is available, and Na'Vi have the numbers advantage. Relech did use his ulti, which means that is a big ulti that is unavailable. But the reality is that they have the numbers, and there should be an uncontested Dragon. But Heretics is going to contest.
Look at that backline with the Magnus Sword. Poby able to Empress divide them away. Minter going in for a little bit more. 7 kills Paris, but Sten's already gone. And Samdi still full HP on that backline, able to step forward. Does take a chunk as he goes in, but Na'Vi will happily accept that trade. 2 for 1. 3 if you include Trace in a moment ago, and the 3rd Dragon of the game.
Heretics really tried to catch the backline of Na'Vi off guard. They thought maybe if we can shut them down before the fight really starts, we can turn this into a favorable fight. Unfortunately, they couldn't really lock anyone down. Poby was able to ulti and get away. Meanwhile, Relech and Minter were moving up through the river and rejoining the rest of the team. They were able to find a successful fight, extend the goal lead to 6k. They're now on Soul Pointed. Na'Vi looking clean in their debut.
And credit to their new players as well. Minter, Relech, and Samdi all playing really well. Yeah, obviously, Poby and Paris are coming over to the team as well, so they're like the roster is new, but the rookies that we are seeing step up on the stage here doing a very good job.
And of course,
for
Samdi,
Na'Vi.
part of the roster.
Yeah, it's like Minter and Relech are the ones I really wanted to focus on, and then I remember the rest of the team kind of new, and we'll see this catch it. I mean, what more can you say? This Kiana is pretty beefy right now. Tracing not really much he could do there other than not walk into the bush.
Yep. Gets caught off. So we look back at this, the idea of going for the backline, trying to one-shot the Azir. Good damage comes down, but it's not enough to find that pick. And with the wall there and the arrival of this Cassante, it just made it so difficult for Heretics to do much. Where you can see the 2 carries kind of left with not many other options, as there is no target really for them to hit outside of that Cassante, who just refuses to fall.
Now for Heretics, you're looking at this game saying, how do we get back into it? We have this wombo combo, but haven't really seen it work at all this game. Even if you're jumping in, the disengage from Poby's Emperor's Divide is strong enough to keep you at arm's length. Baron is up. Now be unlikely to go for it immediately, but maybe 3 items on Samdi will be enough for them. Almost that Infinity Edge complete. As he's got the Kraken and the Fiend Hunter bolts. It's Rylai's second for Poby, not going down that Dusk and Dawn route we saw in game 2. Relech looking for the flank. Oh, he's just going to Terra shape himself forward, not dive in with the supreme display of talent.
Doesn't want to overextend. Of course, a big mistake here could cost something like a Baron. Not really worth taking it. Meanwhile, the vision control that Na'Vi have set up, they've got wards littered across the map. It also makes it easier for Poby to transition down to this bot lane, catch this wave, and then regroup with the team in mid. A couple resets have come through, so Poby has to be mindful about showing on the wave.
Seren is so scared about going down there by himself.
I mean, he absolutely should be. He doesn't really have a lot of information. He knows that Cassante is top lane. Paris, though, just comes back from base, clearing out what vision he can find, and Heretics do not see very much around that Baron whatsoever. The thing I'd always be scared of is Yunara plus Cassante, maybe even risking a duo of the Baron, because of how much damage this Yunara can do.
I mean, if you have vision control, that 2.5 items, someone like a Diana can just solo it these days. So very possible that you can just go for that 2-man with the vision control that Na'Vi have developed up towards that top side. Relech here trying to steal away some of the jungle. Samdi and Paris at his back, goes for the red, dodges away. Heretics investing 4 players across here. Poby's in the area as well if Na'Vi do want to take the fight. Smite comes down, Relech is the one to pick it up, but they dive onto Poby. Embers divide out Poby, sliding his way to safety as Paris distracts the rest of Heretics. In the end, Na'Vi will get both Paris and Poby out.
Poby really not respecting the engage from Heretics there. Sheo sees an opportunity, and while it doesn't convert into a kill, they do get the flash out from this Azir. A valuable summoner spell and the ultimate gone means that it could set them up later for a wombo combo one-shot onto the Na'Vi mid laner. A minute now until the soul for Na'Vi. Go ahead. No,
I was going to say, if I'm Heretics though, is killing Poby enough?
That's a great question.
Like, he's only got Nash's and Rylai's. He's doing damage, but you need to get Relech, you need to get Samdi, you need to get through Mainta. Like, that is tough.
There are a lot of damage threats on the side of Na'Vi, that is for sure. Samdi, to me, is kind of one of the scariest, and there's that Infinity Edge. I was just about to comment on it. With that being completed, I mean, Na'Vi should feel more than confident to just force this dragon fight.
Go for the Chem Soul. Don't have to throw it a Baron. You can just wait for these dragons to come up. You've got a 7.5k lead, and a lot of that on Relech. 3.5k ahead, Betty. With 3 items, Umbral Glaive, which was changed slightly, does still give you that ward clearing passive, but also gives you a big burst of damage. Poby puts in this control ward, and Heretics really struggling to find any purchase. Oh, Sten going into the pit here. That is not good. That horse is going to the glue factory, I'm afraid. Magnus Storm out, but he's sent packing by Relech and Poby. And now Na'Vi with a man advantage can start the soul fight.
I question what the game plan was there. I imagine he was looking for a flank and he just didn't expect Relech to be in the tri-brush. Now Mainta acts as the wall once again.
Yeah, Sheo has to use the Cyclone just to keep Mainta at bay. He dives back in, the Emperor's Fight coming out of the Relech. So low, already taken out with the Equalizer. Paris trying to dive into the backline. Sandy's still untouched. Poby on the Dragon, Sheo falling, but the jungler's dead. Heretics, 7 and Ice left alive to try and steal, but they can't get in. And Poby gets the soul.
Both junglers end up dropping as Sheo desperately tries to get into the pit for a steal, but Na'Vi do not allow it to happen. Soul secured, 8k the gold lead. Mainta is spotted by Seren.
Seren can only stop his base.
Wait, will it even... I was going to say, will it even break the shield?
Kena Grukan pretty strong into APs. We'll have another look at this fight. So Stend, I believe, is looking for the flank.
Yes.
That's the thing that makes the most sense.
And he just doesn't expect Relech to be sitting in this tri-brush. The ultimate from Relech, I think, committed for this pick was a huge investment, because that then made the next fight very dangerous for Na'Vi. Look at the combo that they actually get onto Poby here. They're able to connect the shockwave. Sheo goes in, nice combo onto both Relech and Poby, forcing them out of the fight immediately. But now that's their shotgun use. They don't have any bullets left, and it takes too long to reload. Meanwhile, Sandy is left completely untouched on the flank, and he is just dishing out damage, forcing the rest of Heretics back.
Yeah, Sandy actually with really smart positioning there. Went up towards where the wolves would be rather than pathing into the bush with Poby, meaning that if you're going to catch someone, well, you're not going to catch both the key carries at this point. You can get Relech and Poby, but you can't catch the Yunara alongside it. 11 kills to 3 now for Na'Vi, 8,000 gold ahead with a soul at their backs. You have to feel that Baron should be the next on their to-do list, and they are denying vision around it once again. That enhanced Scuttle Crab will spot out the fact there's a ward in this blue buff bush. And now Na'Vi gain total control of the area.
Overall, Na'Vi have given an impressive debut.
Yeah.
Sure, there are a couple things you can point out, but ultimately they've punished the mistakes that we've been seeing from Heretics. They've controlled the map well, their vision setups have been good, and Mainta seems very eager to just be present on the map. You'll see that whenever he has that push in top, he's immediately moving into the fog, whether it just be to regroup with his team, or even if it's just to imply that movement to put pressure on his opposition. He is being very active on the map where he can be, and you can see his presence in the fights is very impactful as well. So a great debut for him. There's Na'Vi looking to close this one out. Elder in 3.5 minutes. Likely the Baron will be the earlier priority. TP not quite available for Poby, and him being bot lane suggests that doesn't look like it's going to be their immediate goal.
I feel there was a Baron play happening where they said, let's show Paris and Poby bots, and then let's two-man this Baron. Like, Mainta and LEC over here already. They just wanted to deny the little bit of vision that had gone in with the fast-set alteration. And because you're showing your support in your mid-bot, you talked about it, Veddy, the two-man Baron, a very real possibility.
Yeah, I was expecting it to be with Sandy, and now he's joined the fray. But they're going to melt through this, and Heretics has no idea.
Yeah, your question mark things coming out now, they're like, where is everyone? They pushed in these waves, we don't know where they are, and that's Baron. Really nicely done by Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, the vision control, the wave control, all just excellently done. Sambi kept the push in mid. He had an extra deep push before he rotated over as well. You talked about them being spotted on that bot wave, with Mainta also keeping that top lane pushed in. Now with the Baron, they can set their sights on these tier 2 towers.
Every time I see that crystalline overgrowth, if it's been there for a little while, it's just an absolute chunk of a tower. Samdi stepping forward, looking for this tier 2 in the mid lane. Sten looking for a flank position, but can't quite find it. Last time we went for one of these, died at Van Dragon. 10,000 gold now, the lead for Na'Vi. 5 towers to 0. Heretics only have those 3 kills to their name, and 3 grubs. Shouldn't deny them that. There's Na'Vi now. Mainta TPing in towards the mid lane. No wave there for him, but I'd like to see him actually catch that wave.
I agree. I feel like he should have just caught it, cleared it out. It looks like LEC is the one that's going to go do that. They're going to keep him in a side lane. They want to keep Mainta with the rest of the team. That shield now, a good 25% of that health bar. A very tanky Cassante, helping lead the way forward for his team.
That's the teleport shield sitting on him right now. Koenig Rooker just expiring. Based off your max HP, so that TP shield, very powerful when you are stacking health like this. Does fall off. Na'Vi still get the tower. Meanwhile, LEC is just up in the top side. How are you going to deal with me? He's going to take an inhib tower by himself here. So perhaps the idea of putting the Kiana in the side rather than the Cassante working out there for Na'Vi. Paris heals to get away from the clutches of Stend and Sheo. Now with the Sun Disc down and the inhibitor down in the top lane, Na'Vi can readdress exactly where they want their forces to be. Still 4 on the bot side. LEC has a wave crashing about the middle of mid lane, so it'll be a while before he can actually get that one towards the inhibitor tower.
Can Heretics even engage? Sten was level 9 for that whole duration. And all I could think of was a level 9 Rel diving into a level 16 Cassante.
Yeah, welcome to support.
Yeah.
Like, you have a 17 as a 16 Kiana and a 16 Cassante. On the other side, like, Paris is diving into 15, 14, 17
That's
as well.
True.
Like,
I mean,
this is what being support is,
yeah, it is.
You have to find some way in, and I don't think it would be Stend engaging poorly that would lose them the fight. I think it might be the 11,500 gold they are behind.
Might be.
And the Chem Soul.
Could also contribute.
And the inhibitor in the top lane, meaning that they can't really defend properly.
Yeah. Those all are factors.
Elder Dragon up in 20.
Do they need it?
I don't think they need it at all. However, good way to pull the enemy team out of their base so you can take a fight.
Yeah.
And you have total vision control. There is 2 wards outside of Heretics' base. Flash away from Sandy as the Cyclone comes out. Good reaction.
That was a very fast, because Sheo, I think, even predicted the flash. So he was in range, and then he flashed in front of it to try and to get the knockup, but they flashed at the same time.
Flash ult dash coming out from Sandy. Sheo looking to steal him. Toby's over the wall. The Elder's already down. Emperor's Divide comes out, and Pop goes the clone. And following it up, Sheo will fall. The Equalizer comes out. Seren getting chased out by Paris. LEC flashing it, looking for the fight. As Heretics do actually have an option to go in for a little bit more.
Bot lane, though.
Bot lane, Poby's pushing in. LEC is going to be able to get himself back to base, and now Heretics. It's last legs, and I'm pretty sure that leg's been amputated at the knee. Nothing really left for them to stand on. Mainta can just push in. Like, he can tank this tower for days. With an Elder Drake for the next 2 minutes, it is impossible for Heretics to defend.
Yeah, they're also a man down. LEC is going to make his way back towards the team.
No, he's not. He's got Razor Beaks to farm,
Betty. I don't know why he's farming Razor Beaks.
Because if their camps are up, you must take them. I was looking for a rhyme, and the only one I could think of was not appropriate.
Oh, okay. I mean, they're going to back. I mean, I guess it's fine if they're going to back.
Sure.
I genuinely thought they were just trying in the game, but I guess they're saying that with Sheo respawning, they don't want to take the risk. I mean, I can't blame them. It's the first game of the split. They want to start off strong. They want to make sure they get a clean victory, and so far this has been a very clean game overall. We'll look back. A lot of focus ends up going on to the clone. The ultimate was invested as well. Paris commits his flash, and they use that to help Sambi get in range and land that auto attack. The Shockwave plus Rumble ulti combo meant that it was getting a little scary. Seren sees an opportunity maybe to get something back on the Relech, but doesn't quite find it. Now, though, Na'Vi regrouping in the middle lane. They've got 3 inhibitors secured.
And Elder for another minute. Yeah, as you say, should be all done, but the Nexus falling. 2 Nexus towers stand in their way. They've taken the other 9 on the map. Super minions on the bot side. Show, oh, man, like, I've watched Sven do a flank like this and it didn't work for him. He looked for it, and now he's going to base. 30 seconds left on the Elder. Na'Vi will want these 2 waves to crash as quickly as possible so they can take a fight with that buff still up. Sten stepping forward, double Magnet Storm into the equalizer, but they just don't have the damage. The horse is no more. Good damage on Samdi with that shockwave coming out. Tracing pops the stopwatch to try and survive. Palace force low, but now Tracing gets caught with the all out, and he'll die to the laser. The Elder Dragon smiting his foes. Na'Vi a triple for Relech. And the Nexus in their eyes. Ice Force back to the fountain. And Na'Vi, in dominating fashion, will claim their first win of 2026.
Yeah, a very clean game overall. Sure, there are a couple of things you can nitpick at, but ultimately they punish the mistakes of Heretics effectively. They control vision well, they moved around the map well. They secured every single dragon. They made it very difficult for Heretics to approach many of the fights. And overall, a very impressive performance. And hey, Poby, deathless in his first game as well. 2-0-8 scoreline on the Azir. So very solid and very good stuff for their debut.
You can vote for some of them in your vote, player of the game votes. It's Mainter, Relech and Samdi as your options. Mainter. I don't understand why, but I see the Y and the N together, Betty, and it becomes main.
That's okay.
Mainter.
What you want to do is the main nut. That's what your brain keeps wanting to do.
It's true. They take them out. Very impressive stuff from Na'Vi. And overall, we'll see how they do against other opposition. Heretics looking a little bit...
Well, honestly, like, I think Sten had a rough game.
Yeah,
his laning phase, he ended up dying on 2 versus 2.
Yeah, I think Show had a rough game as well.
Caught. I mean, Show, we look at him as kind of being the leader of this team, looking to try and make those plays, being the driving force, and he wasn't really able to get much off the back of it in this game. But hey, it is of course still the first game of the split. The problem with this format, as we've seen many times before, is it's intense. In the past, it was 10 teams, you'd have 9 games, and you had to win as much as possible, as quickly as possible. So there's not really a huge amount of room for growth.
Yeah.
You just kind of have to find a winning formula and keep running with it. So when you start falling behind, it then kind of goes into emergency mode, and you can't really find solutions to problems. You have to find band-aids to do what you can to be ready for the next match. And already these players, they're back on the Rift tomorrow. So.
Can you do this one?
Well, yeah, we're going to toss the law, who's joined with a new addition in the top lane, mate.
Thank you so much, guys. Absolutely. Mainter for the very first time in the LEC. Casey fans, please, for your former player. You were one of the biggest prospects in the offseason. You got so much support for your former team. What does it mean to you to finally be here?
I mean, crazy experience, right? And I am, when I joined, like 1 hour, I saw blue wall, screaming mountain, and I felt like, oh, I'm in KCB again or what? It felt really good. But now I'm here and I'm playing Navi, and I'm pretty happy with my new team. So yeah, I'm very happy.
We're gonna talk about Navi a bit later, but first things first, you, first game in the LEC, felt quite easy, honestly, watching it. Tell me about your experience.
Oh yeah, we just got our comfort pick, Cassante, good early game, and just stable game after, and it's kind of free. Nothing to say. We just win game by game, like skirmish by skirmish, and it sounds easy if you do it like stable.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Mainter, you're a player that a lot of people have been looking forward to seeing in the LEC. What are you looking to prove here, personally, as a player?
Like, which player I want to match the most, or what?
What are you looking to prove personally? And also, which player do you want to match the most?
I mean, for me, the most important, first split is not that like important, right? It's the split where we need to learn the most.
Okay.
And for me, the most important that we like improve no matter what, like stable. Not like spikes, you know? First match you try hard, Second month, you like chilling a bit.
Okay.
Third month before playoff, you try hard again. So I want like stable, improve day by day. So in second split and third, we can like show something, contest like second spot, first spot, worlds, all this stuff. So for me, I will use first split like a bridge to improve and achieve like worlds or MSI.
All right, that's a pretty good program. How much are you looking forward to facing off against Casey?
I mean, it will be cool experience. I was with them, I was their boy, and I will match their main boy, so it will be cool. I want to see it, yeah.
Once friends, now enemies. Closing thoughts on this. Again, we were so much looking forward to seeing you in the league. What does it mean to you to join the LEC finally, especially with an organization like Navi?
I mean, Navi is a dream, right? Like from the school, you like 7 years old to join a school, but you already know Navi. You play Counter-Strike, all this stuff, and it's always like it's like Marvel movie. You just like Spider-Man, right? You never expect you will be there. And yeah, now I am in this club. I represent these colors, and I'm very proud. Yeah, and I hope I will do good.
Absolutely, no doubt about this. Thank you so much, Major,
you.
for your very first interview. Congrats on winning this one. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be right back for SK Gaming versus Vitality. Stay tuned.
Thank you.
Across the board, Navi with advantages.
This is great actually for Navi because Valencha's here to bring this player. Talon will knock Ice down and he is melted where he stands.
Okay. They engage. Oh. It's fine. We win. That's fine. I can go burn. Just keep doing. Buff him,
Show looking for the steal. Toby's over the wall. The Elder's already down. Ember's the fight comes out and Pop goes the clone. And following it up, Shale will fall.
Hey Kia, let's see if you're a real fan.
I'm ready.
How many lanes are there in League of Legends?
There are 3 lanes in League
Are
of
you
Legends.
seriously quizzing the car about League of Legends?
Look, I just want to know how much it knows.
The EV3 has an AI assistant. It's supposed to know everything.
Okay then, hey Kia, how do I get better at League of Legends?
That will be challenging.
I want to play with Wunder and Leader in the team. I think they are still a lot better than most counterparts in their roles. SK was the only team that actually was willing to risk it, I guess.
Skeens was like a pre-existing SK player from the previous year, and head coach, who's also there from last year, was like vouching for him and wanted him, right?
I didn't expect to play with like Mickey or Wunder. I just wake up one day and they told me I might play with this guy, and I was actually just really happy.
Good jungler for Leader because they already played together before.
Basically 2 years of no competitive play, so a lot of skepticism around me and what my level is and everything.
Leader turns back straight onto Mickey, dives in the first duet. That was gorgeous from Leader.
Because I was actually playing a lot with him in solo queue, and we really didn't like each other, I would say, in solo queue. And I still think he's actually a really good player.
But where were they when I was down? Look at me now. Look at me now.
Yopa kind of fit most of the metrics that I was looking for.
2 weeks of trials, they turned out me.
First day he was not the most impressive, but then the more trials we had, the better it was. Like I could see that he improved quite fast from day to day. I think expectations for me at least would be to actually win a split. It's very doable. I think no one in Europe is particularly great.
The reset's going in. Broken Blade finally here, but it might not matter because Mickey, the perfect follow through, the 3-man.
I think I have good players all around and everyone enjoys playing with each other, which I think is also a very important aspect of League right now. Winning a split, I think it's quite realistic. That's kind of what I'm aiming for.
Look at me now.
Look at me now, indeed, Mickey. You know, he's the guy who calls the shots. He's the guy who makes the roster. And as Leader said so good, nepotism wins, baby.
It's Project Mickey X, and they're in the pursuit of happiness. And we're going to have to see if they're going to be able to bring this one forward, because it is all these pieces that Mickey has wanted now coming together. And, you know, Mickey played a little bit with Wunder last year on Fnatic when they were trying to figure out who they're going to move into the top side. Now he's bringing them onto the squad. It feels like, you know, you're staking so much of all the good graces you built up over the years in the LEC on making this roster work.
You believe?
I mean, I just get so emotional when I see those old Astralis clips, because that roster to me was really precious. Me, Leader, 113, Jonghoon and Kobe.
Did you say yourself? Yeah.
Yeah, I was in there as well.
Yeah.
But like seeing Leader on the Irelia, because when I started playing with Leader in Astralis, he came in and he kind of shaped our team. He forced us to do a lot of out-of-side of game activities and really pushed us together and made us bond a lot. And I really enjoy that about him, because I feel like wherever he brings the team, he's taking them with him. And I want to see where he can take this team as well.
Speaking of building a bond, on Vitality, Humanoid and Karzi are back together. And let's take a look at a couple of tweets, because this, for people that are unaware, this is like a beautiful relationship between them two. They missed each other every second. They couldn't be alongside each other. They just need to be together.
This is harder than the Notebook, by the way.
Yeah, it's strange, it's bizarre, it's wonderful, it's beautiful, it's all the things you could want. And it is amazing to see them back together, because even though they went separate directions after Mad Lions, you know, winning the split together, they still stayed such close friends. And you can see that constantly as you can see the rolling through of all these different tweets.
Wait, nepotism is the theme of this match. It's purely nepotism, like, because, okay, I say that because no bad blood with Humanoid. I like him a lot. I think he's done a lot for Europe. But Shayak was very impressive to me, and he was on an upward trajectory, and I feel like it's kind of, I don't know, like, I don't get it.
I don't know. I see Humanoid Karsi, a Turkish top laner, exciting new jungler and an aggressive support. I've seen this before. I'm getting kind of excited for this team. I know it's Vitality, and you don't always get what you expect from the rosters, but I think there's a really strong core here they could build around.
And sometimes you just need a little bit of change. We've seen it from players in the past where they just find a happier place to be. And that could be it for Humanoid. Back with Karzi, maybe that's the magic, maybe that's the secret sauce that he needed to succeed.
What you're saying is that if we squint, right,
Yeah.
Vitality looks kind of like Mad Lions, and if we squint,
I mean,
really
Cad
like
is
SK
behind them.
SK kind of looks like 2019 G2. But you gotta squint a lot.
You're squinting, really. Be careful with your eyes.
I have like -4 on one eye and still like.
Yes, we take out the contact lenses and see how it goes.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, though, but I think it's normal that we'll talk about those members that we've seen for a long time, those players, but there is some new players in the mix as well, right? The fact that Mickey is vouching also for all of these players. Let's start with Leader, perhaps, because do you think he's misunderstood?
I can fix him. No, okay, so Leader, he is very aggressive, and he wants a lot of resources so he can play aggressive. And I think this is a very good, because a lot of players, they go on stage and they kind of like dizzle-dazzle. They don't do a lot with the game, but Leader, he makes things happen. He sees a lot of plays and they're not always good, but knowing he has Mickey and also Skeens right by him, I think they will be a really volatile mid-jungle support for you free, and I think there's going to be a lot of action.
And that's the thing I want to hit on. Like, I was very impressed with Skeens last year. Like, you look at that Nocturne game that he had where he was absolutely popping off. SK didn't have the best pieces, but it was still Skeens who was shining bright on that roster. Now you're adding him in with Mickey to kind of show him the ropes when it comes to the mid game. Leader that he can play around in the mid lane as well. It feels like you're starting to build what could be a very cool style of play.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda. I'm gonna walk over though because I believe that the players are ready. So I want to hear from Mickey and Wonder themselves. I think they're on the right side. Oh, Wonder, let's go! Are you glad to be back?
I am excited to be back. It's a bit nervous, of course. First day back. I mean, even if I have missed a year, it's like I still get like the jitters. I mean, it's always exciting to hopefully perform. I mean, under the new colors here now and alongside some familiar faces that I've played with before. So yeah, I'm excited.
You thought you were playing G2? Did I see that?
I mean, it's a small miscalculation. We played them like one of the next days. I don't even know. So like, yeah, it's Vitality. I played them before, but I don't really know many of their players. I know Humanoid, of course. I know Karsi. The other players a bit unknown, I guess, but I'm sure they're all good prospects.
Good. Who are you? Come on. We're going to talk to Humanoid and Karsi next. Say something about them, the deadly duo.
Yeah, I mean, they were good in 2021, I guess. After that, I'm not really sure what happened. A bit of a fall off. I'm the one to talk, you know, but I mean, the guy who experiences a fall off knows when he sees one, you know, and I see one over there. So yeah, I mean, maybe it's the battle of the washed, I guess.
Battle of the washed, Lore.
Battle of the washed. Let's see, guys. Do you have anything to answer to Wonder? Karsi first, maybe.
I mean, sadly, I didn't hear him, but...
He said that you were good in 2021 and then you became washed. Both of you.
But he was good in 2019, we were good in 2021. So we're like 2 years, you know, advanced ahead of him.
Battle of the washed, indeed. Let's solve this one on the Rift. SK Vitality right now.
And here we are for our fourth game of the day. What an incredible set of interviews. And kind of balanced from Humanoid and Karsi, a decent call out there. And this is my most anticipated matchup of the day, probably of the week. Whatever the heck Mickey has cooked up versus the Humanoid Karsi reunion is bound to be a show. I'm Dracos, Jack Spectra standing beside me. Are you as hyped as I am?
I'm hyped. I do think G2 versus MQuest.
No. We're going to get a lot of that. They're both going to playoffs for sure. We've seen that one. This is a new era of...
So you think these two teams might not go to playoffs? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't know what to expect.
That's true.
After a day of me really looking forward to a new season with new changes and what I thought would be new League of Legends where people drafted the most boring compositions I've seen in my entire life since I saw them all at Worlds 4 months ago. This team will give us something new. I think we will see some interesting champions here if and only if Leader sticks to his guns, man.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see an Orianna Azir trade in mid lane. At least I'd hope not, as that definitely goes against Leader's strengths. He's really good on these melee mids. And I think now that you're not in the Fearless, you know, with the BO1, you could argue it's Fearless, but it's just, well, in the BO1, you know, you can get away with not worrying about that champ pool whatsoever. And that's really when you want to leverage those strengths.
Can he get counterpick? Now, if you missed it earlier in the day, our colleagues were discussing the new nature of right of first selection. So a team will get the choice of choosing side or choosing if they want to do first pick. And if that sounds confusing to you, it's confusing to me too. But TLDR, sometimes the red side will get first pick and blue side will get last pick. And we'll keep you up to date as we get ready for picks and bans on how exactly this has unfolded. It's a change that I wonder how much strategic depth it has. For now, it just confuses me a lot.
Yeah, for me it's weird because I don't think any team was picking a side for the side. Like, people just wanted either counter pick or first pick. I at least haven't met any pro players. It's more like I had like silver friends who were like, I really like blue side, because then the map is like, looks nice.
It's like fighting game players who only learn their combo in one direction, and then if you swap sides, they're just completely clueless.
But I'd hope for the pro players, you can play on both blue and red side.
Well, luckily for us, it seems like the selection is going to work out as we are used to it. Vitality are on red side, and they've chosen to pick second, so that is normal red side selection. Malphite banned away, as is the Poppy and Azir. Akali feeling like a little bit of leader targeting there, although Akali is very strong. Alongside Rumble and Varus. So nothing too crazy quite yet, although Malphite being banned, of course, if you've tuned into the LCK at all, you know that this is a champion that's rearing its big rocky head.
Yeah, and this is where you're looking at something like the Jace that we maybe didn't see last game, or the Orianna, but since it's like, it's leader, I'm not expecting an Orianna first pick, and it's gonna be that Jace. Locked in for SK, it's a flex between jungle and top, really obnoxious on both lanes. I'd say stronger on jungle, at least in solo queue, I've been seeing it mostly in jungle, and it just has a really good clear, it just pokes from afar, and very easy to execute.
Okay, so the Jace and his potential flexibility, maybe in a new role in the jungle, but on the opposite side, stock standard.
Yeah.
A Corki and a Pantheon.
I mean, Pantheon provides that utility and just like global with the ulti, you can contest kind of everywhere, and just so much damage. Corki I'm really surprised by, honestly. I thought finally we were entering a meta where we wouldn't see so much Corki, Varus, these champs. We would see crit champs, because crit is really buffed now. It's 25% more damage, and even more so with the Infinity Edge. But even then, we're still seeing kind of, I mean, Yunara and Corki, both of these champions are going to build some crit, but it's a little bit delayed with Corki going the Trinity Force Mana Immune and Yunara going the Kraken. So it's not these true like hyper carry big one-shot crit champs that I really was looking forward to. Maybe one day.
I was also looking forward to it, although we're going to get another Alistar Yunara lane. Saw this earlier in the day, of course, Fnatic pulling it out, and it seems pretty solid as far as 2v2 go. Again, I think that from a competitive League of Legends standpoint, I understand. As a fan of new things, I want a little spice, you know? But right now, both teams, it's your first game on stage, I guess stick to... There's a reason that the meta champions are the meta champions. Now, we could debate maybe Corki and Yunara. There are other viable alternatives, but look, Pantheon Taliyah as a combo, straightforward, gives you so much value. If these champions are viable at all in pro, it's just never surprising to see them picked up.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just the versatility and the stability that a lot of these champions provide. Like Yunara, for example, you won't really find a draft where she's bad, and it's kind of the same with the Corki, and it's the same with like Orianna Azir. The thing is, there will sometimes be pockets where you could have something like Aurora that's really good, or Victor, or, you know, the Akali, but these are much more niche champs that kind of need certain conditions, and in a lot of the cases, like this Yunara and this Corki, you're just picking it before you really see anything, so you have to go for this more stable, versatile option.
One of those later picks being saved for, though, is a big question, as leader gets an Orianna ban. I'm going to say the first time in his career. That's not true. I didn't check it, but screw it. Today, first time in his LEC career, maybe.
Ever. Even in solo queue.
Ever on solo queue. Literally never been banned against him. First, we're seeing, it's a day of firsts here in Vitality versus SK.
The horse narrative that he's only played melee champion.
We're just cooking up a bit of fake news here in the old desk. Nautilus. Okay, you know, nothing too surprising. Again, there's a mismatch in what some of the early picks have been, so both sides targeting options away.
Yeah, I think just trying to remove some supports here makes a lot of sense. You've kind of picked this Yunara Alistar. As we saw in the Fnatic game, it was very like stable. It was hard, even though Velia tried to punish it. They tried to go towards bot. It's really hard to put that behind, and even with a ban, and then you also ban a good blind pick in the Renekton for Vitality, makes it much easier for both SK's bot lane and their top side.
Yeah, even if you end up with a losing support matchup here, it feels fine to concede a bit of prio. When most Ratones played it earlier today, weren't able to generate that greater advantage, is now Rakan going to get locked in. So an immense amount of kind of proactive playmaking options on the side of Vitality between the Rakan, the Pantheon fleet, of course, wonderful semi-global follow-up. So SK, this game's going to be a test of the comps. Seen a lot of kind of oopsie moments playing around semi-globals like this, where someone pushes a bit too far inside, and, well, a challenge for SK here in this first one.
I'm so curious to see what leader's going to play here. I mean, this Ambessa is for sure going to be top. And then for mid lane, I mean, it kind of, you could go either, I mean, you could put the Jace mid and then pick an AP jungler here, something like the Lilia, but I think Jace is for sure going to be jungle. It's not going to be Katarina. No way. But you could either go kind of like a poking style here with the Jace, or you just go something that goes in. But if you pick an AD mid laner, I'd be very surprised. It's for sure going to be something AP. The Vex? I mean, Silas, he doesn't have the greatest ultimates. Just the Victor, it's a good matchup into Taliyah.
Are you kidding me? We signed up for one thing with this roster, and it was probably now outdated memes about leaders champion pool. Well, Victor's a very solid champion.
It's a good matchup into Taliyah, as much as you hate it. I mean, it's not bad. It makes sense for the composition, and I think this is a good test for leader. You know, the biggest criticism was
You're right.
about whether or not he could play range
The Orianna
champs.
ban was for him. He's a changed man, it would seem.
Yeah, who else was it for? The jungler?
No, I mean, just you never know. Just for content, I guess. We banned Orianna against leader. Look what happened. He played Victor. Yeah, so we're not going to see the Zeds or the Akalis. The Akali, of course, banned. But pretty stock standard composition. I think my big concern for the side of SK, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, is while this composition looks fantastic with the Alistar, the Victor, the Yunara, if Vitality are forced to approach, it doesn't feel like it has a lot of proactive options of their own outside of like Alistar, Flash, Headbutt.
That's true. I definitely agree with that. I also think Vitality have really nice champions for if SK try to go into them with the Aatrox, with the Taliyah to kind of try to counter any sort of play that Mickey wants to go for. So lots of weight on his shoulders in this game, but he's kind of the captain of this team. He's the one that put it all together, so we'll see if he can do it.
It's a good question. We'll see the reunion of Humor and Karji. Of course, the center of our attention, although there's 5 players on both teams, where it's Leader and Wonders return to the stage. And you gotta feel for Yopa. This has to be such a weird team to come into.
Yeah.
Because there's so much attention, but you're kind of flying under the radar. Maybe he can change that after this game.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I'm really excited for Yopa. I think Yopa, when I played against him back first in 2023, as we got a little bit of early cheese here, just trying to get the ward. He played in Koi, Fnatic Koi it was called at the time, and I thought he was pretty good. He played alongside Stand, and then he continued growing throughout 2024. He played with Vitality B, and that was when I really saw him start to come to his own. He's a brilliant Nyla player, one of the pretty much only ones. I've only seen him and Kalist really pull it out, and I think Kalist kind of got it from Yopa, as far as I'm aware. And I just think he brings a lot of uniqueness to the league with his picks, that he's willing to play a lot of like Ziggs, a lot of Nyla, the champs that many other ADCs aren't willing to do, while also just being mechanically very good. And as Mickey said in their little hype video, I think he's improving really, really quickly, and I'm excited to see how he'll level up as time goes on.
Yeah, I'm ready to see it as well. I do think, though, it's hard for me when your biggest selling point is this crazy champion pool when he's playing Yunara in game 1. It is.
It's an ADC role. You know, you're gonna pick Yunara.
You're gonna pick Yunara. It is what it is.
And especially, it's not fearless, and you're playing with leaders, so you're probably gonna always give him pick later. So we'll see how many chances he really has to express his unique champion pool. Let's wonder.
We have a trade here with Knock Knocko. Of course, early game, both of these champions so heavily cooldown gated. Would love a few levels under their belt before they trade, but yeah, massive cooldowns on the Darkened Blade early. So every 15 seconds or so they get to fight a bit, and then it's back to their respective sides. As we see Skeens clearing pretty quickly on the Jungle Jace. And this is something I have not seen in any of my games.
I've seen it so many times.
Yeah, talk to me about Jungle Jace.
It's just disgusting, honestly. I don't think there's like anything to say. I think anybody
like, what does it do? Give me some analysis. I think
imagine top lane Jace.
Yeah.
But he's running around the map, and the way he ganks you is he just shoots a shock blast, and it does 500 to 1,000 HP.
Do we have more faith in our top laners or our junglers to play Jace? Like, is this good for? I'm thinking a little far ahead to like international competition.
I think it's so easy to play because you're not laning. You know, the hard part about Jace is I think a lot the laning, the spacing, all these things. But the jungle Jace is just clearing camps, and then he walks into a lane, shoots a shock blast. If it misses, he leaves. If it hits, he leaves. And the only thing that happens is either you're down 1,000 HP or not.
Okay, 1,000 I think is a little generous.
No. You'll see. If he gets fed this game, you will see. It's
that
ridiculous.
number seems completely incorrect.
It gets so high.
But yeah, at a certain point. But for now, we'll just keep an eye on the.
It's not going to be 1,000 level 1, obviously.
Sure.
But as he gets later on in the game, if he gets fed.
Yeah, and obviously champion who scales very well with items.
Yeah.
Won't have quite the same amount of income and XP that he would get in a top lane. We'll see how quickly he's able to get active on the map. Pantheon, a champion that we do really expect to be more active. You can just play for level 6, but for most of last year, we saw those pretty early, pretty aggressive ganks as Leader and you want to just continue to trade.
I wonder. Getting some good trades here as Linces looks to path up to kind of defend Knock Knocko from any potential dive. Could even look for a gank here, although Wonder does have the ward, but he's very far pushed up.
A little bit rough for Wonder. Drakehound step once, twice, flashing backwards, but the Infernal Chain's already connected. Good dash back. Wonder will be able to walk his way out. Does, of course, cost him the flash, so incredibly vulnerable to the next gank, but keeping your life after using the flash, pretty critical.
Yeah, and he's still able to retain the good kind of little CS lead that he's built up, continue to pushing in the Aatrox as leader, taking really bad trades here, but Skeens is around.
Okay, here we go, 1,000 damage. Everybody ready? Here comes 1,000. Oh, 1,000 damage! It might be enough. Mickey's gonna take the kill. He's gonna wait, he's gonna donate it. They're taking their sweet time. He flash from Schemes. First blood to SK.
I need a mathematician on that one. That can't be worth. No?
It's 400 gold.
I mean, yeah, but he got 200 gold for the flash, because he would have gotten a 200 gold assist.
But this is a really good start. Excellent gank timing. Coming in for Skeens, obviously recognized that Lensis had just been towards the top side of the map, and Humanoid a bit over-eager, I think, to press his advantage does end up costing him.
You know, after contemplating it more, it's worth. Because now Jace will actually get towards the 1,000 damage Q power spike. You will see it.
I'm just wondering if you even play League of Legends or you're just hallucinating this, if this has ever happened.
People, you're gaslighting me right now. People who have played against Jungle Jace, like COD-Fed, they understand what I'm saying. This gets ridiculous.
I mean, let's let us know on some form of social media platform, whatever. Because yeah, I haven't seen it yet. But that, you know, I trust you more. You play more League than I do. It's fair. I'm in ARAM Mayhem, where Jace doing 1,000 damage has nothing to do with build or
he's
meta.
got jeweled gauntlet.
That's a little different. Level 6 now for Humanoid. And I think the big things we, of course, wanted to talk about are kind of this SK team reunion and Vitality, the reunion of Humanoid and Carzzy. But so far in the early game, not a lot. Haven't had the duos, that opportunity for Humanoid and Carzzy to meet up quite yet. And it's actually Yoppa up a little bit ahead in terms of bottom lane overall. That said, leader a little bit behind, despite having the counter pick.
Yeah, I think for me the two surprises in the early game is Yoppa being able to get a bit of a CS lead when you're playing this Yunara Alistar into the Corki Rakan. Typically, Corki is a little bit stronger than the Yunara pre-6 and can kind of get a little bit of a lane lead. We saw it in the Los Ratones Fnatic game, and especially when you have the Alistars as well, the level 1 is just so weak that I was thinking that Vitality could leverage a little bit more, but Mickey...
Into the wall, pull, go through on the additional auto, so... But just not really able to follow up on that damage, even though Mickey does get every piece of CC in the kit. So Carzzy and Fleshy holding their own, surviving, but as you mentioned, kind of expect them to be more thriving. You've got the Q heal coming in from Rakan, Corki early damage. Normally feels a bit more impactful, especially with the Sheen early itemization.
Yeah, but then I think the bright side for Vitality is kind of this mid lane. When you're picking the Victor into Taliyah, you're really hoping to bully her out, as he's a little bit doing right now, but it's still Humanoid with the gold lead, even though leader got that gank.
And with the push is Knock-Knocko hitting all 3 Qs. Wonder debating if he can go back in. Of course, you do get a bit of Omnivamp once you crest that level 6 mark as the Ambessa, but Knock-Knocko, perfect trade to really force Wonder out.
Wonder does have the TP, so he shouldn't lose too many minions here. Pretty stable laning phase, though, from both sides. Kind of been the name of the game. We haven't seen too much action today in general.
And the plate goes over. Unfortunately for Wonder, not able to defend with the crystals.
Those crystals. I love those crystals. They're so satisfying.
All right, calm down, Walter White. Let's see. Leader, dead! There's the Pantheon engage! Flying high from the sky, Leader. Had to burn a lot of resources just to stay even and push, and that one going to cost him dearly. Kill does go over to Lensis, which not the worst place to put it, but he probably would have liked the additional gold. Already, though, building up a 400 individual gold advantage.
It's a great punish by Lensis. Just ults, flashes, makes it so there's no counterplay for Leader, as Leader's kind of walking up, trying to cancel Humanoid space and just be annoying. And it ends up being his demise. And with that, it helps Humanoid now generate a little bit more lead, as he can now continue to push in mid lane. And you've kind of gotten past, I'd say, the worst part of the laning phase here for this Taliyah. As you continue to get more and more CDR, Taliyah can just queue the wave and just kind of be this chill mage that just roams around and always has pressure with her ulti.
And I think this is one of the reasons that people are so excited about this particular version of Vitality, is that Humanoid is a player who has, I think they're mixed opinions, you know, of how he is outside of the game. But when he's playing, when he's really performing, we know how phenomenal he can be. And a lot of his best moments are alongside Carzzy. Of course, this duo, just so many games, 161 games played together, the entire Mad Lions era, now reunited. Some of you excited for the gameplay, most of you may be excited for the tweets.
It's a lot of good tweets.
Good is a word, most certainly. Explicit is probably the other word that I would use, but not my particular cup of tea in this case. Sometimes you want to know less about people, and that's kind of how I feel about Karzi and Humanoid sometimes.
I want to know more.
Don't say, brothers. I can't reference.
Well, I'm happy that they're back together.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, back on track. Back on track.
not all of us can be SK fanboys.
Whoa. I just want. I have. Okay. In my defense, hold that thought. Wonder might be getting solo bullet. Knocko. Clap it. We saw that. Are we? Is this the same clip? We saw this 30 seconds ago.
This is Aatrox Zambesa. Oh,
Nope.
wait a minute.
Okay, this time he dashed backwards. In my defense, when has a pro ever said, look at these players you all think are bad, I believe I will bet my entire career on them? No. What happens is random managers that we don't know about are like, this team will win Worlds. And we're like, okay, bro, you're like 8th place.
And
I'm just saying it's a nice change of pace.
LUA kind of did that. I know people will say it's different because it was rookies, but at the same time, it was still that he was replacing like big name players with rookies that people were saying were bad.
True. You're right. So shout out to LUA. Mickey, second in line to do it in a much...
He still has to do it. You're saying it like
second line, no, to make the bold claim. Okay. He hasn't done anything yet. Okay. He had one gank mid. I'm not counting. No chickens have hatched. Nothing has happened. That said, the gold essentially dead even. We did see at the early Drake traded 4 triple grubbies for the side of SK, and with the Jace, they might have a decent amount of side lane pressure. Although, again, mid and top lane both being this far behind early on is rough, especially in the context of the Victor counter pick, which, as you highlighted, kind of the reason you pick it are those early levels. Obviously, really strong early trades, and those early levels are already over.
Yeah. I do think put the Mbessa into Aatrox, you kind of find skill more, but here, Fleshy going in.
Cleanse, flashback to knock up. Excellent from Fleshy. Linsis there to follow. You'll be looking for an extra second, but it does not matter. Comet Spear going to connect to finish that one.
Fantastic prediction there by Fleshy. Catches Yopa out, even though he uses all his summoners, but Mickey behind Humanoid.
On a backstep. Ulti down for the Victor. Mickey taking his time to walk in. Headbutt pull. That's the combo. A little bit extra damage from the Storm there. Kane, leader wants to follow up. Finally, the flash in. Bit unnecessary for Mickey, but manages to get it done. Skeens on the way top. Initial interrupt coming in from Knocko, and they no longer want that fight.
Wow. Wow, Knocko is really feeling himself in this top lane. It's a great roam from Mickey, helping leader out. And it's a lot of the synergy that Mickey was talking about, that he really feels like he understands leader and how to play around him. And I think that's what leader really needs.
Fleshy just keeps catching these recalls from members of SK. Yopa in bot lane now, leader in mid as we see a TP on the way. Shouldn't amount to too much, however, but also credit to Knocko on the top side of the map, right? This single-handedly dissuading that gank from Skeens.
I know we're going to go into the replay now, and we're going to see some Fleshy do something great, but I think what Fleshy actually did before this replay is also really huge for the game. The fact that he delays leader after leader now kills Humanoid makes it so that Humanoid actually doesn't lose so much from this play that otherwise could be devastating. It's a great roam from Mickey here. He holds his combo until Humanoid flashes. That way there's no counterplay for Humanoid. Leader flashes it to Leah W, and it's just an easy kill. And this is where, if Fleshy didn't open mid lane there, cancel his base, you'd see that Humanoid would be down in CS, but he's actually still up 20 CS, still up 300 gold, even though he's 0-2.
I mean, excellent support, and you can see from Leader and Mickey as well, they burned so many sums in that sequence of plays. Now, the good news is Blackfire Torch is completed, as Wonder now in trouble, trying to dash his way out to safety. Public execution not quite there. Linsis now on a killing spree. SK trying to fire back at the bottom side of the map. Karzi flashing out to safety. Stun connect from Mickey. Skeens! The shock blast, not quite 1,000, but enough to secure it.
It's getting there, but a bit questionable there by Karzi as he W's forward and then immediately flashes back as he realizes he's in trouble, but I think he needs a little bit more spatial awareness there to recognize his team is diving top lane. He's on the weak side, he needs to chill more, but SK, they're able to punish, they get some plates, they get some gold into Yopa, and it really feels like Yopa and Skeens are their two kind of big players here that they're able to invest a lot of gold into, but that is a huge...
That's so much. Look at that number in the top lane. 1.4k individual gold advantage. Right as Wonder's completing that first item, Knocko had his ages ago, well on the way to the second.
It's a full level ahead as well. This Aatrox, it's a big problem. We'll see how SK can deal with that.
One of those champions that can just be so tricky if he is able to find that flank. Wonder.
Oh. Karzi's playing with no fear as he has Linsis behind him.
Linsis moving in. Ulti not going to do anything for Wonder as he goes down.
SK looking for
Clean pick up on the side. Nako now going to be in trouble. See if he can outplay this one. Ulti to get the move speed to try to make his way away to safety. Huge healing coming in. He needs one more auto to get it out. Not enough to keep him standing. SK able to grab a kill on the top side.
It's valiant effort by Nako there, trying to flash away and buy as much time as possible. But there's just too much damage, especially on this jungle Jace. Wow. So much damage.
If we leave this cast and I find out that no one has ever played this book and you're the one gaslighting me, I'm going to be so upset. Yes, Jungle Jace doing decent damage. Credit to Nako. Sunder Sky obviously nerfed a bit, but healing wasn't enough to keep him all the way topped up, all the way healthy there. So, bit of gold back. Nice to have the shutdown. Fortunately, though, Yopa not really able to hold on to the gold lead that bot lane was building up. Leader has got a little bit, but overall, Vitality just feel like they're getting a bit more out of the trades across the map. SK are certainly going blow for blow, but Nako alone kind of making sure that they have a pretty decent gold advantage.
I like the proactivity though and the pace. It feels like both teams are very clear on what sides they want to play for, what plays they want to make, and they're also very fast at responding. If enemy makes a play top, we're going to make a play bot immediately and counter it. And I feel like that's really something the LEC sometimes feels like it lacks a little bit. I think especially today has been a bit of a slower day.
Yeah.
So it's nice to see this aggression come out from both teams as now SK starts up the Herald. Let's see if Vitality can contest.
Pulling out Fleshy, keeping an eye on the area. Not too much vision here for Vitality, although now the wall coming down, ushering SK away from the objective as the Herald is going to reset. They're caught in the choke point, but the tower still standing. Stops Nako for going for any kind of flank. So ultimately unsuccessful, although it doesn't really look like Vitality feel like they are in a position to immediately start the objective, instead just opting to reset as Humanoid forces out the side lane.
Yeah, it was a good wall by Humanoid there, but they don't quite have the follow-up as SK was a bit too deep into their own territory. Ends up just being kind of a stalemate as both sides are able to just keep ping-ponging waves.
How do you feel about Vandal Pipes?
That's very OP. I was really surprised. So Vandal Pipes just got like, or it's getting nerfed next patch. And I thought it was for sure 2,200 gold. Nope. And it was getting nerfed to 2,300. It's just 2,000. I feel like no completed items cost 2,000 gold. It's a crazy cheap. Yeah. It's like in today's economy, 2,000.
Finally, something affordable.
Yeah.
Made for the people. Immediately gonna get nerfed. Okay, we see how it is.
Okay.
Finds an angle, doesn't get any initial damage down, but Fleshy now trying to chase and follow. Mickey looking for the interrupt. His leader's living for a damn long time. Humanoid forced back. The stun from Mickey still manages to connect. In goes Skiing. So much damage to follow with the public execution. Now Linsis, the one who's caught out Vitality a bit over eager, but Cardley finally arrives to the fight. Still, Mickey unbreakable as Linsis tries to get out and manages to get shut down. Yopa finding the kill. Vitality on the retreat.
And Vitality bit off too much they could chew. SK are faster to collapse, and they defend Leader with their lives as they take down 3.
Wow. Impressive turn. Looked a bit dire. Humanoid was the one who initiated this on the side wave. Remember, Vitality started this play.
And it looked so good, but they just don't have any real damage on Leader as they're not able to chain any of their damage together. And then Linz is up to the side. Carsey is too late, trying to Valkyrie forward, but he can't get any damage down. Nako is zoned off. It's just too disjointed, and SK are the one to get everything.
Yeah, as you said, faster on the collapse now, and the Vandal Pipes, no matter how cheap they are, did not make the difference in that fight, sadly, for Fleshy, as I think Humanoid just went a little bit too early. That moment of miscoordination now as the wall's been laid down. Yopa has to keep an eye on the shove, but it does go to Mickey, and down he goes. A tier 1 gonna fall as well, and Vitality right back in control, even after that topside play.
And it's important to note, while SK does have 3 grubs, it's 2 dragons to Vitality. They got the mid tower first, and it looks like they're now going to get the Herald. They definitely feel in control in this game, and especially as we go in towards that 3rd dragon.
Or your boy Chips Ahoy. that comment did not age well. They got the one play top, you got to give them that, but as you highlighted, right, Vitality right back in control. Wonder is going to get some gold on the side lane, which will start to diminish some of Nako's individual lead. But of course, 2 Drakes already backing up Vitality make the way that they play this out a bit easier. That said, if Wonder can start to take over in a side lane, they do have 3 grubs. They can put a lot of pressure down.
Yeah, for sure. They do have good split push threat. I think Jace as well, one of his big strengths. As you've seen, he's got that pickaxe item. I don't remember the name.
Bastion
nice.
Breaker. Yeah. Shout out to the production team, and also...
Oh, you have the graphic?
I do have the graphic, I think.
Ooh, Bastion Breaker,
Bastion Breaker. Also shout out to the team at the LCK, because we had someone sick this week, and they hooked us up with their graphics, and we just had to change the colors a bit. So.
Wow, yeah. Well,
homies.
You see that Jace has got that item as well, so he can look to split push a little bit, while also having the Yumus allows him to be incredibly fast running around the map. As you just saw, he did a big amount of damage to Karsi there with the EQ. Important to note, though, that Karsi does have plated steel caps, so I don't think we're going to see the 1,000 damage to Karsi this game. We might see it on Humanoid because he has no armor.
Okay. I eagerly await the 1,000 damage. But of course, yes, Bastion Breaker can do a massive amount of work. Wonder, though, going to kick the fight off immediately. Yappa not able to get in quite yet, but Wonder alone, making a decent amount of damage happen to the backside of the map. Skeen's now retreating. Wonder trying to get away as he may have overcommitted. Mickey backing off as well. Has already used the ultimate, so he's starting to fall very quickly. Yopa's ulti's still going, but Knock-Knocko just continues to push forward. Herald finally dropped. Wonder caught out. Humanoid finding his target.
And it's back and forth here as both Vitality and SK inches apart. Vitality is so low here. They want to look towards the dragon, but Humanoid looking for Flick.
This is such a risky face check. Knock-Knocko in these extended fights, the sheer amount of sustain, even without access to the ultimate. Of course, Steric's gauge was popped, so he could be a little bit vulnerable. Powered recall there for Humanoid will be back on the map pretty dang quickly.
Yeah, Karsi decided to join him as well. As Humanoid looking to ult on mid lane here on the leader with the
coming in as well. Lince is though pretty low. Aegis Assault not going to face the Victor, but it might not matter. Leader finally able to get one back. Fleshy backdash to stay safe, but Jabu's been exhausted. Yup in the midst of the fight. Now Skeens is going to be in trouble as well. Vitality just dissect SK in the mid lane.
And it's Humanoid at the helm engaging alongside Linces. They find leader, and that leads into Yopa and Skeens falling as well. And that might just be Baron Nashor.
Certainly seems that way. Huge advantage in the previous fight. And again, you said it. We knew the semi-global composition could be difficult for SK to play against, but beautifully piloted by Humanoid and Linces. Rest of the team collapsing. Mickey and Wonder.
They want to try their ults here. It's a 2v4.
Maybe just
Wonder
hoping
has
for some exit
2 seconds.
kills.
Might look to ulti in here. Fleshy's very low.
Through.
TP onto leader.
Mickey has smite. He's just going to ulti, going to go for the punt. Public execution. Fleshy immediately flashes out. Leader now to the back of the pit. The objective getting lower and lower. Knock-Knocko wants to finish it. Who's going to get the Baron? SK want to get it done. Leader one more out. 86 out. Oh! In the nick of time. Linces is there. Oh my God, it was not clean, but it was a hell of a joy to watch. Vitality get the Baron.
Linces is their savior.
Not 1,000 damage, but pretty good.
Pretty good damage, but Linces flashing over the wall, smiting it, and I think like 50 HP here as this goes so close. It's so neck and neck. Mickey flashing in, gets the 2-man pulverize. Wonder following up on it, can't get that much damage onto him, but gets Karsi, and Knock-Knocko ends up falling while the Nash is just ticking down. 400, 300, 88, 76. He flash smites it as Linces takes it away. And that was the hero play that Vitality really needed.
Man.
That was so close actually for that.
It was very close.
It was very close.
Shout out to Linces. That was a heroic moment. A little Captain America jumping on the grenade, or in this case, the really bad Baron. But they get it, and frankly, that's all that matters.
Well, it looks like they're going to fight over this dragon, though.
Decent shock blast. Karsi chunked out.
Yeah, some good poke here from Skeens.
Additional engages there, but Humanoid now zoning away most of SK. Likely that they just have to concede this now. It's Mickey who's been caught out. Blast Cone not going to do much, and down goes Mickey.
It's becoming dire for SK. 3 Drakes for Vitality. Mickey dead now, as they can siege with this Nashor for still nearly 1.5 minutes. 5 versus 4. We'll see what they can get. I think they can at least try to break tier 2s here. I don't think they can really get any inhibs, but they should be able to grow their gold lead quite a bit, especially with the Christialis on the towers. You can see they take these very, very fast.
That they do. 3 Drakes as well makes the rest of the game pretty easy in terms of how you want to plan out around objectives. That said, Leader has been power farming a lot for the last few minutes of the game, finally ahead of Humanoid in terms of overall gold. Of course, the only one on his team is Knock-Knocko as well, starting to recover his lead. Wonder finding the catch out of the Knock-Knocko, a little bit extra healing coming in, but down goes Knock-Knocko on side. That's going to cost them a bit of time on this Baron. Only 30 seconds left means they can't play for that last wave, although with the rest of the team resetting, I don't think they were planning on doing too much.
Yeah, it's a bit messy. Nako wanted to stay a little bit longer, ends up going down. But it's not going to result in too much, as you said, Ray, because they were already kind of finished with the Nash. It just means that that Nash Baron power play is plus 500 gold, not exactly game-winning. So it really, really comes down to this next fight, as both Baron Nashor and the Soul is going to spawn nearly at the same time. We'll see how the teams set up for both objectives.
Skeen's now 3 items.
Yeah.
Slowly closer to 1,000 damage Shock Blast. But I think that observers are very smartly highlighting the AD carry, because as fun as the Jace is, I think a lot of pressure is on Yopa in these fights to really, I mean, deliver kind of on the commitment when you pick up Yunar. You need to be that late game carry. It's a bit tough in this team composition. As we mentioned before, there's not necessarily a ton of defensive tools available for him.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the mobility without ultimate that Karzi does either, and the fear of dashing your Humanoid or Linsis or even Nako does make it pretty tricky.
Definitely be a tough game for Yopa. I think a good way of thinking about it is Skeens is kind of the carry before the fight starts, as he's just going to be poking from range, and depending on how much damage he can deal, it will really impact how the fight goes. While Yopa is the carry in the fight. Once the fighting actually begins, he's really the one that we're going to look at and see how much damage he can deal, how he can position, how he can avoid these threats from Vitality. And Fleshy and Linsus seem to have kind of had his number throughout this game, so we'll see how he can play around it going forward.
SK moving up blind here. He just barely able to make it out of that Unraveled Earth. Decent bit of poke traded. A lot of that is just coming from Skeens. The damage starting to stack. Again, without vision control, it's tough. I think the perfect world for SK, when you talk about the Jace just being able to chip away at health bars, is kind of the classic League of Legends, just push mid waves back and forth and trade vision.
Yeah.
SK, though, are a little bit behind in terms of overall vision control. You can see how deep the wards are for the side of Vitality as they try to just make sure that they can choke out this SK lineup.
Yeah. It's really nice topside control here of Nako. On a ward.
Q1 gonna hit. We'll make it out of the Infernal Chains. Nako is maybe overstayed, but neither side burning any major cooldowns quite yet.
I think both sides really feeling the tension now. Just waiting for that next major objective. It really feels like the game will be decided.
Yeah. An opportunity, obviously, kind of change the story of the game for either side. Humanoid has been dominant in this mid lane matchup for so long, but a good fight from Leader could change the story. It was Karzi falling behind earlier on, but now it's him with the lead. Wonder this time looks like he's going to get caught out again on side lane. Weaver's wall coming in as well from Humanoid. TP coming in, but it might be a bit too late. Wonder goes unstoppable for a brief moment to get away from the knockback, but he's already dead. Can't stop the damage. Nako now going to be in trouble as well, but he does still have the flash to take him away. Leader trying to finish the kill. The Q auto, not enough! As Vicky's in the back line, but there's just no follow-up. Humanoid going in. Knockback doesn't quite hit. Leader goes golden for a brief moment, but Linz is already backing away with the Aegis Assault. Humanoid pulling away as well. Karzi punted back, but Mickey doesn't have the ulti anymore. One more auto, and down he goes. SK still in the fight, but losing members left and right.
Yeah, Vitality end up getting 2 picks here. They're looking towards the Baron Nashor. 5 versus 3. I'm not sure if SK has any chance at contesting. Maybe if Skeens can land a big shock blast, but it looks like they're just gonna have to... Oh, they're actually not deciding to go for the Nash. They're prioritizing just basing for the Soul.
Ocean Soul, pretty impactful. Again, especially against the Jace. You do also have the Talia and the Corp here pretty reliably going to be able to proc it. Don't want to risk another flip. And if you saw the first Baron, I think you can understand why. Admittedly, Linsis is alive this time, so, and as GA. So it should be a bit safer.
Yeah, this feels like the easy option. SK wants to try to contest with the Nash, but they're very late here.
Dragons are a bit more tanky, but Linsis and Human are just so far into the game. It's a difference of a couple seconds. So the window of opportunity for SK to make something out of this, Vitality's kind of attention split is now completely disappeared as Humanoid thinks it's entirely a bluff. Doesn't even have TP. Does have access to the ulti, but it's just going to move bot and push out.
Yeah, it's a great play by Humanoid here, continuing to push in bot. Forces SK to kind of recall here and drop their Nash vision slowly, as Vitality now, after with Linsis resetting, will open back up towards this top side. And now with the Ocean Soul, their goal is really to choke out SK completely out of this top side, start the Nash, and ideally end the game.
Should be a pretty easy position to do it from now with Ocean as well. pretty impossible. Again, we talked so much about what Skeens can do to chip away to kind of make these fights favorable despite the lack of more reliable engage tools, but with Ocean, with Baron,
yeah,
the poke just isn't going to matter. Wave clear when you have something like Victor on your team is good, but it'll be tough for SK to survive another Baron.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think it's really all on Mickey and Wonder to find some great engage. Because as you said, the poke is not really going to stick. So then it's really about finding a 3-4 man pulverize or a great Embezzle to catch out the carry.
It is tricky though. Again, luxury items are there for Vitality. You've got the defensive options picked up. You've got the Seekers. Even Locket. Obviously both sides have the Locket, but Locket
Flashy's on a
against the
crazy
champion.
flank here. Just puts down the ward. Both supports are looking for some creative plays.
But how long are they willing to stand in a random brush? That's the real question.
The Sven brush. You remember that one?
You remember that one. I was more thinking of the Hylissang and this brush right here for like a minute.
Yeah, the Hilly has some classics.
The classic.
Yeah, classic.
Just live there for, I don't know, he must have signed a lease or something.
Now Vitality finally getting control of this top side.
And I will say, I think that we talked early on about how this game did feel like it was playing at a bit more of an aggressive pace.
Yeah.
It has slowed down significantly, but I think that's just because we're in the end game where a single play will decide the game, and that might be this play right here. As Vitality have started the objective, Phaelite picked up, Wall coming in from Humanoid to try to split the team off. Mickey moving over, but lost Celestial opposition to the wall, it looks like, as Mickey tries to get something done. Baron already down. SK betting it all on this fight as Flushy tries to go out. Public execution to the backside of the fight. Yopa untouched for now, but he's not really able to auto-attack quite yet. A little bit more damage onto Humanoid. Humanoid finally going to go down, but just barely as Winston starts the body block. But it looks like Yunara might be ready to take over. Never mind. Parzi is there. The damage is there. Try to sell it all you want, but ultimately SK just getting cut to pieces. Vitality taking out the Baron and effortlessly taking the fight. All it costs them is Humanoid.
Yeah, Vitality found the fight they were looking for. It was a valiant effort by SK as they were able to pick off Humanoid, and it looked like they might be able to get into their paces, but they just didn't have the damage. Yopa ended up falling, and now it's a Nash for Vitality. They're going to push in this mid lane. And Cars even Valkyrie forward here. Forces the flash from Mickey.
That's a lot of damage.
And while the game will not end here, it's really on Vitality to find defeat if they were to lose this one.
To steal defeat from the jaws of victory, as it were. Yeah, and again, initially, you see Yopa kind of getting some damage down. It looks possible, but he spends so much time waiting for Humanoid to come out of Zanya's, and the rest of his team is just dying.
Yeah, I mean, it looked really good here when Humanoid wasn't able to get the flick. Yopa was just able to continue autoing, but then he kind of just dies from Parsi. And the rest of Vitality, like Naknako is up on the side just 2v1ing, not really taking any damage with this Ocean Soul and with how fed he is. So that just means that SK all die.
Yeah.
Oh. Now we can get it 2 inhibitors maybe.
Okay. That was the chillest voice check we've ever done on Cars.
Yeah.
I was expecting for something a bit more unhinged, but disciplined in the moments that matter. 1.7 individual gold lead.
And a good bounce back from him. Yeah. Had a little bit of a tough early game, but now doing a lot of damage in these team fights.
Scaling pretty comfortable. Yopa has to be careful about stepping too far forward. Doesn't really have any luxury defensive items of his own. Humanoid pushing in the mid lane. Rest of Vitality on the top side of the map. Leader finally getting some Magic Pen in the build, but I just don't think it's going to matter.
Really see the value of this Ocean Soul as Karsi and Naknako can continue to step forward, and even if they get chunked, they don't really have to worry about it.
Mickey going in, forced ult early on, flashing out, gonna follow, finds the 2-man knockup. There goes Corsi! Instantly everybody dies! Vitality! Clean combo, Fleshy. Playing damn well this game. Quick to punish those initial engages, those overconfident engages. Of course, for SK, it was hard to find the right angle. They chose to look anyway, and Vitality back and forth in the early game, but ever since that first Baron, even though it was messy, they have been in full control.
And what a game from Fleshy. He was my biggest question mark with this roster, and he had a stellar performance against Mickey X, of all people. Wow, Vitality had their number today.
A good look with his Vitality lineup, and I think an important bounce back for Humanoid when we saw him kind of leave on bittersweet terms last year. A reminder of what this guy looks like when he's performing, because it really was him and Linces driving the early game. Yeah. Fleshy and Karzi coming online a little bit later, and then also, of course, Nako in the 1v1.
I mean, Nako looked comfortable.
Nako looked super dominant in that 1v1. We kind of forgot because there was some question marks in the middle portion of the game, but that early game, he was cooking. Of course, you can vote for your players of the game, Linces, Humanoid, or Karzi. All solid options. Hugs all around.
Sad to not see Fleshy, but I guess that's a support lifestyle.
Yeah. No, you do it for other people, right?
Yeah. You make others shine, so you stay in the darkness.
Okay, Batman, like, staying with it. Stop. There we are. And honestly, I was really curious to see how this game was going to go. And I'm excited for the upgraded version of this team Vitality. They were already on a bit of an upward trajectory last year, although I don't think they could quite make all the pieces work with how many changes they had to do in the middle of the year, with Fleshy kind of coming in towards the end.
Yeah.
Now it seems like they've just picked up right where they left off and on a road to get even better.
Yeah, I wonder if this was maybe what they needed. It reminds me, when I won EU Masters with Heretics, all we changed was our top laner, and we were 8th the split before, and then suddenly with one change, that was all you needed. No, sometimes that's all you need. You need one player that kind of changes the dynamic of the team and makes everybody group around them and play better. And I think Humanoid can be that leader. He can be kind of that captain alongside Karzi, even though they like to troll a lot. I think they really can be the pivotal points for this roster.
I think putting them together is a surefire. It's a path to something, and I hope that something is success, because they seem like they're on the same page. They're united in many parts of the game, but that's enough from us. Lore is standing by with Humanoid. Let's hear what he has to say.
Absolutely. Humanoid is back in the LEC. Thank you so much for joining me. I couldn't talk to you before the game, so I want to follow up on this. Wonder was saying that you and Karzi haven't been good since 2021, and I want to show you the reaction you had to that statement. It's going to appear right here in the wall in just a couple seconds. So that's the face you made.
Well, I mean, I was just
when he called you washed. So anything you want to tell him now?
I was just eyeing him down. I mean, I knew when they saw us walking with balls full of confidence on stage, they were already scared.
Yeah.
I knew we were going to win from that point.
It was a game of League of Legends, of course. Not a clean one, but I don't think we could expect a clean one between
I can't hear anything right now.
It's fine, it's fine. The fans are excited about their team coming on stage. I hope we're going to be able to conduct this interview. One question that I wanted to ask you. Karzi has been tweeting a lot of filthy things on social media about missing you. How happy are you about being reunited with your work wife? I
am not happy at all.
No?
I mean, I knew he loves me for a long time. I mean, he was begging me to come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when I play with this guy, I realized that, yeah, I remember why I left.
So it's just a one-way relationship, I guess.
It's a love. I mean, he kind of loves me, but I don't love him, so he's kind of sad because of that. But
oh my God. Love life has ended between these two. Last question I want to ask you here. You left a bit abruptly last year, I feel. How much of a different player are you with the break that you had, the time you had to reflect? What is this new Humanoid that we're going to see?
I am exactly the same as I always was.
Okay.
I'm just going to shitstorm everyone from now on.
There you go. That's what we want to hear, Marek. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure having you again here in the LEC. That's all for us here. I believe you heard the fans. The next game we're going to have is going to be KC versus KCB, so stay tuned.
I'm owner of you.
You're owner?
I own you. I legit bought you like a grocery, bro. Luckily, Fnatic was cheap.
Gallia no flash.
No.
Look Pantheon, look Pantheon.
Yeah.
Combo in one. I have combo now. No jump on Corki, no jump on Corki. Ajax is Pantheon. He's flash. Is this guy as well, maybe? I'm there in 2 seconds.
I can take them.
I can understand.
Okay, you got it.
Go Victor. Look Victor. I'm double.
Yonana's gonna come soon as well, okay? Care, Yonana.
doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some ARAMs or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New towers, new objectives. There's awesome.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Alright, headsets on, guys.
Get ready. Go.
Just get up.
Let's go! It's time for KCB versus KC, a double blue wall matchup right here in the LEC, as the corner over there has been pretty loud already. This is crazy because, of course, KCB is one of the two teams that is the guest team that gets to try their luck at the LEC. LR didn't fare so well, Rob. Do you have
Yeah.
higher hopes for KCB?
I mean, it is a little bit difficult for KCB coming in, but they are the sister team, right? So
Yeah.
you have to have learned a little bit coming in off of them in the past. And we've had some iconic sister teams in the entirety of League of Legends as well. You can see them on your screens. The one that stands out to me was that like old school rivalry between Samsung Blue and Samsung White, where Blue seemed like the team for so long that just had that edge, and White able to swing it at the last couple of moments to take the World Championship from them.
So that's exactly what's going to happen with KC.
Exactly.
with KC.
I mean, it's going to be hype. Yeah, because it's also nostalgia, right? We haven't had this in a while, and getting such a preview here today at times where, like, you know, nostalgia was like predominant and stuff, and everyone was just having a great time. I am really excited today because I feel like everyone's going to be, yeah, sure, you know, it's KC Blue versus their mother team or like sister team or whatever, like, you know, the big boys. But I feel like if you're on the side of KC Blue, this is the matchup that you want to win.
Absolutely. I mean, we heard them screaming when KC Blue was also stepping onto the stage. And I think another theme here is we've got some players on both sides who don't want to play in NA, who hate the LCS.
And can you blame them? Can you blame them in the slightest?
I don't know.
We are the greatest region in the West.
I mean, you know, so these guys, my theory is that they're mercenaries because last year when NA was better than you, everyone was like, yeah, we want to play in NA. You know, Busi as well, Yukino came from NA when NA was better than you. And now that EU is finally the better region again, here they are,
Well,
jumping
also,
ship.
I think JoJo's writing home being like, hey guys, it's so much better. You got to come over.
You gotta
It's
come
great.
over, yeah.
I mean, he's the first one who jumped ship, yeah.
Maybe he told Busio, and I want to talk about this import a little bit. Well, not technically, because he does hold a Polish nationality as well. But for Busio, I think this is, for me, one of the craziest roster changes in many years. It is such high value. This is the best support in the West.
Exactly. For me, this gives me the vibes of when Bjergsen went from Copenhagen Wolves to TSM all the way back in, I think it was 2014 or 2015, if I'm not mistaken, because it's been such a long time since we had such a superstar. I think it's actually the first time we get a superstar. Well, Jojo came and he left a good mark on the LEC, but I feel like Busio was uncontested the best support in the West.
And I think that's the difference, right? It's like Busio is just the best. And we have good supports, don't get me wrong, like Alvaro looks fantastic, Mickey's look fantastic, but Busio was just on a different level where it wasn't about contesting him and like, how does he stand in the West? It was now a conversation of how does Busio stand globally? And I think that was the difference maker for me. And for him now to come across, I think not only does he now want to define his legacy in what that was in NA, but also now create a brand new one and put a bit of heat under a lot of these guys that were considered the best in the LEC.
And you know what's the most exciting part for me, that I believe, is that when we looked at KC, we said that, you know, Targamas was maybe his laning prowess was holding Khalees back a little bit. But now, finally, with Busio here, I feel like they finally have all the puzzle pieces, and now is the time for them to show what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at pound for pound, I mean, I won't talk too badly about him, my fellow countrymen in Targamas, but they did need an upgrade somewhere, right? Because they didn't get where they wanted to, KC. KC won a split, which was absolutely amazing, but not getting to Worlds for them is like a dagger to their heart. So changes had to be made. Now up versus KCB, also the story of not wanting to play in NA, Yukino, who is a huge prospect, saying, nah, I'll stay here.
Yeah, I mean, Yukino was phenomenal in EMEA Masters, and the actual player that has retained his position from EMEA Masters up into KC Blue, this man was a solo kill machine. 7 solo kills going into finals when he got towards EMEA Masters, and as well, his ability to just take over the game, have the team support him. I think this is where, again, like, now that you don't have, like, Exa and Piero there to try and support him, how can he make this new roster rally around him once more? Because he defined every early game he was a part of.
And it's also, we always say that jungle is, you know, the engine of every single team, but I do feel like this man was a one-man army, because when you look at KC Blue across the board, I didn't really feel like they had, you know, the most dominant players in each position. Well, Mainter made it to LEC and stuff, but it was always through him. He made it happen. So if there's one man that can carry, you know, a revamped KC Blue, it has to be Yukino.
And I think it was the fact as well that he said, look, Europe is where I want to be. This is where I feel like I get the most professionalism. It feels like this is where I'm going to have the most opportunities. And now he is being rewarded for that to get his chance at the LEC and show just how strong he is.
It's so cool. I wonder if it's also putting a fire a little bit under Yike, right? Because he's playing versus them. They're part of the same Orgodo. That must be stressful.
Well, now you're just like looking for drama, you know, but what? I mean, it is good, you know, because given the fact that they're sister teams, maybe in the long-term project, you know, having someone like Yukino, because he is one of those creative, he's a rookie and he's extremely creative. So I think in the long-term, you know, growth of the project, it does make sense, and it is something good for KC.
It helps. He also smiles a lot together with Camilo.
Oh, I love his smile.
Actually, they are the smile bros. Camilo gets another chance as well to prove his worth, and it's just, we've always said this when he played in the LEC, but it's just great to see him be so happy at all times. He came to play ping pong with us to warm up, and
He was good. He was good at ping pong.
He was good. He was better than any of us.
Kind of wrecked some of the people backstage,
Yeah.
But, no, it's lovely, and I think as well, like, he was such a spark of joy on the rosters that he's been on. Now working with Yukino as well, like, I'm just ready to see them smile and bring that positivity to the
Yeah, and I think we're going to check in with the Smile Bros with Laura right now.
Absolutely. Come with me. I'm in the hallway once again, and I want to check on KC Blue, and I'm going to come to Camilo first because you're the player among all, I mean, not you, maybe Prime, but you have the most experience in the LEC. What kind of advice did you give your teammates before their first game?
I mean, I didn't give them a lot of advice, though I would say that just as long as they don't play scared, I think if we still play aggressively like we usually do, we have our chances, and I think they should just have fun and play like they usually do.
Yukino, first game in the LEC. Any words that you want to share before your very first time stepping on the LEC stage?
I mean, I'm very happy to be here, and Yike better watch out today.
Yike, watch out. It is KC versus KCB, and it starts right now.
Let's get right into it. KC versus KCB. Academy versus the main team. And the KC fans, they're thrilled, because no matter what, Karmine's winning today.
True.
Whether it's A or B, we will find out.
Although I do think it would be pretty crazy if the Academy team wins today, especially with the roster that they have constructed. It's not really meant for LEC. It's not meant for instantaneous success. It's a roster that is definitely more of a rookie-focused build towards the future.
Yeah, and again, you probably heard it from our desk as well, but Yukino, the kind of the one holdover here, and Camilo, the one guy with the LEC, recent LEC stage experience. But overall, just have to see how they fare.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is the... This probably is you're kind of they're dipping their toes in for their first game, get the jitters out, and a game against players that you probably see and speak to on a regular basis.
Yeah. I think it's a good first test for them, and I think regardless of how their LEC split goes, it's, I think, going to be valuable for them, because I think everybody can kind of see that this is not a roster that was built to win or to compete really in the LEC.
You're here to upset.
Yeah,
you know,
you're
you're here to like strut your stuff, potentially make your mark, and then see how that converts when we look at the ERL scene, when we look at upcoming EMEA Masters, what they're going to be able to do on that stage, and if they can continue a legacy for the most part when it comes to KC, or KCB in the case of recent years of the EMEA Masters, of that dominance, right? Yeah. Outside of LR last year, which has kind of been a blip on the radar, KC was usually a team at the top of the list for, you know, most competitive in EMEA Masters.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting conversation, because a lot of the time when we have rookies come into the LEC, we feel like if they're here, that means that this is like their one chance to shine. While when it comes to, for example, Hazel and Tao, they went just from Div 2. It's not like they're coming here with a ton of ERL experience. This is their one chance to finally make it. No, this is like the start of their career. This is really young players that we're seeing here, and I think we're going to see a glimpse of their potential today, and I'm really excited to see how that's going to look.
Yeah, ready for that glimpses. We're now in 2 picks in bans. KC chose first pick. KCB chose red side. So we have yet to see a wonky draft.
True.
Which I'm glad for. I think it would hurt my brain. It's not that complicated, but after,
it would feel weird.
After playing this game for 15 years, yeah, it would feel weird. As we're gonna immediately see the Azir locked in.
Azir for Yahoo?
Yahoo! Yahoo! We were told by Chronicler that that's how you have to say it. Like a certain very heavily copyrighted character that if I mention, I'm sure we'll get sued. So, Yahoo! And we'll leave it at that, as now the Talia and Varus have been locked in on the opposite side. And this is, again, pretty stock standard in terms of what we would expect. Varus remaining relevant isn't surprising to me because I've seen so many years of pro play, but in the context of the changes to the game, it is definitely not the first, you know, champion that I would have thought of.
It definitely feels pretty incredible, especially when you look at like solo queue win rates, one of the lowest win rates in the game, like 48, 47, something like that, and just has been struggling to find success. But in competitive, he just remains a staple. Such good laning phase, versatility with the on-hit, with the lethality, so much range, and just an instant Scion lock-in for Kana, kind of forcing that Varus to go on-hit to have any sort of tank-killing ability. And then the Bard for Busio, just like that. Wow.
What a way to make a debut, too.
Yeah.
And I think one of the big things that's interesting about this matchup is that the #1 discussion around this KC roster that I've seen and that definitely we've been having behind the scenes is, are Kalist or will Kalist and Busio be the best bot lane in the league? And I'm leaning towards yes, based on how great Busio has been, based on the highs we've seen from Kalist. But this is not a game where they're necessarily going to get to prove it. But I do like giving Busio a playmaker like the Bard, especially against the Talia, the Varus, the champions without these big mobility skills. Definitely a chance for him to flex on this LEC stage.
Yeah, I mean, to speak honestly, I feel like for the past few years in the LEC, we've kind of missed a bot lane that felt complete. A lot of the time when we came to internationals, I think, for example, last year, G2, it felt like Lebrov was never really fully finding his mark, and I think Supa had a pretty poor world showing, and it's never felt like we've had that great of a bot lane that felt like they could really carry their team to success, especially as you go into internationals. But Kalist and Busio, this feels like two names that if they're able to gel well together, find that synergy, they could be the best bot lane in the league and finally be one of those bot lanes that can actually compete internationally.
I would be ready. More Lucian international. You know, some Lucian Nami maybe.
Lucian Nami.
The things I used to dream of instead of dreading when I'd see them locked in. But again, I do think we have a bad habit of looking at single players and being like, this is the player that will save our region. But maybe Busio's different. And I'm sure everyone in NA is like, okay, if we had to lose him, at least you guys are salivating over the fact that he might, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like Busio. It would be very sad for NA if Busio just came and joined like a bottom tier team and just
that would be sad.
Fizzled out, but he's joining.
Crazy that after one game you're calling KC a bottom tier team. We have not even gotten in, bro. Please chill.
He's joining a lineup that I think definitely has the potential to win the split. But I mean, there's a lot of hopes here, and we really need to see how they're going to perform. But I felt like Kalist, the potential I've seen from him and all the greatness I saw from him was so high. I remember his first stand versus Jackie Love. I was super impressed, and just at the aggression he has and how willing he is to play forward. Curious to see what ADC is going to lock in here. They lock into Xin Zhao and leave him for last.
Now have Zen, of course, we did see AD carries banned as well as supports in the second phase. The Bard had already been locked in. So no Rel, no Alistair, no Corki or Sivir. Last pick going to Kalist. What is the option going to be on the opposite side? Of course, the Vi and the Aatrox locked in since we last checked. So some pretty straightforward, pretty comfortable, I would say, drafting is some cheeky hovers here.
I think it's going to be the Astral. I'd be very surprised if it's the Vayne.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard into the Vi later on as she just presses ult on you. But with the Astral, you can buffer that Vi ultimate. You can keep range against the rest of their champions and outrange the Varus. And overall, Astral Bard, great synergy together. A lot of range there and a lot of pickup potential. As Primus hovering the Seraphine. I think he's just trolling a bit. And he's just going to look in the Nautilus.
Nautilus there. All right. Straightforward, pretty simple. Looks like a comfortable draft from the side of KCB. A little bit more spice on the side of KC with things like the Bard, but against so many immobile champions, you can see why the option would be there. Early aggression is coming from Yike and Kana on tanks. Something that we, the big kind of epiphany for KC last year was getting Kana off tanks. This year, they're putting him back on, trying it out again, seeing how it fits.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. If you have a bot lane that can snowball hard and actually really play for them, then putting your top laner on tank is kind of just a known recipe for success.
Also, as a side note before we get into the game, shout out to all the KC fans here, because normally they're contested, and they will now have to cheer for every play that happens for the entire game. So I hope we sell throat tea and all of that stuff at the concession stand.
Gonna make a lot with that.
Yeah.
But it's very interesting to see the Bard. I'm really excited to see it. It was a contested pick. I remember at Worlds.
What if they had the same coach and he walked out and shook his own hand? He just stood in the middle and drafted both sides.
What a good draft.
Hey, great draft, bro. Great draft. Great draft. Thanks, me.
Looks like we have a bit of a pause here.
You're supposed to wait till they tell you to say it, but I respect it.
I think we all saw it on the screen.
Did we? I think that's... Oh, did we?
Camilo's screen was paused.
Production has informed us that Bard is Busio's best champion. Actually, you know what I would really love to do, which we can't do, is just call in Azael right now. Because I don't think people appreciate this. Shout out to Azael. He was the biggest Busio salesman on the face of the earth.
Really?
And it got to the point where it was like, bro, we know Busio's really good, but if anyone spoke ill of this man, he would shut them down.
Wow.
And so much of the success that Busio had last year in the development that he had to player was, I think, that big level up that comes at top level supports when you go beyond how do I place vision, where do I need to be, but the next level above that, which is where is their vision going to be? When am I showing? Kind of always denying that information, moving around like that when it comes to you know, finding these perfect plays and knowing the value of a champion being hidden and kind of how that can mess with the enemy team. And I'm curious to see in a new season where it's pretty easy to just get a ton of vision.
Yeah.
If that's something that he can actually do.
Yeah. I mean, I'm very curious. I felt like in that FlyQuest roster, Inspired and Whippoff had like the brains of the team. So I want to see how Busio meshes up with a completely new lineup here. I do want to say that Yike and Inspired, very similar players. Both love to full clear, kind of play a slow game and scale up into the later stages.
Not similar personalities, though. pretty opposite. I don't think I've ever heard Yike say a bad thing about anyone.
That's true. He's a very nice
I've never
guy.
checked his solo queue chat logs, though. So
He can be a bit annoying in solo queue, but so can every jungler. It's a mental test to play jungle in solo queue.
Fair. Have you done it?
I have done, yeah. I played today, actually.
That sounds awesome.
Got auto
How'd it go?
I got 60 LP. I got the Aegis, double LP.
Nice.
It was very good. Felt very good. That is such a good system.
Yeah.
Good job, Riot. Good job.
Do we? I think we should just poll. Do people want us to cast, or they just want us to hold the mic up to the KC fans? So they're just going to go.
But they're booing and they're cheering at the same time.
I think they're going, ooh. I don't think
they're booing. I thought
you
they
thought they were booing and cheering?
Yeah, I thought
they're trying to 50-50 each other?
Yeah.
That would be cool.
That would be pretty cool.
If they're like, guys, we want to give you the same fan experience, so we're actually going to split into groups. Yahoo! In the mid lane. They got clapped on that level 1 trade. Kind of to be expected to leave level 1. Pretty oppressive.
Miller warmed up with the ping pong. He's ready to play.
Just remember, Jack, this is a veteran caster lesson here is don't fanboy over like random little plays. Just a note as we get the initial engage. Kalist taking a ton of damage. This trade not working out super well. Because the Ignite's already down and Kalist chunked. The Ignite taken out.
Very good trade there by Prime and Hazel. Able to get the barrier out of Kalist. So they still reach level 2 first.
We've cast for curse them already, as what appears to have happened here.
Yeah. Now, I feel like we're going to be so critical of Kalist Busio now if they make
we set the
any
expectations
mistake.
sky high.
Yeah.
There's 2 versions of players you're excited for. One is you overanalyze small plays and give them like crazy credit you shouldn't. Like, oh yeah, he was thinking 5 steps ahead that this guy was going to like
you with
step
SK.
left. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. I'm a big SK apologist. I've accepted it. Production is praying they don't make playoffs so they don't have to like bench me just in case I go on some tirade. Like, Vicky's got it all figured out, guys, I swear.
Wow. He's the first to ever do this.
Shut up. Regardless.
Okay, Busio.
Bard in the mid lane, roaming at level 3. Just walks in, procs electrocute, and just keeps hitting Camilla.
Very annoying, like his job is to be.
There you go.
It's going to feel bad for Camilo as well, especially because he already used that teleport. And now Yahoo can TP back in the mid lane.
Oh my god, I love this name is Yahoo.
Yeah.
It's going to bring me a lot of joy this year.
Yukino able to get the crab. I think Yukino as well is a player I'm really, really excited by. Watched him a lot in EU Masters, and he looked really, really good. And he's very, very aggressive. A little bit reminds me a bit of 113, just with how he's willing to go for every play he sees and just try to kind of mechanically outplay it. And I know the community perception is not the highest on 113, but I was always very impressed by his instincts and how he was willing to do things that a lot of other junglers aren't, because I think that's really what it takes to
make it.
Yeah.
You got to kind of push the envelope, right? Like the people who discover things in the jungle and find creative options as we see Kalist E4 there, but Hazel unconcerned. 2 stacks of Blight as he procs with the Piercing Arrow. Yukino now moving to the top side. Kana does have Flash available. Yukino peeps his head out and immediately leaves.
Yeah, Kana just holding his space there.
It's
quite strong. Very interesting Tao actually with the Ignite. Normally not a matchup we'd expect to see it in at all, since it's very hard to kill the Scion, but he still opted to go for that just to have a little bit more kill pressure. However, it does leave him vulnerable now as you see Kana TP's back into that top lane and will maybe get to hold this wave.
Does
Or Tao
obviously
gets the
with,
recall.
you can get to lane obviously much faster, but yeah, that was one thing that we weren't certain about. We assumed that in pro play, TP would remain kind of the standard despite the changes with the role quests that obviously allow you to have access to the global sum later stages of the game. So
I do think though in solo queue, Ignite just seems to be the way to go.
Yeah, correct. I would agree. One thing I do want to talk about KCB, and you kind of hit on it earlier, right, is that this is a team that is designed to scale into the year in a league that is not necessarily LEC. And so I really want to give them credit and kind of highlight just how young this team is. Because, again, on average age of the team 20.4, average age of teams in the LEC overall 23.3. These guys are babies. Per player, 10 games on average is the hook coming in, whereas per player across the league is like 156. This is an incredible contrast, and I'm just really excited generally, whether we see it in this game or not, to see how these guys function under this kind of pressure, whether it's pressure or a big learning opportunity. It is this very unique case that LEC Versus has given us that it's kind of hard to recreate anywhere else.
Yeah. I think it's really exciting to see their potential. Camille here getting shuffled.
Camille is now flashed to the side from Yike, wants to get in and steal it, but that's the objective secured by Yukino. Yahoo's stepping in, but remember, he doesn't have access to the ultimate. Busio waiting off to the side.
First strike.
Forced to walk away as KCB get the first strike.
Big win for KC. B.
I gotta say, KC's dominating this game. Right?
Yeah.
No matter what happens, KC will win. And lose. It's a struggle.
It is a struggle. But still, good individual laning here from KCB to start off the game. I mean, not falling behind against any of their more veteran counterparts. I think they're very happy with this, being able to pick up the first strike as well. And we see Yukino with a pretty decent camp lead onto Yike, able to get a little bit ahead of him, especially on the Vi as well, very pivotal, already hitting the level 6.
I'm ready for him to get active on the map. Kliss now taking a level 6, Busio only level 4. Did roam a decent amount. Chimes, of course, going to mitigate some of that XP difference, but maybe Kliss can make good use of the level 6. Hazel, pretty good hit rate on these Qs.
Yeah.
Wow, also going to land. I'm now starting to back up. Aftershock already procced. Hazel getting a little bit lower. That trade overall, awkward once you get under the tower.
Yeah,
Hazel had already used the Q. That's the ulti from Kliss. Doesn't quite connect. That could have been deadly, but Hazel now has access to ulti of his own.
The problem there was Prime lands the hook, but Hazel's already used the Q. Doesn't have any follow-up.
He's just not afraid to hook. Flash away from Busio. Q. Ticking, Karmine, Camilo out of nowhere! The Smile Bros keeping it going as Kliss now wants to get a kill back. Prime ready to body block. KCB in the lead!
But they're recalling a little bit too deep here.
Camilo, nice sidestep. Faster while he's close to a wall. Trying to sidestep, trying to get tricky. Flick back, forcing the flash out of Kliss. If he makes it out of this.
No way.
Sidestep again. Getting tricky. Camilo, oh, he's dead. Okay. Mystic shot hits. KC get their kill back. You can tell I haven't cast in a while because every time something intense happens, my pitch goes into the stratosphere instead of like down and serious.
Yeah.
I'm just, yeah.
Well, it's a really good aggression from KCB here as Prime continues finding the hooks. Hazel lands the arrows, and Camilo on the roam, able to pick up Busio. But then they decide to recall a little bit too deep, and KC has that crucial ward. The Yike is able to spot everything that's happening and see if they're leaving or not. Kliss is forced to burn the flash, but Camilo is just stuck between the carries there.
Busio. No? Ballbreaker is going to connect, ready for the follow-up, but Busio just barely able to make it out. Instant follow coming in for Yukino. With the cease and desist is Yukino now might be in trouble. Yike got a decent amount of damage. That is going to be the ulti pops. Yukino still hitting hard here. The pushback finally coming in. Yahoo finding his way into the midst of the fight. It's a close exchange. Camilo now involved as well. Needs a bit more damage. Front end volley. Yahoo getting very low. The flick does manage to connect. Camilo gets him.
Oh, good sidestep by Camilo there. He's going to get the Talia passive. Look to try to catch Yike with the flick. Let's see if he can land it.
Extra movement speed. The flick.
He
hitting. Camilo! The Smile Bros. 3-1-1.
Wow. What a performance here from Camilo and Yukino. You can just see the aggression as Yukino starts off this play, chains the ulti to follow Busio through the portal, and kites down away from Yahoo crucially so that he can't reach him. He can continue fighting Yike in the 1v1. Then Yahoo is forced to flash ulti, and Yike buys so much time here and gets 2 Triumph procs and nearly lives because of it. But Camilo lands all the crucial skill shots, gets the flick onto Yahoo, is able to dodge this Yike W, so Yike can't go in on him, and then takes him down in the end.
Is the closest game of the day so far KC versus KCB?
Okay, I mean, the LR versus Fnatic game was like 0-0, equal goal at 22 minutes.
Yeah, but they just didn't do anything.
That's true, that's true. I mean, the SK game we just watched was also incredibly close.
Okay, you're right. I'm just getting ahead of myself. I'm excited about the moment, man.
Yeah.
It's the first week back.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, you're good. I mean, I think it's a fair call out. I need a reality check every once in a while.
Yeah. Speaking of reality checks, the Jace did not do 1,000 damage last game, but it was close.
It took you this long to accept it? That's fair. Luckily, he's not in this game, so we don't have to talk about it anymore. We can start the therapy session later.
No.
It only happened to you in solo queue, bro. It really did, I'm sure. All right, continuing to clean up the objectives here. Needs a bit more gold. The Sundered Sky, such an important spike for both of these junglers. Both only a couple hundred gold away, you would assume, as I believe the combined cost is 500.
He's going to be a second dragon for JCB here. We'll see what the soul ends up being, but very good objective start for them. It's going to unfortunately be the Chemtech soul, which isn't the most impactful. It's decent for the Vi and the Aatrox, but definitely you're looking for a stronger Drake ideally than that.
Yeah. And I will say that as we get into the mid game, one of the nice things about what KCB are doing is that it's very easy for them to set up these picks. You have the Vi, you have the Taliyah, the Nautilus. Great ways to sort of fight the Varus as well. The thing you really have to be scared of with this kind of Varus-Taliyah duo is Bard ultis. Really, really, really easy to get picked off if you overstep. Feel like such an impossible ability to dodge that Tempered Fate when you don't have any kind of movement speed steroids. Now Varus can get Yomu's, has instead opted for the Umbral Glaive, so a bit more vision denial instead of that additional movement speed.
Yeah, I've been actually thinking if Umbral Glaive could be hidden OP, because they changed it this season to now, if you're in a bush and you are, after being unseen for 1 second, your next auto attack on a champion does like 70 damage, true damage, and it scales up with your lethality. And it looked really OP to me because you only need to be unseen for 1 second, so you can go into a bush, go out, hit someone, go back in, go out, and do that back and forth. And I feel like someone like Varus especially could look to abuse that. We'll see if he gets that much value out of it, but then you also just have the Umbral Glaive passive in and of itself, just being able to spot the wards and the night vision that way. That will help out his team a whole lot.
And while that portion of the passive was nerfed, I think wanted it to be more, or wanted it to be more than just that kind of vision denial utility item, is still, or can still be quite impactful, especially the comfort that comes from when it's off cooldown, knowing that you're not standing on a ward. Is Camilo able to sidestep there? Binding does finally connect. Yike is on the way, but Camilo still sitting pretty, still sitting comfortable, and KC brought 3 members to the mid lane, but now it's KCB's chance to fire back the heal to get out of range of Prime's hook.
I like this aggression from KCB though. It really feels like Yukino is fearless wherever he goes. As he's running now into enemy jungle, looking to cut Busio and Kalist off here.
Moving in on Camilo. Extra movement speed not quite there. Yahoo wants the extra damage down. Camilo flashing out. Yukino there to cover. True shot gets him! Sniped! The shutdown for Kalist.
Great ulti by Kalist there to catch Camilo out. And good punish by Yahoo. Camilo used all his spells on the wave to try to push that in to roam to bot lane. But that let Yahoo dash onto him and bring him so low that Ezreal ult could take him out.
I need to see, again, if KCB can kind of keep up the advantage they were building earlier, because they're pretty steadily starting to fall behind in gold mid lane. The exception where Camilo has that bigger lead. Top lane kind of really comfortable, even after this first item completion from Tao. And obviously Kalist, 2 kills, no surprise to see a gold advantage there. I do think it's important to note, though, when you talk about, we talk about veterancy. I think one guy I do want to mention on the KCB lineup is not Camilo, who of course has that LEC experience, but is Prime. This is a guy who, while he hasn't made it to this stage before, has been grinding League of Legends competitive in Tier 2, Tier 3, wherever, since like 2015. Yeah. So no stranger, I think, to the pressure of a stage. See if it works out, though, because a perfect setup from Busio means it should be an easy kill onto Camilo, but Yukino is there to body block, and Camilo's making it out thus far. Yike might just fall down. Camilo's still standing. Arrow over the wall. Good damage to follow. KCB not afraid to fight fire with fire.
And the KC Blue are fighting back. They're getting all the picks that they need, as it's Yike and Busio that go a bit too deep, trying to take down the members of KCB, and they can't get them. And that's 2 kills. Now going over for KCB with 2 Drakes as well. Third one spawning in a minute, as Callista's looking to roam all the way top.
Instant ulti coming in from Kana. Flash away as Yahoo now goes into the bottom. Again, gets the pushback, flashes over the flick. Nice mechanics from the KC mid laner. Camilo is caught out.
Yahoo! Yahoo! He finds him. I mean, I was really hyped by Yahoo because when you look at someone like Poby entering our league, I thought Poby entering our league that he would be mediocre. I thought he wouldn't be very good because when he replaced Faker in LCK, the team looked so much worse. And it's like, yeah, it's pretty big shoes, it's Faker.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
But still, I felt like when I was watching him play, he didn't look LCK caliber. But then when he came into LEC, he had really good laning, really good fundamentals. And yeah, you could see that sometimes the language barrier made it hard for him to play as on the same page as with the rest of his team. He still looked really, really strong individually. So then you have someone like Yahoo, who I thought looked a lot better in the LCK. Him coming to our league, even though he's not the Chovy, he's not the... Oh, Busio's caught out here.
Self-ulti to keep himself standing. Flick not quite perfectly timed by Camilo. He's able to walk away, but they do get Busio's flash as well as his ultimate. Exchange for Camilo and Yukino's ults. Right, when becomes lightning doesn't hit. Flick doesn't hit. Oh, a travesty. Everyone on KCB saw the same play, but pushed their buttons at the exact same time, which led to, well, a bit of disaster in terms of cooldowns.
Crucially, they got the Yike ult, but Yukino with no ulti as well. I think they're just going to have to drop the subjective.
Ulti from Kalist does also cancel Hazel in the mid lane. Wanted to reset, but was not able to. So quick Drake pickup.
It was a really, really good ulti by Busio to keep himself safe. They did not have any follow-up on Yukino's ult. And that's one of the big strengths of this Bard, is you can just ult whoever Vi's ulting to give them much needed reprieve and safety.
Wow, you said that with so much heart.
Thank you.
Like Bard is like hugging you and keeping you warm.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of is, technically.
It's like, it's like that or Morgana Black Shield. I think Tempered Fate seems more pleasant. I don't know.
Morgana Black Shield seems more pleasant, no? I mean, Bard is turning you into a golden statue. I think it's more pleasant to have a magic shield.
Yeah, okay, you're right. I don't know why I said that was dumb. Well, the more you know. Learning things here on today's cast is KCB starting the objective. They're first here. They will be able to grab it. So in the extended play, KC still doing pretty well in terms of cooldown trading, but it is just objective for objective. Mid lane might be in trouble as Prime is resetting. Hazel left alone to hold this. However, unlike solo queue, pro play does just often come down to mid pushes.
Oh, stopwatch.
Good setup. Flick going to connect with Camilo, but the rest of KC on the way. Busio not quite able to hit.
Nice mechanics this game. Both sides feel like they're willing to play their hand. Oh, but they're on a ward here. We'll see if KC look to punish.
On a mid lane. Ulti coming in. Hazel flash out. Exactly what Kana wanted. That's going to make the Vards pretty damn vulnerable coming into the next fight, as Yahoo might still be in trouble. That's the ulti, the cease and desist, the flash forward, the flick back, and down goes Azir. Busio is here, however, doesn't really have the damage, but the rest of the team is still on the way. Stun gonna hit. Camilo will just get traded back as there's a TP to the top side. I don't think Tao's got any business here.
Yeah, Tao tries to salvage the play, but it's already too little too late. So it ends up being a 1-for-1, crucially with Camilo using his flash. They really would have wanted something more than that. But it's a good TP behind from Kana to collapse onto Camilo, so he's stuck in between the towers. The gold lead is slowly building up towards KC as they wrestle control back of the game.
Yeah. Gotta see, the KC organization's been playing fantastically this game.
Yeah.
They've also been responsible for all of the misplays. It's hard to know how I feel. How did they do it in 2014?
Not sure. I think you just get used to it, no?
Didn't they just talk about pirates and stuff? I don't remember.
I feel like
I don't remember OG.
The thing is, you would like eventually start to feel like the teams have very different identities. Like Samsung White and Samsung Blue, they felt like really different teams, even though they were sister teams.
It's true. Is Busio Mada?
Is Busio what?
Mada?
Oh. There's no Mada in this game, I think.
That's fair.
I think he's had a decent game, but it's not been like...
Oh, no, I just meant, I'm just mostly calling just doing random callbacks.
Oh, okay.
Because someone has to be if this is Samsung.
Like nostalgia baiting.
Oh. Kana winning the straight out. With extra healing reduction coming in. Tao regretting that auto attack as Kana just continues to bully him out. Now Harold's going to charge mid, or is it?
We got Mata in the mid lane. He's not letting that
Mata
happen.
is here. Shameless pandering. All right. Well, you gotta love Bard.
Yeah.
Sometimes the champ does nothing. Sometimes it looks like the most broken champion in the game. And that was those moments where it looks pretty strong, but Yukino wants to change things up. He's just gonna force the portal out for Busio as KCB have a lot of resources kind of committed onto the bottom side, but with a wave they need to catch, there's not anything else here for them. And this was the concern because we've kind of crested the early game. We're now into the mid game where it's just about pushing waves, how you do your lane assignments, and kind of expect KC to be favored here. And so far, that looks to be the case.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a bit of the macro gap here. And also the individual laning prowess. When you're picking this Aatrox into the Sion, you really want to bully the Sion more and eventually get to a point where you can be the one progressing on side, but it's been Kana's game all day as he's just able to continue pushing Tao in. He's the one getting plates. He's the one who just continues to be so damn tanky that Tao has no counterplay to him. And then later on in the fights as well, you have a lethality. Varus is going to be really, really hard to ever try to take down Kana.
No, yeah, definitely. I think this is also one of the reasons that the Zen is going to feel so good, right? Is pretty much all of the KCB damage is longer range. Really hard for them to connect onto Yike if Yike does not miss position. KC maybe looking to follow up as the Scuttle Crab does go down. Dragon has spawned, would be third for KCB, second for KC. Engage onto Kana is decent, but again, he's just so damn tanky. He's built entirely armor up till now, and there's just not really enough damage from Camilo to cut through that health bar. Yukino keeping his eyes on the objective as Tao's ulti starts to fade. Camilo on the flank, but KC grouped up as 5. Busio and Kalist split from the rest of the team. Tao trying to go over, but he gets blocked by the wall. Q now coming through the full channel. Yukino gets cut out. Kalist completely untouched with a unit to take out Yahoo. Good ulti coming in from the forest. Hazel connecting, but it's Kana in the back like a bunch. Hazel doesn't miss, but it doesn't take him out of the decimating smash by Pixels. However, it does not matter. Kana grabs that one. Tao still going. Kalist going forward, and it just does not matter. KC taking out KCB, they'll get the Drake.
And KC cleaned them up. It's a valiant effort by KCB. I love Yukino's engage, but it's just not enough. They don't have the damage. Kana is just a raid boss in the back line here, as nobody has the damage to take him down, as we'll see in the replay. I really, really like how Yukino went for the flash Q onto Yahoo. He chained it into the ultimate, and Yahoo dies here without doing really any damage, but so does Camilo as they're able to get onto him. Hazel wants to flash to try to kill Yike to get away from this Fed Sion, but he doesn't get over the wall crucially. And then Tao is left on his lonesome up against 3 members, and he's not as strong as this Sion. He's not the raid boss that KCB so desperately needed. So they lose the fight, and they'll lose to Drake.
That they do. Kalist opting for Voltaic Cyclosword third.
This is a crazy build.
He's going to hit hard. The thing is, like, he can't kill a tank to save his life. But
there is no tank.
There is no tank, so man's trying to hit like a truck.
Yeah.
Gotta respect it.
I was thinking that Ezreal would be pretty weak with the new season, since the new Essence River is kind of clunky on him because it scales with crit. And in general, I feel like when crit champions are good, Ezreal isn't the happiest. But one thing that Dragdar has talked a lot about is kind of the best Ezreal in EU, or I think undisputably is the best Ezreal in EU. It's just how much build variety you can have on this patch, and it's been interesting to see Ezreal today. We've seen some Essence River, I think in some other leagues we've seen some Trinity Force still, and now we're seeing a more like full burst type of Ezreal build here with this Cerildus, or with this
Voltaic.
Yeah. Yes.
Making his way out of the bottom side of the map. really into friendly territory, however, so does need to be careful because Busio is now on the chase. Camillo.
Well, the bar chime.
Channel that one out. And you can see what was once a very close game is now a 4,000 gold advantage, and almost 5 now for KC. That is Kana in these fights, as well as in his individual lane, and Kalist, who's cleaning up a ton of these kills. So even though the farm is pretty close, right? 9 separating them as Hazel now picking up this wave. Yeah, the gold.
I'm surprised the gold is so big. I think it's a lot of it is just plates. Getting those bot plates, getting those mid plates. Because, I mean, 4 to 1 kill is not that big of a deal. You wouldn't think it's a 3k gold difference. But it speaks a lot to the laning or individual prowess from the KC main team here, that they're able to just continue ballooning their own gold leads.
Yeah. And you can see for KCB, this is a bit of an annoying game to play in that Kana gets to walk in and contest Yukino's blue, and even though they have 3 people on the bottom side of the map, they just smite it and walk away. They want nothing to do with trying to kill Kana. Especially with Baron now up. If they overcommit to punishing that side lane, very likely to lose position at least, if not the entire objective. Ezreal not necessarily the first name that comes to mind when it comes to fast Baron taking, but Azir certainly is when it comes to mid lanes, next to Cassio.
Yeah. You can see how much control KC has as Busio is able to just walk into enemy jungle, and even when Yukino goes in, he's completely fine. KCB not really able to reclaim control of their own jungle.
Kana moving down to the bottom side of the map, as is Kalist. I believe Kalist is spotted on the way down, though, so KCB know that they have a man advantage. That said, Tao is the one who needs to get the hell out of dodge. Starting the objective, seeing Kalist on the bottom side. Kalist no TP, no way coming to the fight, but Tao, if he lives a few more seconds, might be able to get them a little bit more. Goes in, Q3, doesn't matter as KC grabbed the kill, but again, all he needed to do was give a bit more time, give a bit more space. Now it's the TP coming in. Temper Bait, gonna connect on Hazel, the perfect target. The stun lined up, but it does not hit, crucially. Ulti coming in from Hazel, does connect, immediately gonna be Mikhail's from Busio. Now it's 3k on the objective. Yukino wants to go for the 50-50, they need a bit more damage on the objective, and Yukino manages to get it! The debut LEC game. Not ideal to lose his life on the way out, but happy to at least take the objective.
And it's the miracle KCB needed as Yukino finds the smite. We'll see if it's enough. It's still a 5,500 gold lead with KC able to push them in, but at least it buys some breathing time for KCB as they can finally rest a little bit, farm these lanes and push out and maybe kill the silent. Great smite.
Great smite.
I'm excited for this kid.
Excited for this kid too. I like how confident
Good job, here's the gold get Yukino. Oh.
Nice. That's the kind of positive affirmation we want to see on the team.
Yeah.
We are the Red Bull Baron power play. It's negative. Now, admittedly, Baron does give less overall gold this split, so it's easier to find that situation. And the most important part of this buff for KCB is that KC don't have it.
Yeah.
That said, with Mikhail's there for Busio, once it comes off cooldown, Hazel has to be really scared. His only defensive tool is that ultimate. If he's ever caught alone when there's Mikhail's to cleanse that ulti, nothing he can do. Is Tao is now learning firsthand why he doesn't want to be in silent, but there's a bit of extra healing coming in. Another stun from Busio, however. Means Yahoo grabs the kill.
Some great stuns by Busio there as they find Tao on the side. The crowd goes, Yahoo! Yahoo!
Wow! I wonder how long before we get in trouble for that. Kalist. Knock up there, but there's no immediate follow-up. You can no debating if he can go anywhere. The ball breaker, big damage. As that's the ulti out from Hazel. They do manage to get the Zhonya's here, but there's really no room for anyone on KCB to follow up as Kana just kind of going to full channel in their face. Tank the tower. 3 champions are hitting him. The flick back finally there. He's Mikhail's. They'll finally kill Kana, but Kana wants more blood. He's not done yet. His second life will end like the first. But it does mean that KC, despite not having a Baron at all, are the one to take a tower here.
Yeah, you can see that the Baron power play, it's just, they're not able to get anything done if they continue getting pushed in. We're going to be hearing Yahoo a lot.
That was just like a howl, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, respect. Like, I feel it, you know? We all sit in offices like all day. How often are you just going to yell as an adult? You look like a crazy person. But when you get to esports,
that's kind of your job.
sports-
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, I'm one of the lucky few, like the fans in the audience. You know, look at Yeltsin and us. Usually, hopefully not high pitched, but today, yeah, working on my range. Got to be ready for next year. Mariah Carey comes on. I got to hit them Christmas notes.
I mean, with Yahoo in the league, that's definitely gonna help.
Yeah, it's so hard not to just make so many references, all of which I'm concerned will get me in trouble. So, in the meantime, credit Yukino for the steal. But KC Red, KC Main, KC LEC, not KCB. I have about a 6,000 gold lead. They are on Soul Point. The objectives are synced in such a way that it's going to be pretty tricky to fight around it, and short of another side lane collapse. Uh-oh, Lucio. Marked. Will just barely make it through the portal there. Does get stunned, but luckily does not get hit by the flick back.
I do think, for me, the highlights of this game for KCB has been Yukino and Hazel. I was really happy with how bot lane went and how, I mean, it's hard to say, right, because we need to see more from Kalista and Busio, but I feel like Hazel and Prime holding their own, getting good trades, speaks very well for me of them. And then just Yukino, how aggressive he's been, the Baron steal, and all the engages he's set up, and how he's kind of set up Kalmilu for success. I really enjoyed watching him play today.
Yeah. I also think it's important when you have a team like this where you're not sure what to expect and you want to be respectful of the players, that you just get a game on the board so you can see where they're strong, where they're weak. Remember, this is an almost entirely rebuilt roster. Well, we want to give them their credit, we want to give them their due. You don't just want to like dance around it, right? How good are they going to be?
Yeah.
And we've definitely seen some positive things in the context of this game.
Yeah, I think for an ERL roster, this team is very, very exciting.
Very scary. Yukino now caught out. That's the GA utilized. Yahoo waiting off on the side. Yukino down. His first LEC caster curse. Wow. And we were here for it. We did that, Jack.
Yeah.
It's our fault he died. Specifically us. As, Cal trying to get tricky with it. Lots of good healing, but the CC is very effective.
Yeah. The healing is there, the damage not so much. So they take down Yukino and Tao. This game is just slipping out of their grasp as KC is in full control.
Oh, Milo out. He's gonna split push bot lane. Oh, that is.
He doesn't want no Yahoo.
Nope. Don't want to mess with that guy.
No.
Very scary plumber. Yahoo keeps pushing top side.
Oh,
they're gonna collapse. They're gonna try to cancel some backs. Prime fishing, tempo play. Milu, no ulti, walking into the Baus special.
Yeah, this is straight out of Baus's playbook.
There it is, the Ezreal ulti too. Okay, Camilla finally flashing. Lucio now on the way. Camilla can't stand next to any wall, which is tough because there's so many of them. Oh man, they're just using everything. Goodbye, Camilla.
He had a good run.
It was a good run. 07, brother. So that's a lot of people. Of course, there are no other objectives on the map, so it's pretty reasonable for KC to send everyone.
Yeah, but the problem now is Nash is spawning.
You know? What do you... Whoa, but...
Now Nash is spawning, Soulless in 15 seconds.
Yep.
4v5. Yahoo puts down the mid tower. Hazel actually one-shots it
Hazel
before.
puts down the mid tower.
Yeah. They are just going to look for the soul. KCB can't really try to go for the Nash themselves. With the lethality virus, you have so little damage to these objectives. It's hard to look for any sort of return play.
Yep. All right, that's the soul.
Yep.
Which, if Sion already wasn't unkillable,
makes him a little bit more unkillable.
A little bit more unkillable. Would have been
like higher infinity.
Which does mathematically exist, I've learned.
Yeah.
Which is annoying. I didn't need to know that.
It's like when you're a kid and someone says like, I'm infinity better than you.
You have two infinity better than you. And you're
Yeah.
like, that doesn't exist. Well, you're wrong.
Yeah, they were right.
They were right. I got to call my boy Liam and let him know at age 10 when we were arguing about who would be a better Super Saiyan that he absolutely had me beat. I thought infinity was enough. All right.
I always went for the infinity.
Infinity is crazy. What about two infinity? How about that one, buddy? KCB, one final hold.
The barrier.
Yeah, big shield. Also the locket.
Yeah, actually, they went a bit crazy there. He had Edge of Night, and they used Barrier and Lock. Bit of nerves, maybe, playing in.
You just don't want him to take damage. Yeah. Round of applause forcing them for someone.
For KC, really.
For KC, really.
Yeah.
I mean, credit to KC as an org. Like, I think they're an org that KC fans love. A lot of people who aren't KC fans love to hate. But, like, it's pretty impressive. You have 2 teams on an LEC stage right now.
Yeah.
Because now it looks like you're going to have 1 team with a Baron. And that is the KC main roster. KCB looking for a steal, but Yahoo answered, and the answer was no.
Well, KC gonna look to run down mid here with the Baron Nashor, with Tao down, with Yahoo. People are gonna get so bored of this.
No, you just keep going. It'll come full circle. Woo! I just keep going, guys. It's the start of the year.
Yeah.
People are salty already. They need a longer break, you know? I missed it. As KC are on the cusp of simultaneously losing and winning this game.
Yeah. Well, this looks to poke them down with the Baron Nashor minions. Kana level 20 here.
Dang.
Really showing that top lane impact that Finn has been talking about so much.
Roll as Yukino tries to find the angle. Flash forward. Kana is going to get flicked back. Initial engage looks actually pretty decent. Yukino goes right in. Boostio makes them all go golden. Callista's so far untouched. Going to try to fire back with a decent amount of damage, but Yukino just doesn't do enough to kill the Ezreal.
There was a valiant effort.
Forced back. Ulti still up from Kana. He is finally going to use it. Flick from Camilla is not going to connect. Yike locked up, but it doesn't matter. KC have won and lost. A good day for KC and a bad day for KC. This is the only time this will happen, probably, unless KC do make playoffs. So if you don't like it, it's over now.
It's over now.
It's over now.
Well, I'm very impressed with Yukino.
Yeah, that
really
was
happy with how he played.
I expected a different kind of one-sided game. I think towards mid-late game, this was very one-sided.
Yeah.
And of course, your player of the game for the team that did win, the KC main roster, Kana, Kalist, or Boostio. But I was pretty impressed by KCB. I was especially impressed at the start of the game from Camilo, a guy who I thought like we had seen everything we were going to see.
Yeah.
But that was a very proactive early game, some good movement, some good micro moments there. And ready to see what they have to offer on the opposite side for KC. Obviously not the biggest first test.
Yeah.
And we'll see how they fare against the rest of the competition this week. I believe both of these rosters are playing Los Ratones, so...
Yeah, their real test.
Their real test.
A great game from Boostio on the Bard. Lots of proactivity, lots of stuns.
Shout out Yahoo.
What a cutie. KC looking good. Excited
KC
for them this season.
Yeah. Again, it's a weird game because it's impossible to know what to take from this game.
Yeah.
Rare that we have.
I think that KC is kind of good and maybe kind of bad.
Yeah. There you go. I'm a centrist. There are 2 sides to the story, KC and KCB.
Yeah.
The KC fans seem excited though, so we'll carry that through. Okay, we're done talking about the 2 sides of KC. Laura's standing by with Kliss to talk about beating KC as KC.
Indeed, Draco's KC take their first win against KC here in the LEC because that's how we roll in 2026. Kalis, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for joining me for this interview. I did not even know who they were cheering for, honestly. It was really weird. But how was it for you playing against your sister team, playing against players that you know, that you see every day in the office?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to understand also what they were like, who they were rooting for. But yeah, it was kind of hard to play against like the sister team.
Yeah.
It feels good, but also bad, you know, because we respect KCB and we actually want them to like play good and have like a good split, because I think it's really important for the players and stuff. Like they can get a really good experience. So it feels good and bad, I would say.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously happy with the win.
Talking a bit more about you, I know that you left last season with a bit of a bittersweet taste, if I may say, in your mouth. How was off-season? How were the reflections that you made to make sure that you were going to start 2026 season in the right foot and make sure, especially, to not make the same mistakes again this time?
Well, obviously at first there were like we needed changes for 2026, and the most important was just like to not forget 2025, just like make sure we don't do the same mistake as 2025. Get the good things we did from 2025, and just like make sure we're going in 2026 with like fresh mindset, fresh team, like a lot of enthusiasm and stuff. So we can actually just be humble and work a lot.
New year, new Callis, new expectations, new bot lane as well with Buzio. Things, I feel like they're going well. We saw a tweet on social media the other day about Buzio revealing some private stuff about you when you go on the toilets. We're not going to talk about this too much, but I feel like things are going well. I want to know a bit more because you keep on saying that Buzio is a great support, that you're going to do great things together. But when it comes to in-game, what makes you think that this synergy is going to click to the point that is going to make you guys reach the next level and actually become that bot lane that you want to be?
Yeah, I mean, as obviously you can see, the group is like living well. We are laughing a lot together already. Everything is going good. Like it's like you can call that like the honeymoon phase in the early season and stuff. So the most important will be like to keep this honeymoon phase and just not like do the same mistakes as last year and just win winter split and be not good after, you know. But I think for the synergy with me and Buzio, it's mostly like we are both really mechanical, and I think we are slowly finding each other, and I think it will make a really big difference also like in like the bigger stages and like a lot of micro details will like import merch.
I see. Looking forward to seeing what you guys can achieve together. I see them with the banners and everything. So is there anything you want to tell the Blue Wall before I let you go?
Well, obviously, thank you for supporting us and coming today. Just thank you, and also I would like love you guys to have a small message for KCB because like they are new and stuff, and I think it's a good team. And I would like even if you're like KC Red or KC Blue, I don't mind, just root for both KC and just make everyone happy, you know.
They were in their starting blocks. They were waiting for months for your return on stage, Caliste. Merci beaucoup. Merci aux Ultras aussi, évidemment. We'll see you tomorrow. That's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be right back in just a few minutes for a rematch of Summer Finals. It's going to be MKOI versus G2. Stay tuned.
Getting very low. The flick does it. Gets him. Move feet. The flick. Actually, Lucy not quite there. Yahoo wants the extra damage down. Milu flashing out. Yukino's there to cover. True shot gets him. Sniped. Cut down for flip.
Oh, nice.
Good. I'm opening bot this play.
Hey Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Well, I guess that's a wrap for today.
Seriously, Medic? I thought we were going out for a ride.
Okay, but I'm driving.
2025 Summer Finals rematch, G2 versus Movistar Koi. So excited. We've got the G2 faithful over there and the Movistar Koi faithful over here. You're a little outnumbered, guys. Oh no. And so basically, we are the MKoi believers and those are the G2 believers for this match, EMEA First Split. But we want to know, if you type in Twitch chat, who do you think is going to win? Who do you think is making the best argument? So kick us off, because you think MKoi is going to win this split.
I believe in MKoi. They're coming in. Madrid was just a setback, a building block for something greater. Their goal is Worlds, and I think coming in, no roster changes, same strong roster from last year. New crazy meta from Mirwin to cook in, and I'm not sure if they can match the pace.
Okay, Finn, you can't do this. You can't do this anymore where you're falling in love with the version of MKoi that could be. Instead, you need to stay grounded in reality and see that MKoi that is right now, because last time they got their cheeks clapped by G2 in Madrid.
Yeah, I mean, the last time Finn fell in love with someone, it was 1-1-3, and he's not here, so I mean, it hasn't been a great track record, you know?
It's true, but look at what we're seeing there. Can you just tell me, how many road trips did G2 organize for the fans?
Woohoo! Tell them.
How many road trips did MKoi win?
Won their own! They won their own! What
But
the
they
hell?
don't care. G2 doesn't care. G2 is the cool kid at the party that rocks up to it and just, you know, leaves with all the ladies because they're the cool kid on the block.
Okay, let me talk to you, Let me talk to you about Mirwin. We saw him lifting the trophy there before, and coming in to the new season, there's a new kitchen in the top lane. I think about Broken Blade, Urgot into Gnar, Warwick into Aatrox.
Hey, that was a setback.
We don't talk about that. Meanwhile, Mirwin on the Varus, drawing ban game after game, cooking up a nice sofrito, some sweated tomato, onions, celery, bell peppers. Everything is working for him, and I don't think BB can have anything.
But BB doesn't need to do anything. BB was always the guy who was reinventing the wheel. When the meta was stable, he would just bring up something new and elaborate, because Merwin always reacted well to meta. He found the thing, but like BB was always just one step ahead. And realistically, the Varus right now on the top lane, come on, Finn,
One
let's
step
be real.
ahead, yeah, banning Rumble and Jace for 2 years.
Oh, well, I'll give you something, G2. With the new 2026 changes, at least Hansama has an extra slot to fix his build for his build.
Okay, we're living in the past. We're living in the past. You can't just blame him still for like messing up that item build one time. Hans is still the most consistent and the best ADC in Europe. Come on.
The bot lane was slapping you down when it came to finals. LeBron was running rings around Alvaro the entire way through that series. It was 0-3.
No. A broken clock is right twice today. That was a Brav in that finals, and one other time that year. But Alvaro, come on. Is he not the best support in EU?
He is, and even a broken blade can win lane once or twice, but against Mirwin, I don't think it's gonna happen.
Okay, cool. We're beating around the bush so many times, but do you guys forget who's on G2? It's Caps, baby. This guy doesn't need to do anything. He doesn't need to win lane. He doesn't need to do anything. He just needs to run around.
Yeah, Caps, the player, the entire team falls if Caps is not having a standout game. They're relying on him so much. If Caps is not always informed, GT will collapse.
I mean, you're looking at those stats, he's been fantastic, but it's also the fact that when you look at cooking in the meta, we brought Anivia to Worlds. We slacked down with the Mundo as well. It has been cooking galore for G2. Your McDonald's were Michelin star,
Did you see those stats? The only stat he was beating Georgia Pune was in KDA. Is he reckless? Is he upset?
And he's going different to 14, and he's XPD for the 14. You got some solo kills,
we're
but I mean,
losing.
if you're playing inside, it's...
Finn, we're losing!
Of course, because Twitch chat is smart. They know, they reason with facts and what's the reality of the situation, not what it could be.
They're listening to Broken Blade. If there's delusion, there's hope, and that's what they're following.
It's true. Oh my gosh. Well, I think it also has to do with next week, some more Movistar Koi fans. Yeah, it's going to be full. They're all gonna, I see them. I do. So the casters are ready for this one. I'll give you the win in terms of the debate at least, but we'll see who wins on the rift.
Easy W.
Okay.
Yeah, simples.
Okay.
I'm sitting down.
Sometimes it needs to get personal. You know what I mean?
But like, how did we all unconsciously decide that 113 was going to be the person who just took strays this year?
That's true. I guess that's kind of unfair. I feel bad for him.
It's fine. Finn doesn't love a lot of players. You got to call it out when it happens. You know?
That's true.
It's not special because it lasts forever. It's special because it happened.
So who do you think is going to win, Dracos?
That's a great question. I don't know, is the honest truth.
Yeah.
I will say that I would be leaning G2.
Yeah.
But G2 are hard teams for me to read because sometimes they're the biggest chefs in the kitchen. You know, they're busting out crazy stuff. You're like, wow, you guys must have watched like 3 seasons of The Bear back to back. And sometimes they're like, what if we played Nocturne Oriana one more time? And it's like, what version of G2 are we going to get?
I'm really curious about the top lane matchup. I feel like that's where most of the action is going to lie. And I know a lot of MKOI fans have been really excited with Alphari now coaching top side and helping Mirwin out. I think that can help him so much.
And also, remember that when BB was struggling, it was Alphari who coached BB into being a more lane-dominant player.
And Alphari always known for his laning phase, and I think in the current meta, we saw it last game, I think Kana, for me, had such an important impact. He was just so unkillable, so hard to deal with. And I feel like if there's people that are going to push the limits of what top lane is capable of, it's going to be Mirwin, it's going to be Broken Blade. So that's where I have my eyes in this matchup.
Yeah, and I think that one of the things about the new season changes that we haven't gotten to see in competitive as much, because a lot of the games have been a little bit more chill, is how insane the top lane gaps can become, how impactful top laners can be with these new changes compared to last year. And that's been mitigated somewhat by, like, we saw Sion Aatrox. Kana absolutely outclassed and outmatched, but it's Sion, so it's not quite as flashy as it could be on, you know, a more kind of impressive split-pushing sort of champion. So I wonder if we'll see Broken Blade and Mirwin showcase even more how big these top lane changes are and how powerful, the role can be, what a level 20 champion can do.
Yeah, I would love to see some cooking for sure. I think being able to see kind of different type of top laners in this new environment with more XP and just more resources will be very interesting to see, because we've just seen kind of the stock standard. We saw a little bit of Ambessa, a little bit of Aatrox, we saw the Sion, but seeing something new that I know both of these players are capable of pulling out, for me, is the highlight of today's match. But really everywhere you look, there's nothing but highlights. I think this is our 2 best teams, as it was throughout last year.
Sorry, that was a sigh. I agree with the 2 best teams. Guys, get ready for your brain to break. Or maybe you're all fine with this in a way that I'm not. G2 are on blue side. MKOI have first pick.
Yeah, that does
That's
feel
right,
really
that's
weird.
right of first selection. That's the new change that was made this year. We have not seen it at all today, to my knowledge. I didn't see it in the first 2 games. So this is the first time we'll see it. So if you're like, wow, Champ Select looks wrong, it looks wrong to us too. But this is how things work now. It's 2026. Grow up.
To be fair, looking at it now, I feel like it would take me like 2 games and then you get used to it.
Yeah,
But it is quite
I'm old now. Change scares me.
Do you think it matters at all, that rule change, that now you can choose either side or first pick? Because I feel like people will only choose either first pick or second pick and they never care about side.
First impression needlessly complicates the game. This makes the people who makes graphics lives harder. That's my initial impression. That said, we haven't seen it explored. Maybe it does offer more strategic depth. And the person who made that change or made those decisions isn't here to argue their case, so I'll kind of just leave it at that. My initial impression, meh, don't love it. But now we get to see a red side first pick Jace, and I think that we're some of the first people in the world who've ever said those words. So that's cool.
That's true. That's very true. And we'll see if this Jace goes either jungle or top. And we'll also see if he gets the infamous 1000 damage Chunk Blast. As Broken Blade hovering the Wukong here. Presumably to match into the Jace if that's a jungle Jace. Yep. We'll see what they look to pair up into it. Probably a mid lane pick would be my guess here. With Orianna being banned out, they could look to go for the Azir. So that has been relatively high prio alongside the Orianna.
Some room to cook here. Be interesting if they don't pick Azir. They're just going to pick Azir, right?
Yeah.
That's so weird. Sorry, 2 picks on blue side. Very weird. Anyway, we're all getting used to things now. So, Yunara, pretty stock standard. First selection on the priority AD carries now that you've lost out a little bit in terms of the mid lane battle overall. But room now for JoJo to counterpick as we hover through some of the potential options.
Yeah, with the Orianna being taken out, he has to dig a bit deeper into the pool, but looks like it's just going to be the Talia. So it's not exactly...
1 pick deeper.
Yeah, 1 pick deeper.
Right down the tier list.
Yeah.
Number 3.
I can see why people would say they miss Fearless.
I mean, again, it's you miss best ofs.
Yeah.
Because it's Fearless doesn't save best of 1.
That's true.
What if it was Fearless across the whole season, though, but only for champs you play?
Or Fearless across the day. That would be interesting.
Yeah, that would Yeah.
That would be crazy, no?
I don't think players would ever have
agreed
wanted
to
play earlier in their life.
Oh, yeah, true,
We will
actually.
fix every pro's sleep schedule. They'll all be like, we want to play at noon, we want to play at 9 a.m., we want to play.
True. With Corki being looked in here for G2. It looked like a pretty stock standard answer into Yunara. We've seen this matchup 2-3 times today.
I mean, my baseline assumption, and I would love for you to elaborate or correct me where I'm wrong, is you expect Corki to kind of get pushed early, and then Yunara just sits and scales up?
I mean, the thing is, Corki wins short trades, and has a little bit more bully potential, a little bit more burst, while Yunara has a better all-in. That's a little bit on the support matchup, but I think especially around level 6 is when she starts to come online. However, level 1, Yunara is definitely a bit stronger with that Q, with that lethal tempo, and just that all-in threat. And then it's kind of when Corki gets, I think, FH or a little Triforce component, that's when he starts to really start winning the lane. At least that's normally how it goes. But ideally, when you're picking Corki, you want to get an early lead, because it's not like, it's not the best scaling champion in the game.
No, right. And that was one of the reasons that they made so many changes to him, to give him that clearer identity instead of just being the guy who can build AP and just be that infinite rocket machine. Now needs to get himself a little bit more involved. Well, the rockets are still good. And Sheen, as ever, remains a nice laning component to have.
The Nami and the Bard being taken out by Memkoi. Very curious Nami ban. Makes me think that they for sure want to go for a Rakan on 4. As that's the only thing that really speaks to me.
I mean, Alvaro Rakan, oldie but a goodie.
Yeah.
It's a powerful option.
This feels very weird to see like a 4th pick on blue side, and then it's going to be 4-5 on red side now.
I had already forgotten that LeBron gets counterpick.
Yeah. Well, now he doesn't.
Now he doesn't.
As he goes for the Alistar blind pick.
But he'll get to select the champion. That's what matters.
That's true.
Okay. And then we expect Rakan based on the Nami, as you highlighted earlier.
Yeah, I was expecting Rakan if it was blind, but now since they see the Alistar, they could opt for something else. But there's nothing really... I mean, if you want to be a little bit crazy, you could go for the Lulu. But Lulu in the current meta isn't great. But you could look for some sort of enchanter into this Alistar if you want to get a little bit spicy, but otherwise you just go for the Rakan.
Oh my god, red side Cassante, are you kidding me? That's what we're saving our... See?
Yeah.
This is gonna be great. This bit is funny for... Well, it'll probably stopped being funny like 5 minutes ago, but I'm gonna just ride this for the rest of the draft.
True. Just do it forever. Because every time the drafts are misplaced like this, you need to be like, what is this?
Just upset.
Oh, it's gonna be the Lulu. So, really good enchanter here for the Yunara.
Yep.
Doesn't offer any real tankiness, and you have a little bit of an awkward support jungle in the Jace Lulu, not too much synergy there. But it does mean that they can kind of bully out this Corki Alistar. And then it's gonna be, looks like it's gonna be the Gnar for Broken Blade. We haven't seen much Gnar. I don't really want to say that it's very inventive, but it's definitely bringing back something that we haven't seen in a while. One of the big strengths of Gnar is how much his base stats start to scale with levels. And I'm actually curious, I'm not fully sure how his scaling works past level 18, but I know he gets so much stats in Mini and Mega Gnar.
That's a good point.
So if the scaling is really good, then a level 20 Gnar sounds incredibly scary.
It's a valid point. And something that I hope the wiki has. It had not occurred to me. Gnar, all champions, of course, in top lane, or any champion that goes top lane has the potential to get level 20, but presumably you keep the formula going. Gnar, unique in how his stats scale in each of his forms.
Yeah.
I'll check as we go. Oh yeah, we'll keep yapping in the meantime. I'm excited to see the Lulu. I think Alvaro we got used to seeing as the big playmaker, and that is certainly where, you know, I think the most comfortable position for him to be is, but the Lulu has some really nice interactions into this G2 lineup. And any champion that wants to go in hates seeing a Lulu. The polymorph can be so impactful, and I think, you know, Caps, Broken Blade, both have these pretty telegraphed engages, and if you catch that Azir mid-shuffle and polymorph him, stop that ulti from coming out, it can be that big game changer.
I have some skepticism towards Mkoi's comp, as I feel like it looks pretty hard to execute as we get into game here. I really like what G2 has and how easy their comp looks to execute. They have such good engage, they have the Gnar to say push on side, they have the range with the Azir. While Mkoi's comp, it has very little crowd control, it has very little setup for Talia. She kind of needs to find the flips on her own, while the Jace as well is not being set up too much. So it feels like you have a lot of selfish champs here that would really want somebody to set them up, but nothing is really doing that. So I think a lot of burden is on Supa this game to be able to frontline with this Lulu alongside Mirwin and actually get things done, because they don't have that go button. They don't have that rel ult, that Rakan engage that they normally play with and find so much success with.
And we're seeing a consistent trend, especially in the context of Jace jungle, which is that it often just leaves you lacking those reliable engage tools that so often, especially in EMEA, that junglers bring. Doubling down now when you see the Lulu in the game as well. So well highlighted as Alvaro Supa continuing to trade. Q fully stacked. Supa will trade barrier for barrier there. Jojo just continues to step onto Caps. Caps level 1, getting demolished in the trade. The minions are free firing into Jojo but not making nearly as much of a gap. That is just the level up difference there.
Yeah, some great trades from Jojo. Important to note, Vladdy said
earlier
that Jojo
today
was best laning mid laner in the league. Very high praise for him. And we see it in his stats. I mean, Jojo had some incredible laning stats last year. Very good CSD, and in general just had a lot of dominant moments. I think really it was more in the mid game that it felt like he not faltered, but couldn't contend with someone like Caps and how he moved around with LeBron.
Naka back in the towers, but taking the tower shot is disastrous because Skewmon is already here. A quick burst blood. That's the Unar. You said had to carry, Jack.
Yeah, really good gank here by Skewmon as LeBron finds the flash Q. Skewmon's lapped around and Mkoy's bot lane.
Jojo.
Oh my god, he TP'd. Oh my god. Oh my god, he TP'd, bro. He tried to flash and he TP'd. They said we got claps, bro. That's claps. He did the Larsen.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Didn't Jojo do this last year where he randomly TP'd to a minion and died for it?
No, it was Larsen who did it against him. It
Oh,
was
yeah.
against Jojo as well.
Jojo! His superpower, he can mind control. Hanzama's in trouble now, too.
What a crazy game we have already.
What do you...
But it's delivering on the entertainment.
You know, after a week of watching LCK highlights be on the front page of Reddit, I really wanted an LEC highlight to get up there. And the worst part is this one's going to make it. And it's not going to look good for us as a region.
It's fine. It was just craps.
That's fine. It just comes out.
Yeah.
It's like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde sort of situ.
You can't have claps without craps.
It's true. If you don't love him at his worst, you don't deserve him at his best.
Exactly.
Which is an insanely toxic statement, but here we are. Caps getting flicked. But he's baiting.
Yes.
Skewmon is on the way. He's somehow going to teleport 3,000 units into melee range of Jojo and take him out.
Thing is, now he has his flash. Jojo's not expecting him to use that.
True. He thinks he forgot how. Or maybe he knows because he mind controlled him, yes. Yes. A new kind of League of Legends in 26, I see. Psychological, cerebral. Knockup is good. Even with a decent shield to mitigate the initial damage, Lebrov luckily does not tank a tower shot, but start to lose the extended trade. He talked about this earlier. Once those stacks come through, it can be a little bit tricky. You're not going to connect on that flip, crucially. Zelyoya shows up, ready to fire a shock blast. Jojo, low. Doesn't do it. Knows it won't do 1,000 damage. Does not want to waste the ability.
Caps looking to cancel Jojo's base there. Walking up, holding the wave. Ooh, very interesting things happening on mid lane right now. So Caps walked up, pulled the wave to freeze it to cancel Jojo's base, but Jojo realized that Caps tanked the wave too much, so then he had the base, so he waits for Caps to finish the base, then cancels his own base, and now pushes in the wave, gets a good recall. Cool mind games happening.
Not able to stick around to get the crystalline overgrowth, but it will probably just continue to stack as Alvaro now retreating flashback. A little bit of extra movement speed making a big difference there as Lebrov does get the punt away, but not a whole lot else. So Yo-Yo on the way down, Lebrov getting lower and lower. Skewmon suddenly realizes this is not where he wants to be. Decent shock blast for a couple extra 100 damage, but they're just focused on clearing out the wave.
Yeah, good flash there by Alvaro to save his life. This is a bit of a deja vu. Lebrov found another good pulverize. Really good game from him thus far. Make some of this bot lane pressure that was supposed to be a losing lane. Looking pretty good for Hansama now. He's equal with Supa.
Should get easier too after this first component, as you highlighted earlier on. Although it looks like it might be an Essence Reaver game.
Could be. Triforce and Manamune has been the go-to in LCK, but we'll see what he ends up going for. I think Corki really needs that tankiness. At least that's the vibe I get from playing him and playing against him. Because if he's forced to be very squishy, then he can't really ever Valkyrie forward as Caps.
Flash away. Comes the Unraveled Earth to miss position, but will get away with his life.
That's a huge power of that Azir, is you can always dash forward when you have someone behind. Force the flash of the enemy mid laner, and now, for the next 5 minutes, Jojo needs to play a lot more careful with his flash being down.
Alvaro called mid lane to support if necessary. Jojo small XP lead over Caps. Courtesy of the wave that you highlighted earlier, where he was able to stick around a little bit longer than anticipated, as Supa keeps the pressure up here on the bottom side. Again, happy to just move in.
Oh, Skewmon, no flash.
Push back, nice initial interrupt. Jojo now going to do a flash forward, instantaneous ulti. The Cyclone finding one, finding two. Both Caps and Skewmon pick up a kill.
And it's G2 support jungle that are outperforming MKOI. It feels like everywhere Skewmon and Lebrov are on the same page, able to set up plays. And we've seen this team, when the support jungle are linked and able to play together, they are so damn deadly.
That they are, and this is exactly what we saw in Madrid. Something that we weren't expecting, an area that we thought could be a weak point for this G2 lineup, as it was for a lot of the year, but Skewmon and Lebrov found their footing, found that confidence as a duo, and it has not left them since we've seen them last on the LEC stage. Now, brief update. We do have to switch to the backup HUD to resolve some issues. So, jump in your copy paste whatever they said in the last thread about the HUD, and just jump in if you want your free Reddit karma. I for one like the HUD, but
people don't like the HUD.
Sometimes.
I mean the first stand.
Go! Click. Caps. Getting chunked. That's that J-Shock blast coming in clutch. And Super now might be in trouble.
I think this HUD is nice.
This one?
Well, not this one. I mean, this is like the spectator HUD. But I think the LEC HUD is nice.
I agree. I like the aesthetic. I like the graphics are on the side.
Yeah.
Now I cannot tell what the differences are between gold and respective lanes, which is
now we have to use
my
math
backup
and our
talking
brain.
point. Nah, no math. Look at the items. Hansama looking pretty decent. It seems like it is going to be an Essence Reaver first, so losing out on some of the tankiness, the extra movement speed that you get, but a lot more mana, which means just infinitely spamming abilities.
Yeah, and look, probably quite a bit more burst damage as well. We'll see how it... I'm actually curious. I want to see how it looks and how much damage he's going to be able to put out this game.
Supa going for the call, obviously delaying that first time spike for Hansama.
Holding his ground. 1v2. Lebrov now returning.
Not going to get bullied. We still have the Christmas Cocoa for the healing potion on the old HUD. I like that. That's funny.
Oh, yeah. And the gingerbread cookie.
That's a little Teemo. They never take cookies, I didn't realize.
Now they removed it from us. No more Christmas.
All right. No more Christmas for us. Yeah, so I think one of the struggles that you may have noticed, you've been watching the audience at home, is that the early games have been, outside of one or two of our matches, pretty tame.
I mean, this one was pretty fun with the TP and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But now we slowed down a little bit as Rogueplay trying to get a bit more aggressive on the top side.
I'm worried about this MKOI top side. I feel like Broken Blade will just get stronger and stronger in the side lane. And he's going to be able to progress on side, and every time he builds up a big wave, he procs the Crystialis.
Nope. I mean, again, I think that we've seen in this matchup before that K'Sante has some nice windows around that ulti to all in the Gnar. Gnar, when he doesn't have the hop, can be very vulnerable. But outside of those windows, mini Gnar especially is such a nightmare.
Yeah.
when you don't have ulti, Mininar just gets to dunk on you, and there's just nothing that you can do to stop it.
Yeah. Also, very interestingly, it's a ghost on Broken Blade. I didn't notice it earlier. But that's a variation we haven't seen in quite some time. I don't think we ever really saw Ghost on Gnar, but now with the TP coming from the top lane role quest, he'll still be able to join his team, but that just makes him so much more dangerous than the side lane. Because if Mirwin then missteps, he can Ghost to run him down, and also, if Elyoya ever wants to try to gank him, he can Ghost and run away, giving him a lot more tools here.
Also, so much of the damage is on Kasante's W when he goes all out, right? And when you have that movement speed, it's much, much easier to dodge. Just does overall make the lane so much harder for Mirwin. Supa pops the ulti, zoning Labrov and Hansama away, continuing to step forward. Headbutt pole combo comes in. Alvaro shielding what he can, but the Ignite already down. Barrier going to get used as well. Skewmon on the way. But the Dragon is the main objective here for MKOI, and they have already started it.
Yeah.
Skewmon wants to cover his bottom lane, so will have to concede that second Drake.
Yeah, now 2 Drakes going over to MKOI and 2 Grubs as well. Very good objective control from them, despite the kills going in favor of G2. Skewmon feeling frustrated here as he's not able to really leverage this gold lead that he built up. So Elyoya just keeps farming, keeps taking objectives.
But we know as the game goes on, while Jace's damage will scale up, Wukong can be that big team fighting threat. Trinity Force first as well, so more damage, less sustain than you would get from something like a Sundered Sky. But the amount of burstable targets between Elyoya, Jojopyun, and Supa does make it a nice proposition.
Yeah. Delvaro opens up towards top side here, and they're looking to swap. They have the ADC quest and they have the top lane quest, which makes swapping not really feel bad at all. Before you get that point, it feels really bad to swap as you progress the quest incredibly slowly outside of your lane. But that's a really good way of shutting down this Gnar, and the K'Sante should be completely fine up against this Corki.
Sitting pretty. And nice to get out of the lane once the Essence Reaver spike is there. If you've played it all against AD carries recently, you know how impactful that can be as Caps. It's going to be able to shift away. Polymorph fuse. Labrov there to cover with the heal, crucially. Elyoya's maybe praying for another Shock Blast angle, and Jojopyun continues to step up, but needs to back up.
Great aggression from Jojopyun. Looks like he kind of has Caps' number thus far. He's able to continue punishing him in this mid lane. Oh, Broken Blade ghosting.
But nice backstep. Broken Blade, a bit over-aggressive on the ulti. I believe buffered it probably as he was mid-air and couldn't reaction, or was just hoping to clip Supa.
Yeah, tried to catch him out, couldn't quite get it.
Dash forward from Supa. Level 9 to level 11 doesn't matter when Supa's got that ulti going. Just hits so hard. And again, Broken Blade opting for the tabbies early on. That movement speed so important against the K'Sante, but Supa has more than enough range to kind of make that early itemization choice hurt a bit in terms of the damage rates.
Yeah, and important to note that even though he is up quite a lot of levels on Supa, item-wise, Supa with the Kraken Slayer.
Yep.
While Broken Blade just sitting on those components.
Triforce on the way though. Should make things a bit easier, although still not an ideal lane opponent for him, as you can see by the fact that he has now swapped the bottom side of the map.
Skewmon.
Click onto Skewmon, flash away. Still has access to the clone, I believe, as MKOI try to set up some control on the top side of the map. 40 seconds until that Herald.
And MKOI are leveraging a lot of control here, able to push G2 out. Getting that blue buff as well. And then using that pressure to now move into top.
Just getting chunked. Labrov there to cover.
I think this shows the weakness a little bit of MKOI's comp though, because normally there Labrov would be in quite some trouble 3v2 up against the enemy team, but I mean there's just
no CC.
No CC. There's no CC. So they just get a bit of chip damage while Supa's pushing in mid.
Now do get a tower plate.
Yeah.
And again, I think when you have a composition like this that lacks CC, you really need that lane pry out, and you really need to be disciplined. Because, yeah, as you said, you don't have the CC to close out those clean kills. Over-chasing probably results in your death. So need that first setup, so they have to come for you. G2, though, have an opportunity here now to lay down some vision of their own after MKOI pushed pretty far forward just to get that plate, just to get that prio. So a nice window to punish here. He has access to the flash if he wants to full commit to stealing away the Herald.
Patience is definitely the name of the game for MKOI here. So you're gonna drop this Herald. They got their eyes set on that third dragon, Mountain Dragon spawning in 1 minute. Will give them towards Soul Point and be so crucial for them. And this Cassante, he's survived pretty well, and if he can get some Mountain Dragons to stack up as well, that'd be big. Make him much, much harder to kill.
G2 doing what they can to clear out the vision as Hansama forces this wave in. Remember that first tower, after feats were removed now, as it did 2 years ago, does give 300 local gold again, so a potential huge shift in the gold if G2 are able to leverage that Herald and knock down the first tower of the game.
Oh, Super looking to play aggressive here. Kind of summoning Hansama out.
Good vision laid down earlier by Alvaro when he saw the Herald go down. Does mean that it's Super knocking this down, so extra gold for him. 1.7k.
That's huge, especially as well since this is mid tower, which opens up the map so much and really enables MKOI's comp to play much more aggressively. Now the Jace can walk up on mid, throw down a Shock Blast, and Hansama has no hope of trying to contest any mid waves without his whole team backing him up. He has to play so much more scared without that tower.
You said before, Supa's the one who has to step up, the one who has to perform. Well, they've done a good job of funneling him gold this far. Only a single death on that scoreline, but maybe more to come as G2 poke their head in. Looking to contest this third Drake. Don't have great position, but Broken Blade is on the flank. However, no Rage, no Fury stack. Can't go for that ulti, so they are just forced to concede. Soul Point for MKOI. The next dragon G2 will essentially be forced to fight for, and now it's maybe Broken Blade who's stuck around a bit too long. Can go Mega, look for a Gnar back to the wall, instead tries to throw them out. Wallop to lock up El Yo-Yo, hoping to make it out, but the health bar's fading, and down he goes. Schumon in the meantime trying to take out Jojo. Good flash from Jojo, but Labrov fires right back, knocking him into the waiting arms of Hansama. The turret kills Labrov. Schumon takes out Jojo.
It's a 1-for-1, but it's MKOI that comes out swinging here. They get the bot tower, they get the third dragon, and they feel firmly in control of this game. As you can see, these Shock Blasts continue to poke out G2 and make it so hard for them to try to enter any new space.
Schumon on the way top. Alvaro sneaking his head in because he's got Mirwin on the way up as well. Cap's gonna break another tower. Objectives falling left and right. Gold lead still about 2,000 in the favor of MKOI. They do still have that Soul Point. G2 firing back a bit.
Broken Blade overstepped here a bit. He thought he could push in that mid bot wave before MKOI could collapse on him. And a little bit of a optimistic flash, as they say. A great flash from Jojo, but with Labrov being willing to sacrifice his life and with that Alistar ultimate, they can just tank that tower for so damn long that they're able to take him down regardless.
Good spot to be in. Also really just love having the Shurelias at this point in the game. That extra movement speed really helping out, stopping some of the more telegraph engages from G2, or helping Supa in a lot of these cases secure those kills, run down that target. Said before, poke, really easy for Hansama to win out on 1 or 2 autos, but in the extended fight, Supa just does a ton of work.
Yeah. Supa is definitely the raid boss of MKOI right now. And with that, Lulu buffing him up as well. It's going to do so much damage in these team fights. Unless Broken Blade can get an ulti on him, it's so... Oh, Jojo.
Catch out Jojo. Jojo stunned. Looks like he is just going to fall here. Ulti comes in. That's the wild growth on Jojo Fumes. Schumon now trying to follow up. Immediately going to get Polymorph. Labrov on the way in, but he's not in range to go for the head. But Pulverize, and now it's Supa's turn to take over. The flash forward. Broken Blade running. They want nothing to do with this AD carry. They thought they caught Jojo, but it looks like Supa has caught them. MKOI dissecting this G2 collapse, making it look effortless.
And Supa was the raid boss MKOI needed as he steps up in the team fight, and he has so much damage. Neither Schumon nor Broken Blade are expecting it, as he just runs them down and kills them both. And they get Labrov as a bonus as well, and that's 3 quick kills for MKOI and a 4,000 gold lead now with 3 dragons. They are feeling very comfortable in this game, but Supa has overstayed his welcome here with the TP behind from Caps. We'll see if he can find a way out.
Supa on the retreat.
Oh, with the
Cap
plant.
Chasing, but Flasco means he's fine. A bit awkward for G2, not able to find that key target. And Supa, 3k gold lead, working towards that 3 item. Only 20 minutes in, but might be a situation where MKOI try to press their advantage further and go for a Baron. Oh, quick catch. Quick back only connect on the clone though, as MKOI settling for the blue for now, just pushing that vision line forward, knowing that they have mid-prio. Caps, of course, spotted on side as well. Sergio shifts his attention towards the top side. Now, not a lot of health on this tower.
Yeah.
Two finally going to use their Herald. Unfortunately,
it will probably not crash unless the Herald goes crazy. Let's see.
Oh, we're just going to sit here and watch this?
Yeah.
It's cool. It's that kind of game.
We'll see where he goes.
He got big, bassy feet. I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah, he does. Wait a minute.
Oh, we were talking smack.
Broken Blade pushed away.
This is the thing, you can't talk smack to Heralds this early on, bro. You never know what they're going to grow up to become.
Right. What, Baron Nashor or?
I don't know that the genealogy works, but look at if we said it was going to
I
crash.
don't think it's going to crash. No, he didn't push it in time.
It's poor Herald.
Yeah. I mean, he does flick it close to the tower.
That's rude.
Flick it one more time, maybe? Nah, that's a dead Herald.
That's
I'm sorry.
I can't believe he flipped it. All right, rest in peace, Herald. Guess we can't all be, like, successful.
Yeah. It's like a metaphor.
Herald like me, for real, for real.
But just like you can try again, you know? The Herald will spawn in another game.
That's a different Herald. This Herald's dead. That's it. That's all he's got. That's his entire life was at 30 seconds, bro.
Okay.
It's a tough one.
So you got the
Sama
nihilistic
getting
view.
poked out, and that's rough for the Corki, because that
Mirren-
was like a 400, 500 damage shock blast.
That
We're
was a
getting
big
close.
shock blast.
We're getting close.
We're gonna hit it.
Mirren chasing down Lebrov. Skewmon waiting off to the side.
Mirren has such a big shield.
Broken Blade transformed. Knock back the ball. Good layering in the CC. Make sure the Broken Blade doesn't have an opportunity to jump in or flash in and get that ulti. Mkoi pretty surgical this game.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to zone G2 away.
But you can see Skewmon just committed to hiding in that brush, looking for a flank. It does get spotted by the ward. Mkoi disciplined in the setup. Something we saw, I'd say, inconsistently last year. Good to see in this game. Jojo uses the wall, splits off Skewmon and Lebrov. Will force the clone out if he wants to contest. Skewmon go for the 50-50, but Elyoyo manages to secure it. That's the mountain. And the sign for Mkoi to pull the trigger. Spinning in the back line is Skewmon, but it doesn't matter because there's just no follow-up. Dashing forward, it's Supa! The slow from Broken Blade enough to give him a bit of space to try and escape. Meanwhile, it's Cavs versus Mirren in the mid lane. Neither's not going to be able to kill each other. It's Broken Blade about to go Mega, but just gets flicked back and taken out. Mkoi.
It's surgical. It's precise. Mkoi are waiting when they need to. They're disciplined and patient. And G2 are the one who suffers for it. Now a 7,000 gold lead for Mkoi with the Mountain Soul. Lebrov is going to fall as well.
Lebrov.
Feels like GG.
All right, 70% of you said G2. Now is the time to apologize. It would seem this Mkoi are smacking them.
Yeah.
7.7 thousand gold lead. Yeah.
Now Skewmon might look for a play on bot side here. Still no ulti though.
Pion.
Jojo is overstaying her a bit.
Should just go down. Tries to anticipate where Skewmon is going to be in flick. Flash away. A little extra movement speed. The slow is there, but Skewmon takes out Jojo.
Pretty big mistake by Jojo there, I'll say, because his team is doing Nash, but now he's dead for the Nash play, which we can talk a little bit more about later as we jump into the replay here. A great wall by Jojo to zone off the rest of the G2 members. Skewmon is able to jump in with the clone, but that means now he has the clone. He doesn't have the clone, rather. So he's forced to go in, and he ends up falling immediately. And then it's Supa's time to shine as he can just dash forward and kill whoever he wants, while Mirren is off to the side, just zoning off Caps, denying him any sort of impact in this fight. And it just looks so easy from Mkoi.
And I gotta say, the red side first pick Yunara?
Yeah.
What it was? That was Jace. It was Jace.
Jace, yeah.
Red side, second rotation. Dang it. I was trying to make a joke about it, but I just got confused.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, Yunara, very good. I see it. And no Fiend Hunter bolts this time.
No Fiend Hunter bolts.
And I'm liking this
more.
But maybe
It
just because of the
also helps,
Lulu.
yeah,
Yeah, it is a
yeah.
Lulu. It's not a significant sample size.
Yeah.
Mirren being cautious to step forward here, as there were, for a moment there, 3 members of the G2 lineup nearby. Boy, scouting out, looking for control on the top side. Do have another minute 40 seconds left on this Red Bull Baron power play.
But you can see now, as finally Jojo has respawned, that his death on bot really slowed down this Baron power play. as you really want them to be able to get a little bit more with this Nash and maybe even potentially break inhibs. But I mean, I say that, but they have a 9,000 gold lead. So it's not like they're sad, but I think it slowed down the game pacing a little bit as now MKOI looks to break down some of these tier 2s.
Let's see if they can mount defense. Does just the tier 2s are like paper. They're just going to get deleted there. Good news is the top side one doesn't have any of the crystalline overgrowth really built up, as the first one was only taken down moments ago. That said, it does not matter. We're looking for a potential flank from LeBron, from Caps. Although the later the game goes, the higher the stakes are on those kind of Azir flank moments.
Yeah, we're gonna need a miracle fight from G2 for sure. Some sort of like wombo combo with the Gnar ult, Azir ult.
But we do have a chance for you to prove your statement earlier today. As Oyoya is very, very, very fed.
Yeah.
And our observers are great people, and I'm sure if there's 1,000 damage shock blast, they'll let us know.
There is potential on Hansama. He's no plated steel caps. So I could see it.
He's on brown bags. Hansama is broke.
Yeah.
That's rough.
1,000 shock blast. Oh yeah, do it for me. Thank you.
I mean,
okay, maybe I was over-exaggerating a little bit. Okay, but
no,
Jason,
come on, you don't get a back out of this one. Just like
okay, yeah, celestial opposition there.
Just like Dagda and Odawamne, don't they have to stand by this?
Okay.
I don't know what's gonna happen.
Okay, here on Hansama now the EQ. Let's see WM.
Big blind.
That's like 1,000. That's like 1,000.
That's like 1,000. Okay,
yeah.
It can happen. All right.
Thank you.
Can we get a quick toggle on Hansama just so I can see how much health he has? Thank you, observers. Yeah, that was not 1,000. That was almost 1,000. That was not 1,000.
That was like 900.
All right, I'll give it
1,000.
I'll give it to you. It's day one. We all make mistakes. A 900 damage shock blast. Thank you, observers. Koi in an excellent position. G2 might be sent back to the drawing board after this one, but I do imagine because it's day one and Caps randomly TP'd instead of flashing that they may chalk up some of this game to just jitters.
Yeah.
But Skumon, LeBron, very early on, good. So nice indicator. Again, for two teams that did not change a single member, at least in terms of players, it's a best of one. We'll get to see this again, I'm sure.
Yeah, it feels weird to say, but I feel like LeBron and Skumon were like the two best performing members on G2 today.
I agree.
Caps, Hansama, and Broken Blade all feel like they disappointed a little bit. But we know that they perform when it matters. So I have no doubt that they're going to bounce back after this.
It's one game in a 11 game regular season. They got that. That said, today belongs to MKOI, as despite some early potential missteps, they've been damn good once they got control. Tower established. Jojo waiting off to the side. Flick not quite going to hit Hansama. The wall goes down. Elya throwing out Shock Blast that do notably less damage to the Wukong, but still decent chunks.
Important to note that now Hansama has bought the plated steel caps as soon as he received the 1,000 damage Shock Blast.
Good reminder, extra armor does help. Jojo goes golden to dodge the pushback. Caps still standing for an extra second here, but Jojo 2 is going to desperately try and finish the kill. Flick back is there. Caps still living. Jojo flashes forward. Caps loses for an extra second, but then gets knocked back in the final moments. Rest of the fight still a little bit split. Super tries to chase down Albro, and there's also a fight happening in the mid lane. Jungle and top lane looking to chase down Hansama and Broken Blade.
Oh, two members down from G2. MKOI going to look to walk towards the Elder. I think that's just going to be Elder for MKOI. G2 has no way of really contesting them here. And now with the Nash spawning in 20 seconds, I mean, MKOI are having it all.
That they are. Got the cake, eating the cake. Don't know why you would have
the cake.
I don't know why you would have cake and not eat it, but
well, the idea is that you are eating it, but it still exists, you know? Like, it's not disappearing when you eat it. Like,
that's the idea?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Like, you can't have your cake and eat it too, you know? Like, you can't keep it and eat it. If you eat it, it's gone.
Huh. Damn. All that philosophy you've been reading really paid off. I get it now. I understand. I just rolled my whole life saying that, thinking it was dumb, but just accepting that it was a thing that people said. I was like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But it is what it is. All right, as a side note, not trying to undermine MKOI's accomplishments here. They did get Elder and they did get Baron, but they are Goomba stomping Yeah. Feels more apt to use that word now that we have Yahoo in the league.
True. That's Alvaro. A little bit caught, maybe.
Caught up. That is going to be the initial knockup. Shot down is going to as well. Humondo needs to retreat. They actually do not want to fight. The pick was nice, but it will just be a 1-for-1. Now, in a different game state where they weren't catastrophically far behind, that could be the start of something. Instead, it's just delays MKOI a little bit. Another Shock Blast does connect.
Yeah. MKOI are still going to be looking to end this game with this Baron Nashor and this Elder. Just running it down. Let's see if they can do it.
Blade poking, hoping for that Meganar combo. Matsupa has Flash and Barrier. But no Alvaro this time. So maybe a chance as Hantama tries to poke. Rocket not connecting. Supa doesn't have ulti. These are just little things, little hopes as Caps goes for the push, and again it's Azania's! Right in time, Broken Blade wants to get anything done, but Supa now just fully free to tear through the entire team! The Elder Dragon empowering him. It's a triple kill. They're ignoring Lebrov. And the G2 fans might have the MKOI fans outmatched in terms of quantity, but in terms of joy, the MKOI fans are absolutely winning this one. MKOI, redemption in the best of ones. They take down G2.
FM was right. MKOI looked damn good as they show a dominant game here against G2, winning pretty much from the start. I love JoJo's laning phase. I really liked Supa's aggression, how much he pushed on this Seri. It's just beautiful to watch.
Yep. Of course, you can vote for your player of the game, Elyoya, Supa, or Alvaro at LEC on X. Yeah, credit to the team overall. I do think that it is funny, though, that how much they talked about top lane specifically in the prediction. It wasn't really about top lane at all. Neither, we got Gnar.
Yeah, they were pretty useless, both of them.
Yeah,
I thought they would also be more useful, but maybe bot lane is the only role that really matters.
Maybe, yeah, it doesn't matter.
And jungle.
All roads lead to the same place, which is the lane with 2 people in it seems most impactful.
Yeah.
But overall, I think good bounce back from what will look like we're starting to get outclassed in the jungle support position, but then Alvaro and Supa together playing that really phenomenally.
Yeah.
Good discipline around the objective setups. A lot of things seeing in this single game that if we see all season will be a very clear indicator of an overall level up for MKOI. Because it's only one game, it's just a nice trend, something good to look at. But exactly what you want for MKOI as an MKOI fan or as a critic if you wanted to see them improve from that first game.
I also feel like it felt like a masterclass on just Yunara in general and really highlighting the strength of the champion, just showing how once you start to get a little bit ahead, you can run down team fights so well and you have such good chase down potential and just so high DPS that G2 really weren't prepared for. I really love the Lulu as well. Well played to MKOI.
Definitely was. Lore standing by with Mirwin to talk all about that first game.
All about that first game and all about that top lane. Mirvin, thank you so much for joining me after this game. You're one of the few teams who kept all the same players, but you have a new coaching staff. Melzet is still here, but you also have Alfari helping you, I believe. Tell me about this. How's it been working with him?
Pretty good so far. I would say like the first week we work, I was running it down every lane. So my mistake there, I didn't really get to work that much with him, but I think this last week was way better. Honestly, I'm really happy. I think he has a lot of knowledge that I'm going to learn a lot from him, and I think one of my biggest weaknesses in International was my laning phase, and I want to make sure that I fix that.
Okay.
I want to be dominant in Europe, and I want to smash everyone in International.
I hope you're going to keep your playstyle, though, and I hope you're going to keep on seeing those weird picks that made you so unique in the league. Okay, I want to touch upon this, actually, because I was watching LCK 2 days ago, and it was Doran who played Akali top lane. What do you think about this?
I mean, Akali is always a good champ. I love Akali. It's one of my favorite champions since I play this game. So it's good to see. I think with these new changes, now you see way more champions in top lane. Like, for example, BB2 they played Flash Ghost with Gnar. It's really, honestly, it's super annoying. It was really boring to play this game. I can't do anything to him. I was just chilling, but it was pretty boring. But yeah, we will for sure see a lot of more new picks. Not that much of a TP, even though I think it's still really strong. But I think now having the option of go Flash Ignite, Flash Ghost, Flash Exhaust, all of this gives you way more options.
And more aggressive also in the laning phase. What do you think of all the changes for top lane? The quest, but also Phaelites giving you way more vision, so way less gank potential, I guess.
I think Phaelites are really OP. Honestly, controlling Pixel Bush, I think it's super broken. And even for Silent later, like you play with map hack basically. Like you see everything.
What is your one New Year resolution, Mirvin? What point do you want to prove this year in the LEC?
I mean, I would like to make it to 3 internationals. Like, win first. I mean, of course, winning all the splits, but I really want to make it to all internationals. Honestly, like both in MSI and in Worlds is when I had the most fun last year. So why not do it again? And now with first time included.
Yeah, and it's great that you've been able to go to 2 internationals. What have you learned from that experience, especially coming after Worlds?
I think a lot about like how I should prepare like for internationals. I think my routine isn't the best for international, and I'm working on that.
Yeah.
I have a plan on how to work around it. Also, I think many things in game. I could see from my mistakes in international things I need to improve, and that's what I want to work on, and I will make sure that it's fixed.
Yeah.
And yeah, we will show up a better face in international.
Hopefully you can showcase it in game. As you can see, your mid laner and support are ready for PGL. Do you have anything you want to tell them? Your goats. Oh,
Yeah,
that's nice.
I mean, I think they played really well today, so good job, guys.
All right, good
Give
job
it up,
to you.
give it up.
Yeah, give it thumbs up on it. He's not even listening. Jojo doesn't care
I mean,
about
Jojo
you.
doesn't care.
He was giving
He
you
was late
props,
already
man.
10
Pay
times
attention.
here.
Come on. Thank you so much, Mirvin, for the interview. It was great talking to you as always. And as you've seen, Jojo and Alvaro are waiting in PGL with Shox and Finn. Take it away.
Thank you. That was awesome. Yeah, getting praises rather, Jojo and Alvaro from Mirwin. Jojo, the first thing I have to ask you, I just asked you off air as well, but are you mind controlling these mid laners? What was that from Caps?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like every split this happens, like first Larson, now Caps, but I maybe felt like he was a bit shaky in the matchup, so I'm not sure if he was nervous or it's the first game, so it's understandable. You know, I was also pretty shaky, so I think it happens, but I mean, it's hard not to laugh when it happens at the moment, right? So I think I might have laughed too hard and maybe caught my team off guard a bit, but...
Oh yeah. Alvaro, is it good to be back?
Yeah, I mean, as I always say that, you know, I love competition, and I think also having 11 games in this case, it feels so good, you know, to be back. Also 3 games in a row.
I mean, I think now you're one of the few teams that actually didn't make any roster changes. How does that affect you coming into the next year? Because usually the first boot camp is always really messy, remember, because you have like new teammates. But now, how are you like refining the things you learned from last year and taking it to 2026?
I mean, we didn't do bootcamp in this case, for example, since we finished already Worlds. We prioritized that resting was important, because if we also have the expectation that we're going to go to internationals, it's going to be a long trip. So right now, since we came, we have been putting also the hour and the effort. We have been doing also more night blocks, more focus, and yeah, I mean, it's just basically trying to remember the things that we also learned, because there are some things that even if it's on the back of your brain, you still miss, and I think it still can be better. So we will see, you know, at the end of the split.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. Jojo, when it came to last year, I think you guys had a very up and down year with a very big success in spring. I think a very big heartbreak, unfortunately, in Madrid. But how do you look back on the international steps that you took? Because you have a lot of experience there, right? But how was this experience different, and how did it motivate you differently into this year with Koi and your international appearances?
Yeah, I feel like Western teams, usually they go to like internationals or worlds and they don't expect to win or achieve anything. I feel like in Koi it's very different. I think besides Koi and G2, I feel like we're probably the only teams that actually believe we can win our worlds and have a big chance. So I really felt that belief at internationals, and I mean, I just saw our improvement happen at MSI Worlds, and it was really fast. We ramped up really fast at internationals. So of course it's still very hard and there's still so much we have to improve on to reach that final level, but for sure I see the long-term vision of achieving that.
And the drive. Alvaro, we were talking about you a lot in terms of being at some points in the year the best support in EU, and there's now someone who's come from NA to kind of, I don't know, face you and all the other supports. What do you think about the arrival of Busio? Because obviously another one coming over from America, that's pretty, or from the LCS, I should say.
I mean, I think he has a great level. Like, he also has shown, you know, playing in NA that he was the best. And I think in this case, for example, he's going to be more contended, the top of the support. I think today he didn't play as good. In the start, it was a bit shaky, but later on he was playing better. And yeah, I mean, it's just a hype matchup, you know, like tomorrow I'm going to face him.
Yep.
I think also Kalist and Busio has a lot of hype. And, you know, bring it to me.
What do you think about the murmurs where people are going, oh, this is on paper the best bot lane in EU? Do you think that's fair?
I mean, it's fine. You know, everyone can say whatever they want. For me, I know that I'm the best if I'm playing how I should, and I'm also the best with Supa, so just time to prove it, you know. I think they're also pretty decent, so it will be a hype matchup.
Yeah, they're still scaling, right, Finn?
Yeah. I'm just curious, how do you feel about pioneering this new meta where you go from NA to EU? Because you were kind of the first one to do it. And now it's like, oh wait, the NA players are actually good. Let's get some more in here. Let's see how far we can go. Because I think Yukino as well had a great game today on the Vi. I think he was one of the main forces in that KCB team. So I'm really curious, like, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, of course, NA has great players, right? I'm not going to lie. I think EU also has great players. So I think just, I mean, I felt like in the past it was the opposite. A lot of the really strong European players would come to NA because it was a stronger region at that time.
Like me, right?
True, at that time. True. Now EU is a stronger region because I'm here, Buzio's here. So yeah, I would say it feels weird for sure because it's like opposites, but it's definitely an experience. I know how the fans feel for both sides now, so yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I feel pretty good that currently Europe is the best in the West again. I was suffering a lot. But Alvaro, your lane mate Supa is our Kia player of the game. He's not here to talk about it himself. We can ask him maybe tomorrow. But how do you feel about your synergy and stuff? Is stuff also rusty, or because you played so long together, it's just really it's the same, or?
I mean, there is, of course, like I have been playing with him for 3 years and a half, and of course there are moments that, you know, we struggle a bit on lane, even if we have, I think I will say we are pretty consistent on how we play the map after as a bot lane, but I think our laning phase can still be better, and we can get a lot of like punishment on the enemy. So I think he played a really decent game, and also it was the Yunara Lulu, the redemption from the KT game that we lost when we were ahead. So yeah, I mean, it feels good, you know, to finally win also on Enchanters, which is like a topic as well. So
love that for the callback. Do you have like a list of all these, like, okay, we played with this and we should have won, we're gonna play it again, or?
I mean, I have still the feeling that I need to win with Bard, proving that I played really well, you know? Like, I'm 4-1, but the champion is still, I can make so much out of it, you know?
Yeah.
So I think Bard will be the next one in the list.
Okay, maybe tomorrow.
Like Buzio's Bard, right?
Yeah, Buzio's Bard.
I mean, Buzio's Bard today wasn't that good.
The stats were good though, but yeah.
He was getting hooked a lot in lane, but off the lane he looked really good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, let's see.
We'll see
if he wants to pick it tomorrow.
Maybe. They did prioritize it today. Finn, let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow to see what you are excited about. Because I honestly can't remember. It's been such a long day.
I mean, right now I'm just excited for like every game because there's so many new teams, and I think the new patch is really exciting. But what instantly springs to mind is, of course, MKOI versus KC, that last game. I know it's going to be a banger.
Yeah.
But, I mean, there's a lot of unanswered questions as well, because we saw SK play today, and tomorrow they're going as Fnatic. So I wonder, can we actually see more from them? I don't know if you have an opinion on SK, because it's kind of an enigmatic team, I feel like. It's hard to really
It's a bit of a wildcard, I would say. I mean, we have been also playing into them, and, you know, I think they have things that they can bring to the table, but, you know, I will see. And for me, the other match that I will say is hype is the Giants against G2.
Yeah.
Because I think, like, Giants always has been the one struggling after, like, scrims. Usually, they are really good on scrims, but then they tend to not perform that well. Today was a bit of a banger game that they almost lose the game and then they finish. So I think that's the other game that I will be looking on.
Okay, I also see Los Ratones can get revenge over KC Blue from EMEA Masters from the semi-final. Do you think any of the two guest teams, Jojo, is going to make playoffs in Versus?
I mean, I think Los Ratones might win the split, to be honest. I think if the Bells... I mean, I'm the Bells fan. I think if Sound's unbanned, it's a free win. But I was kind of disappointed with the Kled pick. Like, I think we thought it was going to be a Kane game or something like that.
Yeah.
So I think he has to pick more creative champions and he can carry them.
You all are mind controlled by Los Ratones. Like, so many people are saying they can win the split. I don't know what you're on, honestly.
It's just the truth. I mean, we'll see.
Okay,
It's just the vision. It's the vision. It's the passion.
It's the passion, yeah. Vitality. Navi is going to be a banger as well. Actually, Navi was... I said it on Twitter also, but for me, this is their first split, Finn. Like, I don't... Summer... Like,
Rogue is gone, guys! Finally!
That didn't happen. Okay, yeah, we'll close it off here. It's been a long day. Thank you so much. Congratulations, you two.
Thank you.
First win
Thank you.
for Movistar Koi. Thank you, Finn, and all the other analysts, and everybody for sticking with us for the first 6 games of LEC Versus. We're doing it all again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Back in my days, we didn't have walkouts. That's some new AI invention. We're definitely in the future, no? This is not how I remember it. But it's quite nice.
Okay. Kill the bro. No, Jump. No flash.
I'm going.
Look front.
I help you.
Look on the. Oh, sorry. No, it's good. I have Q1. Maybe give to Azir. Okay.
Nice. The dragon secured by Shifters, but Noah is on a rampage. He's looking for more. Dives in with that supercharger. Finds another.
It's just my Kai'Sa, guys. So don't worry.
But across the board, Na'Vi with advantages.
This is great actually for Na'Vi because Valencha's here. Supreme Display of Talon will knock Ice down and he is melted where he stands.
Okay. They engage. Oh. It's fine. Vivian. It's fine. I can go more.
우리 하나 놀 때. Just keep straight.
Buff him flash along.
I legit both you. Like the roach character. Luckily, Fnatic was cheap.
I'm there in 2 seconds.
I can take it.
I can understand.
Okay,
Go Victor. Victor.
I'm double.
Yonana's gonna come soon as well, okay? Get Yonana.
Look, you got it.
I got it.
Actually, Lucy not quite there. Yahoo wants the extra damage down. Milu flashing out. Yukino there to cover. True shot gets him! Sniped!
Almost lapped around and Emco is both playing.
Jojo? Oh my god, he TP'd. Oh my god.
He TP'd, bro.
Bro, he did a Larson. What the f?
Oh shit. Everything. Whatever.
Kill of 2025!
A new wave is coming to the LEC! That's gonna be one of the best LEC intros I've seen in years!
Oh, Jackies!
Forbid on it.
Crowd's all ready for that drag slide. Their rapid, crazy minds right in the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue. Hey.
Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray.